film that came to sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics. पानीपत का युद्ध परिसर आने वाला है क्या I'm happy to know that tragedy
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me now? Yeah, good morning from Lebanese. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a very warm welcome. My name is Aditya Manik and it's an honor to be your host for today. BW People, a 6 years plus old exclusive HR community of BW Businessworld is pleased to welcome all of you to BW People presents Nurturing Talent for Future Conclave, where all of us have India's top HR leaders covering visionary ideas, best practices, cutting edge insights, and also industry experience in nurturing the right talent over the course of the human resource journey. BW People imparts the latest insights of like CEOs, corporate HR recruitment, and also staffing firms, HR tech providers, solution companies, government skilling organizations, and also NGOs. The community caters to freshers, to job seekers, to employers, to employees, to policymakers, to service providers, and every person related to the job market and also to the HR community. Before we move forward, may I please request my team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW People. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And with changing times, BW now has a massive leadership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums to facilitate interactions between rural business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. And now to keep yourself, please subscribe to BW Business World magazines. I promise you, it would add to a professional quest of knowledge and also insights. For our attendees today, we have exciting offers. An upcoming issue of BW People talks about the perspectives of HR honchos on training and also the upskilling needs of employees. How AI will impact workplaces, insights into India's gig workforce, elite league of CHROs who also won the HR Excellence Award, and more. Our latest issue of BW Business World critically analyzes the UAE consensus from the recently held COP28 in Dubai and how will ambitious transition from fossil fuels lack the financial assistance from the developed world. The issue also looks at Max Healthcare's strategic expansion plan and more. For more information, you can please get in touch with the team at the registration counter from where you got your registration done. And now today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everybody to please join in the conversations and also share learnings of the day by using the hashtag BW People Talent for Future. With that, may I please request my team to play today's event TV? And before we move forward, I also take a moment to thank our partners for today. Our associate partner, Lawson and Tuvo, our HR AMS partner, Great HR, our gifting partner, My Anatomy, organized by BW Business World, our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Phantom, Daily Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Weekly Magazine, and also Pitch. Now, I know it's a busy day, so I won't ask all of you or request all of you to please turn your mobile phones on the switch off mode. But a humble request, please turn them to silent mode so that it doesn't disturb our speakers and also all of you. A humble request. Thank you. And with that, for the welcome address, please join me in welcoming on stage the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you're doing well. Morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the fourth edition of the BW People 40 Under 40. It is still a young initiative. It takes 5-6 years for initiative to become what it needs to become. Also, to contextualize that, we have a conference under the aegis of BW People on nurturing talent for future. Uh, you're a group full of HR leaders and HR practitioners. You know HR better than me. Of course, I'm an entrepreneur. Uh, so HR has to be part of an entrepreneur's DNA. But I do want to talk to you about things that are on my mind these days and which may be relevant for what you do and what I do and what we do. I just want to say that in the evening we have the fourth edition. Some of you have been on the jury for many years. Mr. Jayakumar, you've been involved with the jury. There are other people who are involved with the jury. We have really every award of ours is through a jury process, and I can only say that no jury process is perfect. It is absolutely honest. At the end of the awards are being judged by people about people. They can be close to perfect, and they are close to perfect because there's data, there is your insights, there is a pitch, but they are nothing. I keep saying I'm a Hindu, so I keep saying only two things are perfect in the world: Lord Shiva and my wife. Rest everyone is imperfect. Mr. Jayakumar is laughing loudly, but so I just want to say that the awards are very honest. I remember on Saturday morning I got a mail from someone who'd applied, and I'm very responsive. I'm first generation, and I'm responsive as a person. So she gave me a number. I got my EA to call her. Earlier used to call from my phone. Now I realize that if I call, then I'm very responsive. So they call me, and I'll have to. And Ruby, I am responsive. So whether I know you, not know you, I will be. I think it's basic courtesy to, in any, whether you are in media or you're in any profession, to be responsive. So she introduced herself. She's an HR practitioner, and she said, "Oh, first she started off saying, oh, I did not get a chance to present." And I heard her for 10 minutes, and then she said, "Oh, I was given a time of 10:30, then I requested for 3 or 3:30 or 2:30, and then she said, I've not got an intimation whether I'm winning or not." And I said, "If you haven't got, there's a good chance that you haven't won this time." And then I asked her age. I mean, it's a cardinal sin to ask anyone their age, but definitely a woman. Vedas mein likha hai. Vedas have to be contextual, but the old saying is that don't ask a man his salary, a woman his age, and one more thing, right? So really, I asked her age only in context of saying if. So she said, "I'm just turning 40, so if I don't win this year, I won't win it." So I said, "I empathize with you, but honestly, I cannot do anything. I didn't even sit in the jury this year." The reason I'm telling you, and then I called Thalis. We were in the office together, and we called Ashish, and she had got a chance. Then she had also, through some other people, reached out to Thalis and Ashish, and she didn't make it. And I'm sure she is very good. I don't know her, but to people who applied, who were shortlisted, who presented, who didn't make it, I want to tell you a story. I have a very close couple friend in Hyderabad. They're industrialists, very large, and their son applied in our 30 under 30, and I know the boy personally very well. He runs a very large business, almost 600 crores business, and he didn't make it. And I didn't sit in the jury. If I'd sat, I would have. What I can do is I can mark my yes. And he didn't make it, and I was at a social do, someone's 60th birthday in Hyderabad, and I met the husband, wife, and they said, "When is the event? We haven't heard." So I knew the list was out, and the event was 10-15 days. And I came back next day, and I wrote them a long email, which then I WhatsApped to them, because sometimes people don't read mails. They read it later. Then basically I wrote that Sachin Tendulkar is a great cricketer, so is Rohit Sharma, so is Virat. But sometimes they get out on less runs. They don't win the match. They don't score centuries. They don't score ups. It doesn't make them any less cricketer. And possibly the son's name is Akshat. Possibly Akshat didn't present well that day, so he didn't make it. Right? And they're parents. I have 2 children, so I know how parents think about children. So really, they were very nice and gracious to me. They built a new home. They recently invited me to their home. I went, So really, if you haven't won, apply next year. On Sunday, we had the BW Legal World 40 under 40 and the BW Legal World 30 under 30. And I'll tell you, there were people I know who I asked to apply. They didn't win in the first year, second year, third year. They won in the fourth year. And they were good in the first year. The first year, the jury had Mr. Justice Narasimha, who's now a Supreme Court Justice. We had Ryan Karanjewala. We had the late Rajiv Luthra. We had Shardul Shroff, who was the jury chair. It was Justice Narasimha, but he made Mr. Shroff the jury chair. And I promise you, it was the first edition, so I whole day logged in, saw how they were deciding. They took ownership of the jury, which is what we like, because they go out and say they're very honest awards. Because right now, the biggest thing is honesty. My business world is my second company. My first company is Exchange for Media. Those who come from advertising, marketing, media. And I know every media company, and I want every media company to prosper, because that means jobs. That means life is about abundance. Right now, what's happening in the country is one person and one party getting strong is not good for the country. It's not. We need to have a strong opposition. And some media companies sell awards. They have a rate card. Here, we don't sell awards. In any part of our business, we don't let people converse. I remember we were here on 12th December. Aman Gupta was the jury chair of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. His first award 4 years back, when he wasn't very big, was a BW Disrupt 40 under 40. So he had to come and present. I don't want to drop names, other very big companies, founders who had to come and present. I remember on 10th, it was a Sunday, a large company founder who has a very good company, and he met me here only a couple of months back, reached out saying, but I've got this regret, I haven't won. So I called the person who runs it, Chetan runs it, and he said he didn't come to present. I wrote to Param saying, sorry, it has to be equal for everyone. If you didn't present, you're good, you would have made it to the list, I promise you. But you didn't. And he noticed the mail. We sent him a mail about presenting. He didn't respond. But he noticed the mail about is not being selected. So the point I'm trying to make is that the awardees, the 40 awardees, have been selected by a jury, which is very diverse. They don't agree on stuff. I did log in to see some glimpse of how the jury works. And so the winners are very good quality. That's where I leave it at. Coming to HR professional, yesterday I was at the our E4M Copcom domain, and while the world is growing, India is growing at a super pace. There is a shrinkage in the communication budgets. Okay, luckily there is a war for talent still. Though post COVID, the tech salaries had gone up, they've got rationalized, but still the talent pool of the quality that you want is still in scarcity. There's enough talent pool available, but not all may be relevant. The three things I want to talk about today to this esteemed audience, and these are things that go in my mind and I believe it's relevant. First is I want to talk to you about sleep. As senior professionals and middle level professionals, we work very hard. I work very, very hard. That's my DNA. But I don't compromise on my sleep. As senior people, sometimes we push ourselves. We work late in the night, take early morning flight. Mr. Jayakumar has stopped taking early morning flights. I won't recommend that. You come one night before, stay in a hotel, because it does mess up with your sleep. Second, I want to talk to you about kindness. And third, I want to talk to you about sustainability, because all of you are leaders who have an imprint on what you do. You have influence within your organization, in your communities that you serve. So first, sleep. How many of you sleep more than, okay, let me ask it the way. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours a night? I'm assuming nobody sleeps in the night, day. Right? How many of you sleep less than 6 hours? About 20% of the audience, okay. How many of you sleep less than 7 hours? Much more, 40% of the audience. How many of you sleep more than 8 hours? One. Really 1%, okay. So really, I mean, there is a global world sleep study. It looks at sleep patterns and stuff. There is a study in India, which the sample size is small, but really sleep is an epidemic. I've had a sales head in my exchange for media. He couldn't sleep in the night. He couldn't. And so I just want to say that for health, there are three foundational pillars. One is sleep. The other is nutrition. What we eat does make our bodies more healthy or less healthy depending on what we eat. Third is movement, exercise, yoga, whatever, breathing, pranayam, whatever, but movement, right? Sitting, they say, is the new smoking. We should not good for our spines. So I just read this book 10, 12 years back by Matthew Walker, Why We Sleep. And I read it 2.5 years, 2.5 months back again. And I mostly sleep more than 8 hours every night. At least 25 days is safe in a month. Some days, I get late. And I keep my phone away in a different room in my home. It's in the study. I don't take it to my bedroom. So really, if you want to do well, you want to take better decisions at work, better decisions in personal life, eat well, be mindful, be totally, I'm talking to you, I've kept my phone there, right? Because if I look into my phone, I won't be able. So really, I want to this. Anything that I'm telling you is not new, but sleep is 60% of your health or 70% of your health. And don't believe me, watch the TED Talk, which is free, or buy the book. I am a book reader. So really, I want to reinforce as HR leaders, if you sleep well, you'll be kinder to people. You'll be kinder to yourself first. Second is kindness. Uh, have you heard of Nadav Ben Yehuda? How many of you heard of Nadav Ben Yehuda? You can Google him later, but he's a young Israeli who in 2012 was very close to climbing the Mount Everest. He'd crossed the base camp. He was much ahead, and he would have become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. However, when he was close to Mount Everest, one of his fellow climbers died, and one was on the verge of dying. So he had a choice either to become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest or to save his friend's life. Guess what he did? Saved it. In a world where it's so much about me, it is from leaders to me. I will use me. I will not put it on you. We become too much about who we want, what we want within families. I've seen my parents sacrificing. I've seen my wife sacrificing. You know, luckily, some of us are in an age where we've seen other people putting other people's needs ahead of their own needs. And there are still a lot of good people. But the overall environment is such that it's a lot about personal achievement. Even the awards are about personal achievement. I do 70 awards in various segments. And people thank their teams, right? And I'm sure they genuinely mean the gratitude that they express. Uh, but genuinely, I believe that we can do much more for each other, much more for people who may not be in a position to help us. And Nadab Ben Yehuda is a great example. He came down, he saved the life of his friend. In the process, he got frostbites, he lost two of his fingers were amputated. But this is the guy. Subsequently climbed the Mount Annapurna, and he's become a rescue climber and so on and so forth. He's made his mission to climb, to save people while they're climbing mountain. And this was in 2012. So be kind, help others. As HR leaders, your job is also to balance growth with evolution of individuals, the growth of individuals with growth of companies. You're in a job where you nurture other people. And this is a book this was 10 years back. I'll show you its latest cover. It looks a little different. It's a white cover. And trust me, after you read this book, you will sleep 8+ hours. Because if you sleep more, it cuts down your risk of Alzheimer's, of a lot of diseases. And there is the power of compounding. So really sleep is the most important thing if you want to achieve. A lot of people ask me, where does your high energy come from? It comes from good quality sleep, right? Um, and last thing I want to talk to you is about sustainability. Um, this is a Time magazine cover which I read 2.5, 3 months. I was at the Habitat Library. Normally subscribe to Time, it comes home, but I may have missed it during my travel or whatever. And I was waiting for a friend, and it asked a question: what is the most important place on earth? And ironically, these are the oceans. So really, we are talking after 10 days of COP28. The latest cover of Business World is on climate finance and how did we do as India at the COP. And clearly, there is a lot of controversy around COP. One, the head of an oil producing nation being the convener, 1,200 lobbyists being there, not enough clarity on the roadmap. You can't just switch off from fossil to cleaner overnight. You need to build capacity, but I think there's been progress. But the point I'm trying to make is that winters have come in the last 4 or 5 days in Delhi. Those of you who live in Delhi, winters last 3 days have felt like winters, but they are at least a month late. In lots of parts of the world, summers are coming early, 4 months early, 3 months early. The wildfires in Europe, wildfires in America, wildfires in Australia. The oceans are shrinking. Last year on 9th April, I was at a UN seminar. My daughter was speaking. I was accompanying her as +1. And the head of the Navy was talking about the shrinking ocean. And I kept thinking about it. Is it that serious as he's talking? And then I came across this article. And really, as the ocean shrink, the flora fauna shrinks, as the large mammals in the ocean whose excreta really absorbs carbon dioxide, that shrinks. Really, we are shortening the life of the planet, or at least the quality of life. I mean, Mother Earth knows how to nurture itself. It will be arrogant to say we will save Mother Earth, but the fact is, in our roles as leaders, you're all CXOs. Increasing the conscious on sustainability and doing something about it is very important. And Mr. Jayakumar, like Donald Trump, is wrong on lots of things. He's also wrong on the fact that climate change is a hoax. It's not a hoax. It's a reality. It's therefore. So I just want to say that as HR leaders, I know you're dealing with HR tech, you're dealing with the post-COVID world, you're dealing with disruption in the businesses, there is also, while India continues to grow, India has its own unique challenges. So I wish you luck in your role as HR leaders. Look forward to, and I just want to say the 3 trends as I see as an entrepreneur are: one is professionals, leaders always want independence. Today, more and more leaders want independence, leaders within the organization. Second is they care about wealth creation. And third, while the startup charm is there, a lot of leaders are returning to well-established large companies. Some data says 15,000 people were let go by startup companies. Another data says it's more like between 28,000 to 30,000. My hunch it is definitely around 30,000. So really, there is 1 crore 10 people that are eligible for jobs every year. Only 10 lakhs get jobs. Almost 1 crore, definitely 90 lakhs don't get jobs. So there is a huge unemployment happening at a bottom. So clearly, if you can solve these problems and create a talent pool, you can grow. Since the time I was in a business school, I heard, it was 30 years back, that MDI in 1994. I've been hearing this talk about CHROs becoming CEOs. I think that is clearly happening today. More and more CHROs are becoming CEOs. CHROs, of course, directly report to the CEO or the promoter, depending on the size of the company and how it's structured. Really, CHROs are becoming business leaders over the last decade. I don't think it is even debatable. 10 years back, you'd debate, is an CHRO a business leader? I think that's happened. If you understand the business well, you can create creative solutions for hiring, for identifying talent. You're experts at HR. I won't go into it. I want to end by saying that the things that matter are the 3 H's. First H is hope. I get up every day hoping would be better than yesterday. I genuinely believe there is a saying that I woke up, I had the gift of opening up my eyes. I think that's the after COVID being alive. Second is hard work. I'm a little old fashioned. I believe whatever you focus on will grow. So focus on what you need to focus on among so much of distractions. And again, sleep, the biggest issues to sleep are one is these companies like Netflix, Amazon, Hotstar. You can start watching a show at 11 and watch 4 episodes till 4 a.m. You can binge watch. So they are conspiring to keep you awake all night. Then there are food companies like whatever, delivery companies. You can order food, pizza at 2 a.m., 1:30 a.m. It'll arrive in 10, 15 minutes, no traffic, right? So really you have to prioritize, you have to focus. And last is humility. As you grow higher in your roles, in your influence, being humble, being open to ideas, listening while having clarity on things is important. And the 3 C's that I keep saying to avoid is first is comparing. Each one's journey is unique. My journey is very unique. Talis's journey is different than mine. Mr. Jaykumar's journey is very different than mine. Rubyji's journey is very different than mine. Other is criticize. Sometimes we criticize people without knowing too much about them or empathizing with them on how they are doing what they are doing. And last is complaining. I think we are very blessed. I genuinely, while I want to grow my company, I have other goals in life. I feel I'm very, very blessed. My father just turned 84. My father-in-law just turned 79. My mother, father are there. My both in-laws are there. Kids are doing well. I'm pursuing what is my passion. So, how can I be more blessed? I'm blessed. So, don't complain. We complain about small things. And when I was 12 years old, my mother would say to me and my older sister, who's 4.5 years older than me, say thank you to God for your eyes being okay, ears being okay, limbs being okay. So I used to ask my older sister, is our mom mad? They're okay. Why should we thank God? I think in the last 10 years, I realized what she meant. And I thank God for small, small things. Sometimes in the car, I'm saying thank you. I'm looking up and saying thank you for things. Yesterday, my daughter was coming back from the US. She lost her bag. She got it in the afternoon. And, I was thanking God, and I do believe in a higher power. So I'll not carry on more, but I wish you luck in your endeavor to build organizations that contribute to change in the society, that contribute to nation building, that contribute to GDP, and they make our lives better. Look forward to celebrating the 40 under 40 winners in the evening. As I said, the process is a very honest process. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. But just to ask anybody, because sir had asked us last time as well while you're setting up the stage, anyone who sleeps more than 10 hours? There's one. The gentleman got up only to answer. No, for not something. Nobody else who sleeps more than 10 hours, not even on weekends. Someone's lying for sure. Good, what an audience. Wow. Okay. On that note, let's move ahead with the first panel discussion of the day on strategic HR in education, aligning programs with future workforce needs. While the setting the stage, I'll welcome and introduce the panelists here. Mr. Brain Anshu, CHRO, Novus High Tech, Mr. Deep Narayan Tripathi, Group Head HR at Tenon Group, Ms. Nupur Nagpal, CHRO, Mindra Designs Private Limited, Mr. Yadu Kishore Nandikola, Head of Human Resources, Mass Mutual India, and this session will be chaired by Ms. Meha Mathur, Senior Associate Editor, BW Businessworld. Thank you, please. Everybody, let's collectively welcome all of them to the stage, please. You all are good sleepers, you can be louder. You just showed, no, you're good. You slept pretty well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So we have 40 minutes and hope to do justice to the time we have given. So much has been reported about the gap between, the skills that the young talent brings to the table and what industry is looking for. Today in this session, I would like to know your experiences about what is it that you are doing in engaging with various colleges and in terms of curriculum alignment, in terms of skilling, soft skilling, how is it that you are approaching this? So I'll start with you.
Thank you. Hi, this is Yadu Kishore. I head up HR for Mass Mutual India with about 18 years of experience in HR and talent. I've had hands-on experience in managing, campus talent that's coming into IT organizations, especially. I think it works both the ways. In my experience, corporate IT companies, that's where that's the background I come from. It shouldn't just be an HR initiative in bringing in campus talent into the organization. You should have business or technology leaders or IT leaders owning up in bringing the talent to the organization. So a couple of examples I'd like to quote. A couple of initiatives that we did is I've established campus outreach committees in two organizations that I worked with. Now these committees are actually employee committees run by the employees for the employees, chaired by a business leader. So they become the sponsors for reaching out to campuses, engineering or non-engineering campuses, and providing case studies or business problems to those students. Having employees from the organizations go and become mentors to those students, and this happens through the year, not just in specific. It was through the year. That's one initiative that the campus outreach committees did. The other thing is bringing the faculty or the staff from the colleges into the corporate on a short-term assignment, like a 1 month or a 3 month assignment, and make them part of the corporate projects, corporate IT projects. So they get hands-on knowledge and they go back and translate that knowledge or impart that knowledge to the students when they conduct those lectures in the colleges. So I think these are a couple of initiatives that we did have been helpful in bringing students closer, to the corporate ecosystem.
Yeah. Mr. Tripathi, I would like to know from you about your approach and your experiences, and also what are the problem areas that you identify during the campus engagement?
So hi, my name is Deep Narayan Tripathi, Deep for short. It's been a journey since we've been hiring for our campuses, and I think as we evolve, the problems have also started evolving. So I'm going to talk about the recent most phenomena, the recent most piece that I've been working on for the last couple of organizations. There's this talk of culture fit, right? And there's a lot of conversations that happen that when you get the management trainees, or as you call freshers from the college, there is a huge amount of risk of whether or not they will be able to assimilate themselves in the culture. And and that's really a problem even when we are hiring seasoned campaigners, right? If you go to the market and hire somebody from the for a parallel role, right, when you're looking for a backfill or for a new position, experienced people. So I think one of the ways that we've been trying to fix this or solve this is in the last two organizations, including the current one where I'll really be running the first batch. The screening at the time of the campus, right, has got to be pitched right. It's got to be pitched as per what your culture is. And in my opinion, you may want to have an aspirational culture, but at the end of the day, your culture is what works for you. So for instance, if let's say, in the new age day, there are a lot of people who would want work-life balance, work from home and things like that. And this is not my organization. This is any other organization. But if you know that your organization probably does not work like that, or it's not something that's going to be appreciated, the campus pitch and the colleges that you go to have got to know that this is what is coming through. So we are an organization that appreciates people working from office. We are an organization that appreciates and gives people growth right from a management trainee to an MD over a period of 8 to 12 years. And also the fact that if you join us, this is what you get, and this is probably what we will not be able to provide. Hence, this is not the place for you. So I think when you have this conversation with the kids, with the freshers, with the colleges, with the faculty, they also know the right kind of talent that they can present to you in the organization. Now, what this solves for you is you don't look back and say, this is a new age talent. It's not really working for us. We could have done it differently. I think there was a fault that lied with us when we pitched it right, when we did not pitch it right. And the second part that we are really doing, and I'll go back to what Dr. Batra was mentioning, that there is a catch-22, right? There is, as an HR professional, I've always felt, this is LinkedIn and this is conversations with consultants. There is a group of people who would always be willing to work. But as talent acquisition specialists, we are always looking for people. So, there's something which is not working right. I think, in my view, what is not really working right is the right kind of skill. And what we're trying to do is, there is a huge amount of talent pool available in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. So even if we go to the campuses, now that's the aspirational student base that you have, because this is a group of people who really want to make it big, right? So our approach is going to be to go to tier 2, tier 3 cities, hire people who probably have more hunger in them, and they would want to stick around, because one of the biggest challenges of the management trainee program or campus hiring has been keeping people engaged for a longer duration. Right, our challenge is that we train them, and then after a year and a half, somebody takes them at a higher cost, at a higher thing. So I think these two approaches, going where there is more, and then pitching what your company culture is right, and then see what works for you. I think these are the two approaches that we're trying to solve in the last two organizations, at least, that I've been a part of.
Wonderful,
right?
Really interesting. Mr. Anshu, from you, I would also like to know about the internships. What purpose do they serve, and is 8 to 10 weeks of internship sufficient for a youngster to understand the work culture, and also for an organization to assess and in the whole scheme of things?
Sure, Meha. So before I respond, let the company that I'm part of. It's an Indian company, Novus High Tech, and it's into robotics, autonomous vehicles segment. Truly a deep tech company, upwards of 100 odd patents. The reason why I'm talking about what we do is because the nature of talent that is required in this industry is really research edge application work. The technology itself is evolving, and the industry is at an early to growth stage from the maturity at which it is currently present in India. Perhaps in next 4 to 5 years, it will evolve into a 10 billion plus industry. But for now, it is still early stage. So what it means is, when you're going to campus for hiring people in this domain, the BTech graduates don't have the requisite skill to perform the task for which they are being hired. So that's one of the challenge, just referring to the earlier questions that you talked about. So our engagement with institutes is far more deeper. We are working with IIT Delhi with the professors in setting up a separate chair on autonomous vehicle. We work with Delhi College of Engineering. We work in partnership with Stanford and CMU, so that the best of advanced world and the best of what we have as engineering campuses in India work together in the right courses that needs to be created for the talent in the engineering pool, and then we hire the people from there. Coming back to the question of internship, we understand the question of time to productivity, and instead of a 3 months cycle, we have, thanks to the NEP change that has happened, we have gone to a 6-month internship program, and any permanent hiring that we do at a BTech level or at an MTech level or at a research scholar level who's a PhD graduate, mandatorily we look at a 6-month to 1-year engagement internship program. They come, they work with problems that we are currently working with them along with the faculty. And during the experience that we have had with them, the selection process follows, and we are always keen to offer a PPO. We're always keen to ensure that the person who has worked with us gets the job. That's the promise with which we actually hire them. The idea is not to check them out and hire a low-cost resource or low-cost resource, but to get them inducted into the organization and again let them have a career in our company. So that's the approach that we're following. It's a tedious journey. We know that it's an early stage. We have to partner with academic bodies, and as the industry matures, perhaps the technical talent pool will also mature that is available in India today in this space.
Thank you. Nupur, from you also, I would like to know your experience in talent hiring, and also what Mr. Tripathi has said about tier 2 and tier 3 towns having, that more hunger. Is that also the approach that you follow?
Oh. First of all, thanks for inviting me. Very close to this topic, and I've been in this journey for at least I've been hiring for 17, 18 years. So I can bring in perspectives for the last couple of years, but more so what we're doing in Myntra as well. For us, hiring campus grads is small, and we hire across various job families, is like building an institution together. It's a win-win situation for us because we stand to gain a lot from these campus hires from a business model perspective. And also it's a win-win for them because they land up in jobs which are challenging them and helping them pave the way for what they want to achieve in their lives, career ambitions. We hire across design, which is from NIFT. We'll hire across sourcing, which is very specialized skill set offered by only a very few institutes. We'll hire people from MBA grads, BTech. Then we also hire analytics graduates from some prominent colleges which offer this particular course on analytics, and they're just graduates. So it's a spectrum of talent that we hire. For us, hiring is, for us, it's a very agile company. And the way it works for us is that people come and do internships. They get to experience our culture. They also understand what is the need in the organization. And they go back, and there is a strong feedback loop mechanisms that we have with institutes where they integrate some of the needs and forward-looking trends in their curriculum to be able to get their talent future ready to be absorbed in the organization. So that's working very, very well for us, especially in analytics, sourcing, design. Because we are one of the premier. When I say premier, it's more about the number of people that we hire from some of these campuses is significant, and it's also an aspirational companies for a lot of these individuals. So that's the first part of it. The second is for value for us when we get these people. So in our business model, we are trying to cater to, with our strategy, we are trying to penetrate markets in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. And getting these people from all these gives us perspectives of what is it that is required and what we are not able to meet. And how do we get better in our strategy or in our approach or in our business model to be able to cater to that. And we actually, when we get these people, and we have very strong annual calendar with most of these campuses where we get on the ground perspectives. We also are building an app which is catering to Gen Z trends and fashion trends evolving, and getting inputs from these people help us evolve that. It's work real time. The third thing that we actually, which helps us, is the year-long partnerships, which helps us build certain projects and insights. Like, for example, one of the new projects and what we went live with was virtual sizing that is available on some Gen Z tools. And this is an idea that came from one of the campuses as well. And how we're also integrating a lot of, it's a learning for us, it's been a journey. We're also integrating a lot of diversity in our campus hires. And how we do that is that we have these things called Codeathon and Ideathon, where we don't go to one campus. We just roll the contest at an India level, and it's a virtual contest. So teams are getting formed across campuses. People from various IITs or NITs will come together. It doesn't matter which institute you are, as long as your idea is strong and you're backed with logic. And there are like 5 rounds that happen at various jury levels, and people get shortlisted. And those are the people we offer also internships and of course prizes, and they get to also demonstrate themselves on the job through these internships, and then a PPO is rolled out. So it's a very intense process, but it helps us stay very connected with the on the ground reality. So for us, this is a large source of talent pool. It is also a very strong pillar for our business, and it also is helping us get diverse perspective and making it more and more inclusive. So for us, going to tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities where hunger is more, we are actually moving away from that. It's becoming a more process which is not leading to, we are not letting these biases creep in. We are trying to make it a process where anybody from anywhere in India, as long as they meet the criteria and they are able to meet the bar of what we are looking for, can get hired. So that's how we are making our journey right now.
Thank you. So, one important aspect of hiring and where the lack is felt is the soft skills beyond the core competencies. So, typically, what are those areas which young pass outs need to work upon, and what has been your challenge and your experience in this regard? I'll leave it to anyone to answer that.
Sure. I think some of these skills that are taught in colleges, right? The hard skills, or whether coding skills or programming skills or hard skills, they're being already taught. Some of these softer skills, whether it is the willingness to learn, being passionate, asking questions, having curiosity, the willingness to challenge status quo. I think these are skills that are not. I mean, they're skills that you can't just teach to folks, but I think having corporate, mentors or guides, who can become role models to these college students, they go and talk about how these skills have helped them shape their career because they had that passion to ask questions, to challenge status quo, and that has helped them in building their corporate career. They in turn go back and talk about those as role models to campus graduates or college students. I think that's one best practice that we implemented where these folks, these mentors go and speak to campus students and talk about those soft skills. One thing that we've realized, how we've learned the hard way, is we're always hiring campus talent for the next company, not for your current company, but for the next company, because there's always that drive amongst campus, especially that I want to make more money. I want to make compensation is the key driver for me. Flexibility is the key driver for me, right? Where I get full-time permanent work from home, I want to move there, right? So I think these are certain behaviors that we would want to change in campus students, and I think all these also will become have to become core values, and those core values have to start from home itself, from parenting itself. It doesn't have to necessarily be in colleges or universities, or not even come into corporates actually. So I think these are some insights that I had on.
Okay. Mr. Tripathi, has social media and the availability of many online courses and the way the Gen Zs are exposed, has that made a change in their maybe outlook? And what is it that has changed as far as corporate work and hiring is concerned?
Okay, this is interesting. I was hoping that I don't get asked because I still don't understand what Gen Z is. But I take a leaf from what you're mentioning, and I think Biren, what you mentioned was pretty interesting, right? And I think this is a fantastic way. One of the things, and I'll go back to the previous question because I have a thought there. I think there is a formal way also of how the colleges can actually help organizations get the right soft skill. I mean, somehow over the period of multiple years now, I think a lot of these conversations have become too bookish. And the trouble is that there is somebody who's building a curriculum sitting at some place who got no idea as to what's going on the ground. So, what you said, Biren, just made me think that, for instance, if somebody wants to build a curriculum for a fashion stylist, right? New age world for somebody who's managing a retail store. I think that particular professor, teacher, curriculum, faculty, what they really need to do is go and sit with that particular person, understand what they do on a day-to-day basis, learn what the soft skill is. Because if I read it in a book, empathy, what empathy means in a security company versus what empathy means in a contact center versus what empathy means in a retail segment would be very different. As a retail company, what I would want to hire is somebody who understands empathy for my kind of business. So I think that's one way that maybe colleges, institutes, faculties should really start building their curriculum, and they can maybe assimilate it during the, during the same bit. And coming to the Gen Z, I think, if I'm not mistaken, these are people who are born in the 2000s, right?
Close to 1999.
Okay, so
2000.
yeah. I know I have been seeing a lot of changes. Like I didn't imagine I would ask a question as to do you allow work from home when we were working? But it's surprising and startling to see that when you go for a campus, hire, people will ask you this question. And as I said, I'll go back to my initial thought. We talk, culture is aspirational, but culture is also what works for you. So what in my mind has changed is nothing. What really needs to change is the organization's understanding of, one, does this kind of talent work for me? If it doesn't, do I have the time, patience, investment to be able to invest in them to make them work for my culture or not make them work for my culture? I think if that happens, somehow we'll be fine, right? But I don't know, that's the only thing that has changed, right? Work from home. I mean, COVID has made all of this happen, work from. So thank you.
Mr. Anshu, your thoughts on this?
This is a very interesting subject. So I was there in a campus. We're doing the campus run, and one of the challenges that we have faced this year is that there's a lot of posturing. There's a lot of content that is written on the CV is actually posturing content. And how much of that is actually a skill or knowledge that the person has is really, you have to dig deeper. And then you figure out, okay, chat GPT के ज़माने में काफी सारी चीजें पेपर पे ही वो चल रहा है. So the way we look at, again, going back to the question of hiring and other things, एकलव्य को ट्रेन होने के लिए भी द्रोणाचार्य की जरूरत पड़ी थी. पहली तो क्वेश्चन ये होता है कि डू यू हैव इन योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन द पीपल हु कैन एक्चुअली मेंटर एंड ट्रेन एंड अंडरस्टैंड द एक्सपेक्टेशन एंड एस्पिरेशन ऑफ अ Gen Z and can nurture them? If that internal organization is not ready for the Gen Z, then it would be difficult to actually get them purpose connected and get them to be productive best, because this is a generation which is born in a Bani era. It's very brittle. Their answers, they have a fear of missing out. It's a click and swipe kind of feeling. So getting them to be connected to purpose, it's important that you have the right people in the internal organization who understand them, who can train them and nurture them. So that is the first part that I believe needs to be fixed by any organization which is looking at engaging with this group of people. The second part, of course, is the training that Yadu was mentioning, that once you get them on board, you have to have your own owners with this generation in terms of how do you get them inducted, train into the software aspect. And what we have realized, it's always good to keep them as an intern, watch them, work with them, be patient with them, and get them to see that this is the right marriage fit, and then continue the journey with them. So that's the thought that I have. You have to be patient. You have to be easy with them.
On the other side of the spectrum are the institutes, the faculty. What are your expectations? What needs to change at that end? And what is it that the institutes need to be doing right? So maybe I'll start with Nupur.
Sure. Thanks for that question. I do think that as we are evolving our hiring practices as well as our work environments to cater to various kinds of workforce, which spreads across Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen X, etc. So we also want our faculty and curriculums to evolve basis that. I do think that companies are moving faster in adapting to what the current campus hires or current talent pool wants. However, there is an opportunity for faculty and institutions as well to adapt to that. There are lots of programs that have got launched, but a lot of them are led by institutions. Like, for example, I'll tell you mentorship programs, networking events. there is a need that all these corporates have, and they're launching some of these programs where they're offering this as a service or a product to some of these institutes, and there is a network and engagement that they build and connect to hire. However, I do think that there is a very strong missing link, which is the interaction with faculty and how they are integrating these programs with campuses, how they are keeping themselves abreast of what are the evolving needs in corporates, how they are keeping themselves abreast with technology, and how they're integrating it in their curriculum. And I'll give an example. Most of these outreach programs that happen, whether through corporates or through students, I don't see faculty members involved. At least that's our, and we reach out through our campus coordinators to actually interact with faculty and build these. We have started that journey over the last 2 years, and we are building certain specific programs which will help us address our future needs, our talent pipeline needs. But I do think that the evolution of technology is something that we need to embrace faster, and engagement of faculty in building these curriculum as well as these outreach programs and understanding what the future needs. Because organizations are evolving really fast in this world of technology, and AI has just expedited that journey. So how do we keep abreast with that is something that I do think there is an opportunity for corporate and faculty and institutions to work together faster on.
Mr. Anshu, if you may shed light on this, and also specifically on the R&D, research and development, and how much is faculty in tune with, research and development?
So I do believe that the quality of mind that we have in India is exceptional. The quality of institutions that we have got here are going to compete with some of the best globally. But the speed at which they are working requires much improvement compared to, let's say, how Shenzhen, China territory in terms of science and technology centers are operating, or some of the developed markets are operating. A case in example, we are trying to do a reliability and validity study for one of our products with a premier IIT campus, and it took almost 7 months for them to come back with a proposal to us for a study that could be completed in 1 year's time. We don't have 1 year, 7 months to wait for product validation study to be completed. In 6 months, ChatGPT came out and completely upsetted the market. We are in a deep tech environment. We can't wait for that kind of time span if you're working in tech space. So the speed at which some of the institutions are operating requires improvement. And some of the faculties, some of the branches are having that speed, and we expect in some of the campuses they're moving much better. Our experience of working with private campuses in terms of seeding our courses through their academic councils is much better. They will take a call in 3 months, and then that course, that application project, everything will get approved, and they will be more than interested in creating a separate course on ROS or perception, SLAM, navigation, those kind of things. But to do that same in a IIT or NIT takes a lot of time. The students there are much better. The students are self-learning through their own initiative. We appreciate those students. We get them for our work as well, but that piece remains a challenge. Coming to the question on R&D, we are trying to create a tripartite way in which we engage with professional bodies, student bodies, and industry bodies coming together, and then work towards solving some of the R&D problems that we are facing. For example, in our country, every minute there's an accident that happens, and every 4th minute there's a fatality that happens. Some of the products that we are trying to build here is geared towards how do we prevent accident on the roads. The ADAS system that we have can take control of the vehicle if the driver is not able to monitor, is not in the best of state to drive the vehicle. Take control and park it sideways. And that kind of co-partnership in research is being done with some of the ITs that we have.
Thank you. Just add on to the R&D piece. I think that also is a link that we need to build stronger for the future. Like the way you are saying that there is a product or there is a research that you're doing with IIT. I think I'll just take an example with one of the institutes. We are doing a research on developing a fabric for certain needs, which could be something that could be very revolutionary, but at a lower cost. That kind of product exists already, but how do you bring down the cost and also a sustainability angle? And that is a value proposition that we want to build in our future business plan. So how does that become? The R&D has started with some of these institutes already to be able to do that, but this again is a need of the corporate and therefore it has been an initiation here. How does it come from institute, some of these gaps that exist today, or what are some value proposition, what are the needs for the future, and how do we integrate it backwards with campuses as an area that can be strengthened?
Just want to add insights there. I think there's tremendous opportunity for faculty and staff to to understand their new age skills and how they can prepare better corporate ready professionals. Right. I think one is having making it part of their, just like everybody has goals to achieve, performance goals to achieve in a year. I think making it not just delivering lectures or getting getting good feedback ratings for the sessions that are delivered, making it part of their mandatory performance goals that you need to have at least 1 or 2 corporate assignments in a year, where you have at least 1 or 2 or 3 months of corporate assignments where you get actually do R&D and be part of the corporate environment and get that hands-on experience, which you go back and can deliver to your students back in the college. So that's one initiative I think that we could look at evolving or developing our faculty staff. The other thing is also reverse mentoring, where campus students who have got placed in different corporate IT organizations, as an example, and they're doing well in their roles. These students, now these professionals can go back and give reverse mentoring to the faculty and staff. This is what I have learned or I've experienced in my corporate career, and I think for the next generation of students that are coming out, you need to train them on these skills. You need to make them more business ready by giving them these skills. Right. I think that reverse mentoring also will, for faculty staff, will also help. These are 2 thoughts that I wanted to share.
Final thoughts from you, Mr. Tripathi?
I mean, final thoughts, it's, campus, or, as you call it, getting in the new age talent pool. I think given how we advance and given how we are growing, I think this is, and everybody talks about it. It's a boardroom conversation favorite, and it's also seasonal in nature, towards, February, March, we do the budgeting and then we forget, and then we come down to October and then we say now the campuses are open. I think, this is where all of us sitting here in, as HR professionals have got to continuously drive this dialogue, and whatever we've discussed, and I've learned some great insights from industry stalwarts, that we also will have to take this initiative. So whatever we talked about, getting students culture ready, getting faculty culture ready, and at times, one of the drastic things that I've seen one of my previous employers do is, we continue to struggle for a certain kind of talent. And we went to the who's who of the private institutes and the government bodies to get that kind of talent because our need was immense. And finally, nothing materialized out of that. So maybe some of the corporates will just have to jump and create their own academies and start training people, building and also supplying it to the market, right? I know this requires some amount of investments, but there are more than enough success stories about this. And all of this is happening because there is a dearth of talent pool of the right skill set. So maybe we'll have to do both, keep the conversations going, make this right, because there is no doubt that this is the best talent pool available for you to build your organization from a current culture standpoint, for your growth, for your vision, for everything else that's in future, right? Or build your own. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
I'm happy that we have time for a few questions. So maybe 2 questions. Anybody? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe you followed by you. Yeah. Can you have the mic?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, panel, for the discussion. I would like to ask Nupur about this. Like you told us that you not only go to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, but you cater to the complete India, or maybe outside that as well. So I want to understand how you disseminate this information to each and every city, each and every institute. What's the communication medium that you choose so that it particulates down to everybody in the in all cities, in all places? So that's what I wanted to understand.
Sure. Standard channels, definitely. For example, LinkedIn, our own Myntra website, our corporate handles that we have, which could be on Twitter or it could be on Insta, etc. All those announce this. Then we also circulate this information to all the campuses that we've been able to hire in the last 2 years. So, like I said, we are becoming more and more campus agnostic. So wherever these people have come from, we spread the word. We use the alumni network to actually spread the word. And we also post it through some of our handles who are running the competitions. For example, if it's a codeathon, which is specific to engineering talent, then all engineering leaders in the company will post it through their respective channels, etc. So it's more that we announce the contest, and then in fact, this year we had more than 15,000 entries for the codeathon. And finally, we when I was part of the panel, we had only about 100 people, and that too in groups. So there were about 10 people who actually reached the semis, and then there were about just 5 who came to the finals. So from 15,000 to a group of 35 people in the final is how it happened. But it's becoming more and more organic, and these are the standard channels that we use for communication.
Okay, thank you.
Mike at that end. Yeah.
So hi, good morning, everyone. And thank you. The words were really, really insightful. So what I wanted to
Your
ask
name,
is,
please?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. This is Neha Mukherjee this side. I'm from the Times OOH, from the Times Group, basically. So my question was basically related to hiring a diverse workforce, not exactly about the campus hirings, but yes, we talk a lot about it. But when we see the reality, it's actually not as compared to the talks around it. So how do we actually work around it to have a more diverse workforce, not only related to the increasing the gender diversity, but having more physically challenged people on board, and nurture them and taking the best out of them? How can we make an effort towards that is my question to the panel.
Here are my thoughts. I think, diversity hiring should not just be an agenda of HR or of the top management in the organization. It should be owned by every frontline manager, and it works in both push and pull manner, right? It should become, to hard code it, yeah, you make it part of every people manager's performance goal per se, and say that you need to have this much percentage of gender diversity as an example in your team. But I think it's helping frontline managers or people managers realize the benefits that you would gain by having diverse talent in your teams, right? It could be generational diversity, it could be gender diversity, it could be LGBTQI diversity, people with disabilities. So what are the benefits that you gain by having this diverse talent pool in your team? And of course, all these diverse talent spaces bring their own set of challenges, right? And it's okay to have those challenges. It's okay to have those conflicts. So, educating and creating that awareness amongst people managers that it's okay to have these kind of challenges when you have when you have diversity in your teams, and equip them with the knowledge or with the experience to handle such challenges. I think that's where more acceptance will come when you push managers to have diverse talent in their teams. And like I said, I'm just reiterating that it should not become an HR agenda that every people manager should have this much percentage of diversity in talent, but we should have business teams or leaders own diversity and make it part of their talent strategy for the year. Somebody else like that?
Can I just add a little onto that? One is, of course, owning it as a goal. And I do believe it starts with the leadership and then it percolates to our leaders and then frontline managers. But when you hire diversity, it's very important to understand also as an organization, we are on that journey. All of us are on that journey, actually, because we've made some headway in the last couple of years in this, is the challenges that you will face with that diversity talent hiring that you are doing. Identifying those challenges proactively and highlighting what are the risks involved and where you can mitigate the risk is very important. So for example, I'll just tell you, when you do PWD hiring, and we do that in our organization, there are system challenges. There's an infrastructure investment that you're supposed to make. Organizations should sign up for that initially. And then even when you're making infrastructure available, you need to sensitize managers that these are the challenges you're going to face. However, this is how we were planning to mitigate it. At the end of the day, business also should not get impacted because you're taking diversity as a goal. That's the larger business mindset that everybody will have. I'm okay to commit to these goals, but as long as I'm not seeing a dip in productivity, or as I'm not seeing a challenge, or even if the challenges are coming, how we are set to overcome those challenges is something that we should be working on and navigating. Only then we can create a level playing field. Otherwise, what will happen is you will keep getting this talent, but it will be a leaky bucket. You will lose this talent, or leaders will not be invested in this talent to make them successful. And eventually they will move out of the organization. So it's larger than that, but you have to, that's why it's a journey that you make, that I will only hire 5%, let's say, this segment of population this year, because I can only set them up for success. I can work with only this much budgets. I can only get these many businesses to sign up for it and do a pilot and see what are the challenges we are facing and how we are overcoming. So as you start on this journey and you're able to solve for business, I think that's when you will see more adoption of diversity in the organizations.
So thank you so much. We are very well in time. And thank you so much for your thoughts and for your participation. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Mehaji says time's up now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we now move ahead with the next panel discussion on HR-led innovations in talent development. Beyond traditional training programs, this will be exciting for sure. First, let's welcome the panelist, Mr. Abhishek Kumar, Head of People, Ericsson Global Services, Mr. Agnivesh Thakur, Director, Deloitte, Mr. Deepak Dobriyal, Senior Vice President, Talent Management and Corporate HR, Birla Soft, Ms. Ruby Khan, Head, OD, Talent and Diversity, HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, that's HMEL. And the session will be chaired by Ms. Rashmi Mansharamani, CHRO Wave Group, Chairman CII HR and IR Western UP. Let's please welcome all of them to the stage collectively. Thank you. Can we dim this one, boss?
Yes, so these two are very heavy on eyes. So you can just dim the light.
Can you look at these ones?
Yeah.
Thoda sa.
So they can't see us, but they can hear us. So you can just either switch it off or you can just ignore that.
Works well?
Still guys.
Works well now?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Shall we begin?
Yes.
So good afternoon, good morning. I don't know if we are behind time or we are ahead of time, because we were supposed to start, I think, much earlier, and I don't know how much time we have left. Yes?
40 minutes.
Okay. We have 40 minutes. So, but then we have another session after that. Yeah? And then there's lunch. So we'll have to consider that. So a very good morning to all of you all. And we really look forward to this session. And I'm really honored to moderate this session with my eminent panelists here. I really look forward to a power-packed session where we have a lot of discussion and a lot of takeaways. The subject, of course, is HR-led innovation, innovation in talent development. So the rules of the game are like, I get the opportunity to set the context for, say, like 4.5 minutes, 4 minutes. And then I'll be asking questions related to the subject. And we'll have a little, we'll have few rapid fires in between. But this time, instead of you all asking us questions, we'll ask you questions. So pay attention. So pay attention and let's see how it goes. And I hope you have a lot of takeaways and we have a lot of takeaways also. So going in fast to the subject, like HR-led innovation, let's talk about innovation as such. So technology-led innovation has disrupted actually every company and it has altered the market landscape, right? And if you respond to it, if you respond to any such change, so innovation, actually you survive. That is a requirement for survival. But if you do something in the new, I mean, you innovate, that is the formula for success. So actually disruption brings in the new. And, this innovation era will reward those companies that continuously reinvent with agility, experimentation, and risk. So innovation is required in every field. Now to innovate and to transform, we all know there are three pillars, three foundational pillars. One, you need to get the technology, advanced technology. Second, what do you need? You need the processes. And third, you need a talent pool, right? A talent pool that has a growth mindset, a good, robust talent. Now, the first one, I'm going a little fast, is the advanced technology. You have the resources, you can get it, right? Any company can get it if they've got the resources. Now, as far as processes is concerned, again, you have resources, you can copy paste. But this is the third one that creates a formidable challenge to us, that getting the right people, right? Getting the right, a robust talent pool. Have that. If you have that in your company, if you can build that, then you make that, you can continuously innovate and reinvent yourself. So that's required. Now, coming to that, how you got the talent pool now you want to work on it. This is what the topic is about. How do you develop that talent? But here I'll tell you a very interesting phenomena that has happened in the recent past. That is somehow not totally related, but somehow related to the subject. I don't know, some time back, we had the Great Resignation, remember? This was, during post-COVID and all that, and the ripples are still there. So when the Great Resignation happened, it was not about quitting of jobs. It was just not about quitting of jobs. It was more than that. It was a recalibration of professional aspirations and personal passion and work-life balance. People were questioning themselves. Is this the job I want to do? And even entrepreneurial pursuits. So, people were moving in and out. And then what happened was, I'm not using fancy words. They were there, I'm telling you. Then we had the quiet quitting. So what happened in the quiet quitting was that period, I'm talking about the talent pool. People were there physically in the office, but mentally they were not there. Mentally they were not there. Then alongside, we had the emergence of moonlighting and we had career cushioning, all fancy words, sorry. When this happened, we realized people were looking for alternate income sources, alternate jobs. And right now, what do we have still is going on is the great reflection. People are still questioning, is this what I want to do? They're questioning their, life preferences. Is this job the one I'm looking for? So there is a lot of influx. And what you have is, you don't have the talent which is very stable that you would like to develop. That's the question, I'll tell you. Do you have the talent that is stable over there? And I'm not talking about attrition, let me tell you. I'm talking about people who are not even sure they want to be there or they have, because, careers use all these years. We have been having linear careers. A doctor always continued to be a doctor, a lawyer. Now people are thinking of alternate careers. And so talent is moving here and there, not for any such reason. And you need to have a talent density so that you can work on it. So this is the challenge that we are facing today. And I'm sure all the industry experts sitting here have faced this challenge somewhere or the other, some time or the other in the recent past, and are maybe still facing it. So that sets the stage of a discussion today about talent. Here we are and how we can go further. And I really look forward to this engaging discussion. Of course, I'll be putting the questions up to you. And we all know that innovation, when you're talking about mainly innovation, innovation beats in the heart of people who want to dream, dare, and do. So come along with me on this journey today, next 25-30 minutes, and let's see where we go. I have the first question that I'd like to put up to, 1 second. Sorry, I've got my papers now. My first question will go to Deepak. Deepak, how can HR leverage emerging technologies? Yeah, because like AI and ML to personalize all these talent development initiatives and make them more responsive to individual needs. How are you doing it in your organization, or you can quote anything else?
Sure.
Thank you, Deepak.
Thank you, Rashmi. Thanks for the first question. I have a able set of colleagues here, and I'm sure they will add. I can probably get started. So when we are looking at this whole point of innovation and talent development, the whole point is, what are we solving for? And innovation has to be led by some goal or some aim. I think broadly my reflections on this are that we're solving for two things. One is we're solving for the business, right? We have to be able to solve the business problems and enable the business so that it has the right set of talent, rightly enabled talent, which can help the business meet its goals, right? So that's the first problem. And business, by the way, I come from a software services industry, which is a fairly dynamic area because technology is evolving. So it's a fairly continuous process. It's not as if you do this assessment once and you're done with it. You have to keep repeating that periodically every 6 months to see whether what are we solving for. So one is the business realm of it. The second is the people aspect of it, right? How are you ensuring that the solution that you're giving in terms of whole learning intervention, whether it is solving the individual's problem as well. An individual's problem, by that I mean, what are the individual's aspirations in terms of career? What are the aspirations in terms of competency and skill development and so on and so forth, right? So if you look at the business aspect of it and if you look at the people aspect of it, one, do you have the right solution? Are you solving the problem for both of these people? And secondly, how do you measure what's the effectiveness of whatever intervention that you're doing? And you need to have a constant. And that's where I think technology can enable both those aspects. Tying your learning strategy to the business strategy, I think that's a given. I think most of us try and do that. But can technologies like artificial intelligence or machine learning, all of that help us understand what's the competency and skill gap that is there from a business perspective, right? And that gives us the whole goal as to how much of skill and competency gap do we need to cover to enable the business to be successful. And it's not just for the current scenario, it's also forecasting into the future as to what the business is, where the business is headed. And then look at technology also enabling hyper customization of a learning intervention for people. In most talent development teams are more adept at generalizing things and saying, okay, this is my learning content, it will meet the requirement for 80% of the people, so I am going to do that. So you're looking at the lowest common denominator, which may not serve the purpose for everybody, right? Now, leveraging technology, how can you do hyper customization to solve each individual's learning needs? And it's not just in terms of content, it is in terms of pedagogy and how you deliver that. Some people are comfortable and they can listen, just listening to stuff. Some people need audio visuals, some people need, a written word, right? And they can consume written words. So how do you customize how you're delivering that solution? In what bite size are you delivering it? Can that be hyper customized to each person's learning style and so on and so forth, right? And I think that's where technology can play a very important role to hyper customize that, and then have virtual learning mentors who can keep nudging people to complete their learning journeys. That's where technology can help as well, because it can constantly measure where each individual is on their learning journey and keep nudging them. Also trying to simultaneously understand what are they consuming, what are they appreciating, what are they liking, and serve content, just like, Instagram or Facebook, keep serving content that they like, which furthers their learning journey, right? So all of that can be enabled by technologies like AI and ML. And finally, I think measuring effectiveness, I think those of you who are from the learning side, you talked about Kirkpatrick and so on and so forth, the whole measurement. But really, it's very difficult today to measure what's the impact of your learning intervention on the business, and really tell the business leaders that this is what I've been able to do. AI and ML can make that possible, because you could look at multiple data sets from the business, from the individual's perspective, and then give a feedback to the manager and the individual saying this is where you are. And there's a survey done by Oracle recently where 65% of the individuals said that they prefer a AI powered feedback that they are getting rather than a human touch feedback, because humans will generalize and humans will not give very specific examples. And 85% of managers thought that they find it easier to give that feedback and have discussions with their people if it is, AI powered, right? So I think that's the future, definitely. So I think that's my perspective, Rashmi, on how innovation can aid talent development and talent management for the organization, both to solve the business as well as the individual learning.
Deepak, thank you for your wonderful points. I did note 2 or 3 of them, which I think really stand out. What I really liked was learning strategy to business strategy to be linked, and hyper customization. Thanks to technology, we need not generalize anymore. And of course, the learning mentors and measuring effectiveness. I think that was a wonderful point you said. It was never easy to measure, and all those Kirkpatrick. They're all dinosaurs now. Sorry, I hope nobody's hearing me and quoting me. But when you measure through technology, you have the data points, and then you're sure what you're talking about. Wonderfully said. Thank you, Deepak. I think I'll raise the same question on technology with Agnivesh, that how do you go about it in Deloitte, or your own personal experience?
Yeah, so I'll, because my fellow panelists are HR leaders and I represent business. So when Deepak was talking about business, so I thought, okay, let me handle the business and probably I'll tell you, and you will empathize with the problems, and probably you can also empathize when you go to your organization that what are the demands your business is saying, right? So I'll give you some spin and probably some thought process to look at. So let's say you had given me a talent. I requested XYG talent. So what you did, you went ahead and gave me the talent. When I talk to the talent, when I try to deploy the talent to the projects, I see that there are a lot of fit gap. There are a lot of, they don't know the basics. Now what happens? I have got 2 options. Either say, I don't need this guy, right? Give me a replacement, or do I step up and say that let me try to build this guy, right? Can I be a talent creator? Rather than every time, can I be from talent acquisition? Can I be a talent creator? Can I look at certain skills which will at least let me survive my customer requirement? At the same time, we can enable certain programs, certain booster sorts, so it will help him to grow to that level, right? This is a practical reality, and I'm sure that most of you who are in talent acquisition or in HR, you might be knowing that how business is that, because when I walk on the floor, most of the time my talent acquisition team, even in my previous organization, used to hide away from me, because I used to ask, where is the guy? Because demand is such a way that in a person you will like to have qualities of multiple qualities, right, in one person. This is the business demand, because business requires that. And the thing is that the talent is not there, the things is not there. So what are the technological interventions that we look at in terms of helping that? So at this point of time, example, that if I'm looking at job description, what we used to do when I say that I need a guy, to what first thing that what a talent acquisition team does to the business is that, can you please help me with the job description? Again, a headache. You first write this down, then you can go back to HR and validate it, and then you go to the market, stuff like that. So look at the turnaround time. At the same time, now GPT, the generative AI, is giving you a JD. It takes the best of ability of available skills. What are the competency areas this needs to have, and then also it will look at what are the, and then you customize. So the turnaround time, which used to happen for 5 days for at least multiple follow-ups, few escalations to your CHROs, right? The turnaround time become at least an hour or probably a day. On the technology part, at least. And the same thing, what is happening when I'm evaluating a candidate, put some AI screen, what Deepak was also talking about. The candidate is, screening becomes more, what you say, optimized by using those technologies which will give you a prescription that whether I need to have this guy or not. Right. So be it do facial analysis, or you look at semantics, you look at sentiment analytics through the various tool and understand whether what is the purpose of that. So purpose of saying is that this is a joint responsibility, right? And what we have seen in most of organizations, lack of collaboration, lack of trust between the business and the HR itself, and talent acquisition team itself, right? Because we this is the practical challenge. I'm being very open and honest to this, and that's why we tend to solve the problem by having an effective collaboration and jointly see that if I have a talent need, because if I need a diverse talent need in one person, technology is changing at any point of time. Today I am looking at Java guy, tomorrow I may look at something like a prompt engineer, and in India we don't have prompt engineer itself. And the JD says that I need a prompt engineer which has 5 years of experience, while the technology is only 2 months old. Right? So look at the challenges, look at the dynamics that we need to go and do that. In meantime, there are 2-3 models that we follow. Right? As I was saying that, can you be talent creator? Can I take a bet? Can I give him some risk to fail? It's okay, the person is failing. So it depends upon how mature is your ecosystem is, how mature the culture is, and then how can you bring that upskilling. I give you example of my previous org where what we did. So what with the organization did, they say that each employee, including HR, will go on the new age IT skills. Imagine HR professional was sitting in an organization and doing a course on Java development, mobile development, AI, blockchain, and they all were frustrated. They all were frustrated that why, what is the need? A lot of questions keep coming. They were trained on the Power BI, that how can you use the Power BI to use yourself. Then when we did this survey, again the follow-up survey when the organization did, they realized that the confidence level of entire organization in terms of learning was high. So they spent about $2 billion to the upskilling, entire organization upskilling, without saying that only we'll do tech guy or they did it for all. Now imagine second part in the talent is that if you look at one, upskilling is one. Second thing is we look at how we are going to source these candidates. So now you look at, you might have read in ET couple of days back that large training centers of Infosys and TCS might be looking at a bleak future next time, because most of the organizations what they are doing, they are going back to campuses and saying that can you please teach these guys these skills which is going to be relevant to me for next 6 months, because the time you pass out from your campus, be it B school or be it engineering college, you're obsolete, because the organization is taking a altogether different skill altogether, right? But this practical reality is different. So these are initial thought when we look at in terms of skilling, leveraging technology to help our employees to go as per the learning, because classroom learning at might along with the job may be difficult. So what are the kinds of things that we do where they can enable and they can try to learn at the go, and then look at the interest. So then what I see in a business mostly and probably to all of you, we look at 2-3 things. Okay, when we get the candidate, we look at experience is fine, but we look at skills. The person has skills. Can he convert? Can he solve the problem? Can he solve the problem? Technology is evolving, because when I started to move from HR to business, so I was the SAP HCM consultant, right? Give you just example. SAP HCM consultant learned on the fly and did that, then keep changing. Today, if I don't know technology myself, today, if I don't know how to use GenAI myself, today I don't have use cases, I will never be able to consult my customers in that, the space. And at the same time, I will never be able to guide that. So what is happening if in any of the technological intervention, we need to look at art of possibility, not I'm asking going and code, but look at art of possibilities. In my previous organization, I learned Power BI and then we started creating a dashboard. So now I don't need to depend upon somebody else. I have got the data set coming in. I just create a dashboard to myself. So first thing that look inward, that can I step up myself in this unstructured world, and can I step out, and then can I build a team whom I can trust on these technological advancement that we can do that. These are the initial thought on the talent development for this, because business is a biggest consumer for those talent, and they are equally responsible for make sure that we nurture them, be a talent creator, upskill them, and give them the good career path.
Thank you, Agnivesh. Lovely points, but the time is glaring at me over there. The big one that you'll have put over here. We've got 19 minutes left. But I love this word talent creator. It's something new that I learned today, one takeaway already. And also how you said about the technological intervention, about the JD part was very interesting and very true. we used to spend so much time in making the JD, but now thanks to ChatGPT, it gives us, can make as many JDs you want and, can alter them and, and then the AI screening. That was also wonderful. Thank you for your wonderful inputs. Now, the second question that I would be asking is to Ruby on growth mindset. But before I ask you that question, I'd like to ask the audience before they, does anyone know what's a growth mindset? Anyone? I mean, there's no right or wrong answer. Anyone know what's a growth mindset? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Dipanjan Sinha. So there are two kinds of mindset. One is growth mindset, one is fixed mindset. So growth is someone who keeps on, who has the, the willingness to learn, willingness to grow, willingness to try new things, and basically coming out of the comfort zone.
Very well said. What's your name?
Dipanjan Sinha.
Very well said. Yeah.
Growth mindset is what it can. A lot of times we think this is what from upstairs to what else it can be. Sit on it and get don't know where it is. So thinking of what things can be is a growth mindset.
Yeah, true.
In everything, in work, life, or the design stuff.
Yeah, very well said. So, yeah, somebody else? Yeah, yes, please.
Just continuous learning actively and passively.
Very well said, yes. So, anyone else wants to say, or I want to tell you a small story on this, yes.
Yeah, so it is, I just would like to add into it that growth mindset is looking after the solutions rather than exploring the problems or the problems. And also always keep a hunger, whatever you do. So keep your hunger and fire in the belly always high. That's the growth mindset.
Yeah, I like the hunger part of it. Just to conclude, it's important for us to know, I think we all know it, though there are many types of mindsets now. It originally started with two, fixed mindset and a growth mindset. Fixed mindset was a person who was born with certain abilities. He says, I've got that, I'm good, I can't go more than that. A growth mindset is a person who has certain abilities, but he's sure he's going to, improve and improvise on them. And if you give me 30 seconds, I'll give you a very nice story. I don't know, I'm sure you all can relate with the story and know about it. It's about Michael Jordan, the best of bestest basketball player. He has said, I mean, he was not even selected in the school, group, when he was not selected. Anyway, let's not go back to that. He said he missed, when you have the basketball shots where you throw it up with the ball and all that. I think you call them shots. And he said, I missed 3,000 of them, and he's 9,000 of them. And he missed 300 games also. And he said, I failed and I failed and I failed. And then I succeeded. We all know how he has succeeded. And he failed so many times and finally he succeeded. This, my friends, is the quintessence of a growth mindset. You fail, and then you succeed. So that is a growth mindset. I'm sure, I think summing it up, it's all good. And here we are talking about growth mindset with HR. And my question is to you, Ruby, how do you think we can inculcate this culture of a growth mindset in our organization, how essential it is today, and your views on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll share a few business challenges when it comes to talent development and how do we all of us struggle with it, and also how can we embed growth mindset. And people who work with line very closely will completely resonate to what I'm saying. The first challenge that we all face is supervisory hoarding. I have a top talent, but I will not let that person go because he's my rock star. He gets 70% of my business in the organization. Number two, HR doesn't have we want to play safe, right? So if there's a competency gap, I will still go and buy talent and not build talent internally. Third, no sponsorship and championship from business. These are the three challenges. I'm sorry to say that, but while we all are talking about AI, machine learning, and virtual talent marketplace, have we even convinced business to start a talent marketplace in the organization? Right? And I take a lot of pride because I was a part of a growth mindset culture where we actually embedded a physical talent marketplace. There was a business, there were top talents, but the other business leader didn't knew about it, right? So lack of fungibility, lack of mobility, and then how do you develop them? So I feel as HR practitioners, we need to have a huge tenacity while we talk about growth mindset, and all my people there in the audience have mentioned growth mindset. The reality is that along with growth mindset, you need to have a lot of tenacity when you want to drive talent development within the organization. You need championship from leaders, and that has to be a part of their KRA and KPI. I cannot build talent if I don't have my leaders there. And also building a culture of creating fungible leaders, enabling talent mobility, and telling a supervisor that, listen, he or she is your rock star. Let us move him or her to another business to get the best for the organization. So I believe that's very important. Thank you.
Lovely points and very crisp and very well said. Huge tenacity is really required, and championship from leaders. I think this leadership point we should cover. You can't have any growth in the organization if the leadership doesn't take you through. Yeah, very well said. I just love those points, and that the creating a talent marketplace, the organizations. Well said. So we'll come to you now, Abhishek. Thanks for your patience. And you've been listening so nicely to all of us and wondering. We've got 12 minutes left now. The question that I'd be asking you is that on continuous learning, a little bit on that, with the rapid pace of, the technological change and all that, continuous learning has become a business imperative now. Everybody's on the thing of learning has become so important. And, how do you think organization should, have lifelong learning, continuous learning, lifelong in the forefront of their talent development always? And the second part of my question is, so there are two parts to it. Second is, how do you measure? Yeah, how do you measure? Definitely not the Kirkpatrick way. That how do you measure that? Whether this culture of learning has actually been ingrained or deep rooted, and is sparking innovation in your teams. So two parts to it. Thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you, Rashmi. I think firstly, I'll give you the construct of the company from where I belong. Ericsson is basically a telecom infrastructure software service provider. The 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G of the world. The technology is owned by companies like Ericsson, Nokia's, and Samsung's of the world. Telecom operator like Bharti, Vodafone, MTNL, they are telecom operator who are selling talk time. I don't know, everybody will start talking about 2G, 3G, 4G. Nobody knows what is 1G. 1G was wireless set. So I think for technology is our pulse. And it is very important for us that the continuous learning is there very much in our core system per se. Because we are experimenting with 6G, and in our one of the R&D lab in Stockholm, we are also experimenting with SPACE's connectivity, telecom connectivity, and 7G as well. We are one of the few setups, and I'll be giving you few data to ponder. We invest close to 22% of our top line on R&D per se. So this is one company which invests in technology per se. Okay. And that is why it is very imperative for us to have a very well-defined continuous learning program per se. We have devised, I think, our strategy is very much defined for 2030. Unlike other setups per se, we define our strategy, the business strategy, and then the HR strategy, inculcating the complete employee life cycle management. Okay. Unless until it is entangled together, it's not going to work. You have a talent acquisition strategy, talent management strategy, L&D strategy, workforce planning strategy. And you need to stitch the whole story together per se. Similarly, on the learning thing, Rashmi, what you talked about, I think we do have 5 learnings which are very clearly mandated for us, because what we believe that in coming 5 years, this is what we are going to invest in. Cloud native is there, security is there, AI is there, ML is there, and power skills are there. So the map is very much clear. Okay. Now, when we are talking about continuous learning process, we do have a platform called Degree. It is an AI-enabled program. And it is all the moment you get into a job role per se. Agnivesh talked about the job role and he put all the blames to the HR folks. I mean, he never pondered about what was his business guy doing while recruiting the guy. So I'm not getting into that perspective. When you have to drive the complete people strategy, HR strategy, the job roles has to be owned by the job owners centrally. You cannot expect an assistant manager HR or a CHRO to know that every bit of technology, even the CTO doesn't know. I can tell you, I can watch on that because the technology is changing so much. So I think our strategy is very simple. Learning reach is 99.2% for us on a Degree platform. The moment you get into from a TR specialist to a HR business role, the moment your role is changed, you can go to Degree path. The standard learning paths is there, that these are the necessary learning pathing you should be doing. Apart, it is not related to only HR. It is the technology things as well. And all these 5 skills, what Agnivesh said is very correct, that all across all the 100,000 odd employees of Ericsson, everybody has to go through these 5 power skills, which is very imperative for the business perspective. Now, I mean, how do you monitor it? Simple matrix, what we are able, we are inculcating those power skill in ourselves. And that is why we are not able, because we know software professionals are there in the market, but telecom domain specialists are not there. And we have been able to make that move, that our external intake from 7,000, it has come down to 1,000. And all the internal movements have moved from 21% to 40% internal mobility, because people have done the learning and we are able to give those new project, new technical skills to those people. And any company, if you are having 40% internal mobility in your company, your attrition is bound to come down, because apart from compensation benefits, it is the career pathing which saves the whole talent density, talent market on that. So it is all stitched together.
A lot you said, and I love the first line that you said, technology is our pulse. Yeah. So, like Agnivesh said, that, all the skills together, everybody learns everything so that everybody knows. And it's not only the responsibility of HR, it's the responsibility of everyone. I hope you all are listening to that. And about the monitoring part, and a lot of data points that you said that really proved your point. Thanks a lot for that. I think we have time for one question more. That's on talent density. We've all along been speaking about individual development, how career plans and how AI can help in making individual plans and learning pace and all that. Right now, the last question is on talent density, and how do you build on that? And Ruby, I'll address this question to you and later to Deepak also.
I'll give a context of my organization. My organization is currently experiencing a growth trajectory. We're expanding organically and inorganically. Our need for the hour is to build enterprise leaders, right? Enterprise leaders are the leaders who are a fine balance between perform and transform, someone who can act in the present and also look at the future. While we are on that journey of developing them and building that talent density. I was just going through a research by Conclave which said that 58% of the leaders are still not ready for the critical roles. And there's an interesting article in HBR which says that leaders need 3 things. In fact, leadership development encompasses of 3 imperatives. One is experimentation. Second is strengthening your positioning as a leader and creating that visibility. And third is being aware of your mental model. Experimentation happens through experience. Strengthening your visibility as a leader happens through exposure, and being aware of your mental model happens through education, right? So while we all know about 70-20-10, organizations are still unfortunately myopic to B-school interventions. And trust me, we had a hard time when we had put this from a slide to paper and making this happen with the leaders. We are doing shadowing, where we have senior leaders, general managers who are shadowing vice presidents and CXOs. We have mentoring. We have a huge belief that other than the manager, there has to be a sponsor within an organization for a leader to grow, especially an enterprise leader. And of course, we have a very personalized format of giving education to an extent. And I'll take a minute more. Many a times when we talk about experience and when we talk about what kind of experience, we actually work with experience maps, where we said that there are two elements of experience. One is intensity, which is maybe achieving a high business result, which has never been done by a leader, and stretched assignment. So getting that to a leader in the individual development plan, monitoring it and building that supervisory ownership accountability as well as individual ownership accountability is the newness that we need in creating that talent density and bench strength within an organization. Yeah, thank you.
Before we go to you, we learned these two things from you, which was very nice: perform and transform and enterprise leaders, and experience, exposure, and education. I think that's I'll have to sit with you bilaterally and learn more about this program. Seems very effective, and it's very impressive that you're having shadowing and mentoring done at such senior levels. Wonderful. Deepak, if I can have your inputs, should I repeat the question or you're good?
No, I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
good. Obviously Ruby addressed the leadership side of it, right? How are you going to make your leaders understand this paradigm? I'll give you an example of what we are doing in Birlasoft, and we're looking at, and when we're looking at talent density, we're looking at 3 or 4 aspects. We are a software services company, a technology company, so technology skills are in a way our currency, right? That's what we sell as expertise to our customers, right? So skill is at the center of not just HR, it's at the center of our business, right? And that's what enables us to earn and and enables the revenue, right? So we look at skill very seriously. We're also looking at is there a connection between skill and how people's careers pan out? So what are the competencies and the skill mix that a person or each role requires? So today we are doing an exercise where we're looking at, we already have the skill information, we have the skill inventory for across the organization. We also have our competencies, we have our behavioral competencies, we have functional competencies. So what we are looking at is, one, we are looking at each role having 3 dimensions, the functional and behavioral competencies and the skill combinations that work with that role. So once you have this information, this 3-dimensional information about each role, then we can start cascading this to each individual person in the organization. And this applies not just for the technology folks, it also applies for HR folks, finance, and so on and so forth, right? We will use talent intelligence systems to understand at an aggregate level what our skill and competency gaps are. And we will also be able to do it at a project, at a individual level also. So that helps us do 2 things. One, plan at a capacity planning at an organization level, do a capacity planning based on that information. We're also going to get some talent intelligence information from the market as to what are the skills that are in demand in the market. What are the customers looking for? What are the, for which skill, what is the demand on the job boards, for example, and so on and so forth, right? So marrying these 2 information, we can safely predict where the skill requirements are headed. And obviously, we get a lot of information from our business development folks also. So combining all of this information or this intelligence, and we're using some talent intelligence tools to help us compile this data, we really know where we are headed in terms of at an aggregate level, at an organization level, translate it down to technology practices and then to individuals. And we'll be able to stitch very, very customized learning journeys for each individual. The second thing that we're doing is combining this with the career management piece. So each individual will also know what are the adjacent skills to my skills and what are the potential aspirational roles that are available for me. Going back to the talent marketplace that I think Ruby was also talking about. So people will be able to do this, and we are also integrating with our internal job market. So people will also know what are the roles that are available for me to apply within the organization adjacent to my skills. And each individual can then plan their own journey in terms of what is my aspiration, in terms of where I want to head from a career perspective. And hence, if I want to head there, these are the competencies and skills that I need to develop. And it'll also have a recommendation engine integrated with the learning management system to also project to them what are the courses available for them to kind of develop those skills, so that it's a full circle that we achieve. So we are headed on that journey, and we hope to have this talent marketplace ready. We will do away with any promotions, as we call it, or career progressions would all happen through the talent marketplace. There will be job postings, people will apply for it, and with the best person will get that job, rather than just people within those projects getting those opportunities. It will open the opportunities to the people across the organization. So one, it will help in increasing the talent density. We've already seen some impacts of that, where the skill density on an average from about 7 or 8 skills per person, now that density has gone to about 21 skills. So as almost a doubling of the skill density, and people are, and since it's also integrated with the learning management, and we have a fairly wide platform, which gives us probably the best content available. And I could name Coursera is the platform that we're partnering with on the content. So that helps us curate content for each individual's needs. And so that's how people can stitch their journey and go over that journey. And it has a nudge engine which nudges them on how they're progressing on the journey. So that's the whole journey that we have started. Hopefully we should reach our objectives.
Thank you. And I think Buildersoft is really doing a lot on that. And thanks to the talent marketplace that you started, I think the journey starts here and ends over there. Great. And I love that line again, technology skills is our currency. Very well said. And the connection of skills and careers, that whole thing, I think it requires a lot of work, but I'm sure it's very well done. And it increases the talent density also. And you have that internal marketplace, makes the whole place more worthwhile. And then you have all those, phenomena that I mentioned will at least stop the people from running out. There'll be less of an influx. Thank you very much. I think that shows the red thing that time's up. Do we still have 2-3 minutes or no?
Ask questions.
Or we can ask. I have a question that I'd like to ask you and everybody else. Do we have time? So there is one question on leadership that I'd like to ask, because there was no direct question on leadership. So I have. Yeah. So I'm giving this to you, each of you. Yeah. And if is there anybody who'd like to volunteer from the audience? Yeah. Anybody? Yeah. There are no right or wrong answers. Be fast. I'll tell you what to do. Sure. You can pass this on to somebody else. Anybody else wants to pass? So this is a very, so what you need to do, these are 5 competencies. I'll read them out.
Mike can do it together.
Yeah, no, you don't have to do it together. It's just to be done separately. Okay. So all you need to do is that, there are 5 competencies written over here. We have adaptability, empowerment, technology-driven, data-oriented, and visionary. These are, they're more than that. They're 5 competencies for leadership, for driving talent development. Yeah. So please prioritize them according to your perspective, your company. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Likh do aage. You write down, and then I'll tell you the survey results that I have with me. Yeah. So do your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, done. Keep it with you. Anybody else who's done it? Everybody's done it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is in today's context. Yeah, today's context. They all are important. There's no right or wrong answers. All of them are required. But if you had to have the first one, second, third, fourth, and fifth, how would you rate it? So there was a survey done. Don't ask me where all. in a lot of offices and ChatGPT, Bard, everywhere else, and a common factor was taken. So the top tier is data oriented, number one. Okay, so if you got it right, please mark yourself right. Very good. The data, because leveraging analytics for informed decision is crucial today. Number one. Things have turned. You see, the visionary leader is the last now. Sorry, not the last. It's the third. Second one is technology. Technology driven, because embracing technology is essential for efficient, engaging talent acquisition. The third one is a visionary. You have to be a visionary somehow or the other. The fourth one is adaptive. Yeah. And the fifth one is empowering. Fostering a culture of empowerment is important, but compared to this, it goes a little behind. It needs to be coupled with something else. Anybody has got this all right? Oh, wow. Congratulations. I think business world needs to give him a, please give him a gift or something.
Ma'am, the max I can do is give him claps. This came from you, no? Instead, you should be giving them and all of us, them also something for participating.
Right here?
A certificate.
Yes. Certificate of what? I'll give you a business word.
Of excellency to them.
Excellent. Yes. Thank you. Very well. What's your name?
Santosh Bhagat.
And you're from which organization?
I head the leadership and culture suite for educators.
Very good. Very well. Okay. So there was no right or wrong thing. It was just a survey it could have. And there's time for, we don't have time, but there are many more such games, quizzes. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you all enjoyed this conversation. We did a lot. Yes? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists and also, of course, ma'am, for moderating that. A picture, please, for the exercise as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And very quickly, let's move ahead with the next panel discussion from talent development. Now we move on to talent management. Our next panel is on HR strategies for inclusive talent management, building a diverse workforce. Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Ms. Deepti Mehta, Chief Human Resource Officer, Interface Microsystems. Mr. Dheeraj Modi, Vice President and Global HR Head, Innova Digital. Ms. Megha Gupta, Head of People, C2FO, Dr. Rajesh Mohan Rai, CHRO and Director, Servodec Power Systems Limited. Mr. Rakesh Prasad, the AVP HR, IFS, Indigo. And this session will be chaired by Ms. Savi Khanna, Correspondent, BW People. Let's please welcome all of them to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I think let's just do that again. Can we all welcome them together? For all our friends, probably on this side. Lovely. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. And I would like to welcome all the panelists. Thank you for taking out your time and being here with us. The topic for this panel is HR strategies for inclusive talent management and building a diverse workforce. Now, I would just like to introduce the topic a little bit. When we talk about inclusive talent management, it does not stop at just recruitment. It involves the decision-making process, the policy formulation, and each stage of whatever an organization is going through. And diversity, again, today is not just limited to male and female. It includes people with disabilities, generational diversity that we spoke about. It includes the LGBTQ plus community, diversity in thoughts as well. So I want to keep my first question open to all the panelists. We'll start from that side, Deepti. What could be some HR strategies or policies, and what are you doing at your organization in order to create an inclusive culture?
Thank you, Sabi. Thank you for the invitation. See, I work with just a little background about myself. So I work with a company called Interface Microsystem. We are in the automobile sector. I work as a CHRO. For us, as you have rightly mentioned, the diversity is not only the gender specific hiring, number one. What we do is we have different segments wherein we hire people. It's not hiring is the only strategy which we use. We make sure that whenever the talent is there, that talent has been retained. The opportunities which we provide to the entire, all the employees are very, very different. So for us, number one, the retention part, because this auto sector is evolving and the scarcity of the talent is too high because of the technology which we do. We provide, we have different platforms with us. Like, for example, what we have done is She for She is a platform which we have created, wherein we, for the talent management, keeping the diversity also in mind, we invite the women's which are on career break. We give them a platform. We have generated a platform wherein we give them an opportunity to work with us, and we give them, the internship program for 12 months, which is a paid internship, and after that we hire them and retain them on board. So that is a best practice across the auto sector which we are doing, and we are making sure that another is the training piece. Training that this particular talent which we are hiring is something which we opt for in our particular sector. So it is why I'm talking about training, because our sector is pretty different and diverse sector, and every EV is coming in, and every now and then the technology is changing. Today I'm hiring somebody, and after 3 months we see there is another demand which is coming, which is our R&D team works on, and then we have to train another talent. So we are focusing more on that particular train the trainers, and making sure that these guys are trained in the organization. Third is, somebody, before this panel, people talk about the shadow boarding. So we make sure that we have that talent pipeline which is ready, which we call it young talent pipeline, wherein we make sure that the young talent which is there in the organization is being retained. They've been given an opportunity to think, to deliver more and to participate more. And these are few of the things which we've been doing it, different in this particular sector. Yeah.
Thank you, Deepti. Dheeraj, your views?
Yeah, diversity, inclusion, equity. I started my career, I think, 20 years back. Since then, I'm hearing this, these three golden words. So I think as an HR fraternity, everybody is aware of it, that what is the importance of these three words. And I want to congratulate Businessworld that now after 20 years as well, we are keeping this point intact and we are emphasizing it again, because this is the right fraternity which is sitting here to go and act as a catalyst and promote diversity. So thanks to Businessworld and the team that they're thinking still that there is a need in the organization. So for me, if you have to promote diversity and to get the right benefit, there is most important thing is awareness. That as an organization, leaders, people managers, because there are generations, right? New generation coming in. There are older generation working with us. Everybody should be on the same page that this is a very important. So the most important thing to me, which has worked in my previous organization, is storytelling. Right? You call somebody in your organization, maybe a smaller session, let's say for an LGBT. You call somebody who's a part of that community. They share their success stories. You know that what difficult word they are coming from. And you call any female leaders. I'm not going into a diversity which comes from West, right? There are black, they are brown, they are white, they have different challenges. I think we are trying to opt those as well. But in India, needs are very different. Our maturity level is different. For us, diversity is very different. I think 50% of the organization, for them, diversity is only gender diversity, right? That is not the case anymore. So I can discuss on and on, that's coming from my heart. But the most important thing, everywhere I see is the awareness. If your managers, your leaders, your HR, your engineer is aware of it, that why it is important, you will not have any challenges, or you don't need to maintain those hard metrics about diversity and showing it to your management leadership to put in on a governance, have to be on a KPI. And I don't think leadership or HR, as an HR leaders, we should take it this to on our chin, right? I have a KPI to hire 15%, 20%, or 30%. I'll end up hiring 30%. It is not the case anymore, right? So equal opportunity does not come that you give 50% of the opportunity to gender without thinking about the role. So I think discussion is on. I'll keep adding my input.
Thank you. Thank you, Dheeraj. Megha, your views?
Yeah. So let me, go a step backwards from where we even say awareness. So we touched high level of how we define diversity in India or probably in the organizations. Now, typically some of the major things that probably in this room of HR we touch is gender, sex, color, if you're a global organization, LGBTQ, neurodiversity is one of the topic I spoke in BW last time. These are the usual factors that we think about, or probably nowadays experience as well. What if I was to say that this is only one aspect of diversity that we're focusing on? There are actually 4 aspects that we can start to think about. And it's also about how we're defining diversity, equality, inclusion in the organization, which means, think about, internal diversity. And internal diversity is nothing but what you're born with, which is your color, your sex, your PWD, LGBTQ, your orientation, which you can't change. And that's one aspect of where most of the industry is, really touching upon on multiple interventions that we're doing. The second aspect of diversity can really be external, which means how you brought up, what are your experiences that you've gained, which brings in your thought process when you think about diversity. How many times do we start to focus on, what kind of an experience the person has come in, what is the cultural background that the person has bring in, and therefore that influence on how we operate as an organization. That's the second type of diversity. The third type of diversity can be organizational diversity, which is, hierarchy of the organization, job functions, what works in the organization. Now, if you are a sales organization, speed, agility, decision making, now that influence the culture of the organization. And that's where your inclusion, how you're making decisions, how it is influencing, how people are experiencing your culture. It's another way of looking at diversity inclusion. And your last is the world view, which, how does the world influences? And that's where your religion, your politics, your cultural affiliation to a group, what impacts the world from a thought standpoint comes as a diversity. And that's where global organizations need to put in a lot more focus around that. But it's all about how we categorize and where we focus. I think all 4 are important. I still feel that at least in the corporate sector, we're probably lingering around the first piece of internal, DEIE, but there's a lot more to it. I mean, how much do we put it, categorize and start to put focus is definitely a lens that we need to start thinking about.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Megha, for sharing that. Dr. Rai, what are your views on this?
Thank you, Safi. Let me act as a devil's advocate after listening to the 3 esteemed panelists. Why are we talking of DEI? One side, every organization claims equal opportunity employer. The other side, we're talking of DEI. I see a contradiction, an oxymoron here. Right? Virodhabhasa isme. Right? Secondly, when it comes to DEI, why can't we treat anybody equal? Let's begin with gender first. Right? Why do we have to, like our friend said, that I have to hire 30% women? Why? It's job fitment. What are you looking for? I'm like, are you anybody? I'm like, with all 100% women or all 100% people with disabilities, we are not running a charitable organization. We are running a business organization, and all of us. Right? So the point is, let's first start taking at the cultural level, wherein all of us are treated equal, irrespective of the gender, disabilities, special abilities, sex orientation, or not. right? So the point I'm trying to make or put across is, let's treat individual for the role, irrespective of any other thing. So let's make the person inclusive, feel inclusive inside the organization, irrespective of any other factor. So once we start treating our people equally, right? Equal opportunity inside for internal promotions or for talent management, talent development. Let them be treated equally on all aspects. Everyone should be given an equal opportunity to prove oneself in the organization. And the best one wins the race. Simple. I'm like, we shouldn't be talking about gender or the other diversities we are talking about. So the first thing, like Megha said, I'll go backward, one step back. I'm going also a step back. Culturally, let's start treating ourselves equals. And once if we are convinced, and this statement comes into the DNA or the fabric of the organization, I'm like, we shouldn't be talking about this subject anymore. So that would be my.
Yeah, I just want to add here, just let me add some spice to it. A problem is not to think or hire 30%. The problem is unconscious biasness. When somebody hires 10 male or a female and looking at their preference of gender. And that is the reason we should work as a catalyst, let's say. And that's how, it multifolds and become a target for HR. So the problem is unconscious biasness, but that result to a different targets, right? So problem is not that organizations are not treating people equally, but somehow we felt after looking at years of data, now everybody has our data points and we can take decisions accordingly. And we realized that there is a place wherein a lot of unconscious biasness is there in most of the organization, at least in my organization. To remove that, you have to spread awareness to make sure people are conscious and they are taking decisions accordingly, irrespective 10 female hiring a male or 10 male hiring a female, but most of the time it is otherwise, right? You will not find female centric organization and they are reluctant to hire male. And that's how we have our own unconscious biasness as an HR as well. And that is what we are struggling today.
Have to come into the DNA, the fabric of the organization.
Thank you. Rakesh.
Yeah, so all of them have spoken about DI. And I, apart from what I am, my profile is put up there, I also lead the diversity, equity, inclusion for Indigo. He spoke about diversity, person with disability, man, woman. That's the physicality part. And to understand diversity, I think there is another element. And I will go ahead and talk about what are some of the things, actionables that we can do to make it even more conducive at every organization. One is, of course, we talk about psychological safety. All right. And when you talk about psychological safety, I'll give you an example. And this was in Kolkata when I was in a seminar. And there we spoke about the hygiene for women, especially during their menstrual cycle. How much are the men aware of women pain, women problems? Are we enough and more talking about it? These are the basic things. Okay, we speak about men and women. There is equal impetus and importance should be given to discussions like this. Organizations where there are a lot of women, how much are the men aware of it? I'll give you another example. When my daughter was born and what my wife had to undergo. So I've seen that as a husband and then later as a father. So I know what a pain that a woman goes through during that period of time. And when she comes back, so she's an entrepreneur, and when she has to get back to her business, she had to climb first floor. That's what she did till she was about eight months of pregnancy. And then she delivered and the baby was pretty healthy because she said, oh, I was doing a lot of exercise. But otherwise, post that, when she has to get back to work, because she's an entrepreneur, so she can take her time, reach her shop at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock by taking care of the baby in the morning time. But when the women, they go to work, okay, who's taking care of their kids at the back end? Are there enough of crash? So there is one is from what the act standpoint and what the government says, but These are the kind of, even if the companies cannot organize crash at their own location, how much are the men aware of these challenges? How much are the people who don't know what a woman goes through after a childbirth aware of those challenges? And if those discussions happen openly, then there is a psychological safety atmosphere that will be created in the organization. That's one. Two, that is from, and there are so many cinemas that have come of, I think there was one of Akshay Kumar, Padman, and the things which spoke about, menstrual cycle. And in that seminar that I'm talking about, which I was in Kolkata, there was this lady who was a very prominent, personality, and I'm somehow not able to recollect her name. And she was also deputed by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment to do a lot of intervention for folks, in terms of menstrual health. And she said, it's very important. You see what happens during my growing up days. I had a brother, and my brother, when I had this menstrual cycle for the first time, I thought I've got cancer, because she was not aware of it. She said, I was not aware that, because I always thought that if it is bleeding, it has to be cancer. And I got so worried. I said, cancer, I'm dead, I'm going to die, and this and that. When my mom came and said, not to worry, this is nothing. This is like this is like a God's gift. So now God's gift, I mean, science is, they're defying science and saying God's gift. So that point in time, I mean, she's an old lady. She's about 60, 65 years of age. So that's how we grew up. But now the culture has evolved. Our culture has changed. So there has to be openness in terms of discussion of challenges that women face, and it should not be hidden. Hidden because, it will be considered as a taboo. The second thing, we move on to, I think there is another element which was there in your topic, which is to do with LGBT, with the LGBT. We can talk about LGBT, companies increasing the numbers in their organization. But, this most of the times is seen that the attrition goes high. And there's a data that says that attrition goes high wherever organizations have not done enough and more of sensitization. Now, what is sensitization? What is empathy? Okay, empathy is when you feel yourself in people's shoe. Okay, and that is what is empathy. So does a heterosexual know what is it to be a gay, to be a homosexual? So having those discussions, that okay, it's equally absolutely okay. It's just that the gender orientation is different, sexual orientation is different, and it's absolutely okay. It's not a very a mysterious thing to happen. It's been there in the society for a very, very long time. So sensitization, I feel that's the key towards creating. Otherwise, and then what will happen? The people won't stay. So if you sensitize good enough, your people are going to open up and come out of the closet themselves, increasing your count of the LGBT, just in case you want to do a tick in the box. Otherwise, if you're doing a real good intervention and intense intervention, then these kind of conversations should continue happening in the organization. Third part is persons with disability. The very important thing that I realized when I was intervening and, into this persons with disability, to see how do we bring more people in the organization. And one realization was to do the accessibility audit. So we did a lot of accessibility audit, and thanks to one of the lady, I can proudly tell her name, Lina Sodi, and she's right now in Canada, and she's from BIY, and we took her help, and she said, you listen, you have to be very careful. If you tell everybody we are giving job, there will be a lot of people around, and you might find the skill and the talent. But tell me something, if they come in and you can't provide them a washroom, you can't provide them a, proper floor where the wheelchairs can roll, and you can't give them the right infrastructure where they can have ease of access. So don't just bring them in. And that point in time, that struck very bad onto the head, though everybody has KPIs, as he said that there are these business sense that it makes. But these are the very, very important elements to go to the board and say, no, I'm not going to get in people unless and until I know it's going to be a safe space for them. So what am I creating? When I'm creating a safe space, I'm creating a psychological safety for that person. And when there is a psychological safety, the numbers will automatically happen that need not to be looked into. So what needs to be looked into is the sensitization, impetus on their safety, creating that environment of psychological safety, and how am I mentally able to stay in this organization the way I stay at my home. I should not have that fear of anything else.
Right. I agree with you that sensitizing the employees is very important. And I also agree with Dheeraj that still there is a lot of bias and prejudice that occurs and persists. Deepti, I want to ask you, how effectful if are the employee resource groups, ERGs, or other such initiatives or policies that can help sensitize the employees over these issues?
Yeah, I was just adding to Rakesh's points, wherein he was just mentioning on the point called gender sensitization, which is pretty important. First and foremost thing, we are talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. How many of us, how many of our manager? Because in the organization there are different kind of employees. If we talk about, if I talk about my current organization, we have lateral talent, talent which is there. There's a new fresh talent also which is coming. So maybe Gen Z or millennials, they are very well aware, but other people, they are not at all aware. For them, diversity is just hiding a women. First and foremost thing, one is pretty important, is embrace difference. First and foremost thing, we should know. This is what it is, not only to deal with females, it is the kind of different sort of groups which we bring it on table. Say, as Rakesh had rightly mentioned, basic amenities which are there in place. It was the first job of mine at CL. So wherein we used to have 10% staff, working staff who were really disabled, we were deaf and mute. So we were trained in the induction itself, how to, communicate with them. So this was a part of induction. So we have to make it a part of our culture of the organization. How many of the managers, while doing a performance appraisal, are paying attention, just giving them an education and awareness? Because, it is typically in different sectors. Of course, I have worked with manufacturing setup. I'm now working with this automobile sector. I've worked with IT sector. Of course, the different, there's different strategies which we opt for into a different kind of the organizations and sectors we work for. If I have to talk about the auto sector, people have a mentality only a male can do this job, or female cannot do a job, or a person with disability cannot work. But that is not the fact. What we did, we had run a campaign called Embrace Difference, wherein we made sure that there were different kind of techniques which we opt for. One was, as he has mentioned, train the trainer. Another, first and foremost thing, you should know how to deal with different set of people. The third is equal opportunity employer, equality in pay. Lot many times, once we have seen, we are doing an appraisal. So what is the parity in the organization? That itself was missing big time. So whenever we are having an interview, or whenever we are doing any kind appraisals or promoting talent, you have to see a talent as a talent. You have to make sure that you need not to find a difference between a male and a female. And this is which is happening in a reality. We are making sure that at least we are sitting as a panel, and the fair treatment is being given it to the employees. These are the basic things which we have to put it in place, and which we are trying. Initially, okay, we have to hire for a heck of hiring. There's a target which has been given, as we told, of course, diversity hiring. But I personally feel, of course, there has to be an equality, and every employee should be given an equal opportunity to work, to perform. And so we have seen one more thing, Savi. So in my current organization, where only the male employees are leading all the department, there was hardly a woman who was leading the function. So it's not they do not have talent, but once asked, they said we were never even given an opportunity. Whenever there is a job rotation, this was not communicated. So it is very, very important for us as an HR, or it's not only HR, it is a people manager who has to drive this in the organization. Not standalone HR can do, or HR business partner can do it. It is we, being an organization, we have to drive, and we make sure that we put it in each and every person's KRA. It might be looking a very old school of thought, but yes, in the leadership, wherein you have to make sure that whenever there is any kind of opportunity, this should be given it to all. So this is what we personally have been doing.
Right. Thank you. So you spoke about women leadership. Dheeraj, I want to ask you, several studies, several reports show that India is still far behind if we compare it to other developed countries in terms of women representation in leadership roles, and also at board level. Why do you think that is? What are the challenges?
Of course, I'll share my thoughts, but the last answer comes from your heart, right? She was so passionate about that equal. So why? Because every company has a different stage of maturity. And I would not say India there is some maturity level for India as well. Depending on your industry, depending on your location, you have a maturity level. So you will find IT organization, you'll find there are fair share of women leadership. You go to any manufacturing organization, you will not see, we are witnessing deeply that there is no share of leadership, no seat at the table. So it is all depending on your organization, your personal experience, your word, that what level of diversity leadership and what is your acceptance level as well. Some people think some leadership, some CEOs, they run, a lot of women entrepreneurs are running. So there are no challenges at all, right? So, and then there are legacy organizations. Those also, new generation is coming, new HR coming on board, they are bringing those changes. So I don't think I have a certain figure that we are at 30%, 40% or a 50%, but it's a long, long way to go because few advanced IT organizations are not representing India. Sorry, again, technology hassle. I'm sorry, losing my thought. So not all these organizations who are in advanced stages working in metros, Delhi, Bombay, you will not find these problems are as grave as they are in manufacturing. They are still struggling with sensitization, hygiene. Not that there is nobody on board, there is nobody to represent. So different experiences, different organization, different industry. It's a mix of things, I would say.
Right. Megha, in your personal view, what do you think are the challenges and how can leaders encourage more women representation in these roles?
Yeah. So let me step back again, right? Pre-COVID, 5 or 6 years ago, I went to IIT Delhi for a speaker session. In a batch of, that was the first, second year batch, it was an auditorium full of approximately 100, 120 students. Out of those 100, and they asked me this question, according to you, what can you do? What can organizations do? And I told them one thing, in a batch of 122 sitting today in this room, there were only 10 women, 10 girls in that batch in IIT Delhi. Today, my daughter is 6 years old. She's studying in India's #1 school today. I don't want to take name. In her batch of 35 students, there are only 7 girls. And when I went to the junior school principal and I asked her, why is that? The response that I got from them was, oh, we never thought like that. It just happened. And I stepped back and I said, okay, it happened. But now, even when you're taking the newer admissions, because there will always be some people who move out of the city from Delhi and stuff, why are you still hiring, boys? Why are you not thinking about what's the diversity percentage? She said, oh, we never thought like that. And they now have started. So the thought has to step back from not just corporates and the government. It has to seed into every single act of our life, every single stage. I think that's the answer that I will say, why is India struggling today? Because it's not corporate responsibility to suddenly get the best of the engineers. If IIT Delhi kind of an institutes are not focusing on, are they having a diverse slate of students? Because today, if best of the brands think about we only want to hire from top B institutes, you don't have diversity to hire from. Goes back from school. Imagine class 1, #1 school in India, having 6 girls. That's where our problem.
Right. Thank you, Megha. Dr. Rai, I want to ask you, how can leaders encourage more participation in terms of hiring more people with disabilities and the underrepresented groups? What is your idea on this?
I would like to add to what my co-panelist said in the previous round. That before we start thinking about people with disability, before we even think about hiring people with disabilities or what we call it as people with special abilities, we need to ensure that all possible facilities are available. And I would just like, at the cost of sounding repetitive, what Sad said, is that the psychological safety, the physical safety, the emotional safety needs to be considered first. And all possible facilities which anybody may need has to be provided. Will need or not, that's a different question, or that's a different tangent. But may need, we need to ensure that they are there. And once we are able to showcase those facilities being available to people with special abilities, that's where we would be talking of the equal opportunity employer, and
Thank
just not with pay. Right.
Thank you, sir. Rakesh, now when we talk about women who are taking a sabbatical or a career break for, let's say, XYZ reasons, and they're coming back, sometimes they do not get the equal opportunities when we compare it to the other male colleagues that they have. Why is that? How can that be reduced? What are your views?
The short and simple answer to this is just make it mandate that everybody should get equal opportunity. But that's not that Savi has expected me to say out here. But see, and I'm talking about let's take cabin crew. When cabin crew they come back to work after their after the delivery, after the childbirth. So obviously there is an act and there are certain maternity leave and things like that. But you know what? We have provisioned a certain number in the operations to give extension beyond the required numbers of leave as per the act. For simple reasons that, as I said earlier, that people are now sensitized to ensure that what is the pain of that woman who's gone through the delivery and what will she live with for the next whatever number of years is important. Second, you see, and I have seen that, though my family lives in Kolkata and I live here, but whenever I go there 2-3 days every week, so when my child was born, I could see my wife, so both of us had to be awake because the child is awake in the night for I don't know what reasons. There is a reason I can tell you separately, but the child is awake and then both of us are awake. And child doesn't know that we have to go to work in the morning. So then that's the thing. But for me, it's okay because it's my weekend. But for her, she has to go to her business. She has to go to her shop. And that's an issue. These are the kind of reasons why, in fact, when I look after in-flight and, and when I saw that myself, I went and spoke a lot about it. That, you see, it's not easy. It's, Are, aa jao, kam pe aa jao, kal se kam pe lag jao. Why is she not coming? Let's give her a warning letter. Let's send a show cause notice. All that is very easy to do. Okay. But what is not easy to do is for the other person. And it's not easy, I'll tell you. It's not about the fact that everybody can think the way everybody else is thinking. It's not easy. See, we evolve and we have a very, very different mindset. I'm a psychotherapist, so I know how mind works, at least to the very fundamentals. That every individual is different and we think different. And the belief system that is created is the time when we've grown up. And when we're growing up till about the age of 14 and 15, that's where the belief system has got created. If the belief system is very strong and I don't care for anything else, it will be like that. And we'll keep telling the people, hey, why don't you think like me? I think so compassionately. I have got a lot of empathy. Why don't you think? Arey, bhai, he doesn't think. Because the belief system is different. Why do I need to compel him to think? But the one thing that can compel is act. One thing that can compel is company guidelines. One thing that can compel is the policy. One thing that can make that environment possible is the leadership. So though we say rules are made to be broken, but I think if the rules are enforced, if there is a strict guidelines, and if there is a strict adherence to all the things that we have created, then it is quite much possible, and it is the leadership to make it possible. See, all of these will have to culture flows top down. Okay, it has to be that way. The leader has to walk the talk. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So if it has to happen by danda, or it cannot happen, by your own will, unless and until you have all fathers in the organization to say, okay, all the women who come back from it, I know I've been a father, the way I'm tom-tomming about myself, being a father.
Right. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Like my friend said, policy, guidelines. And this is what to add value to our women employees in the organization. The mandatory 6 months of maternity leave. And there is a free will for next 18 months to work or not work, or to come to office, not working is not the right word, but work from home. So we are also a manufacturing company, but then we have allowed our women employees to work from home for 18 months after their 6 months of maternity leave expires. So it's purely up to them. And we believe that 2 years, or I mean like plus and minus 2 months for a baby, to be acclimatized to all the weather, the family, etc., it's good enough period for women to have again come back and start working full time. So that's where we made that policy and the guidelines that for 18 months they are free to work, choose to work from home.
Right. Thank you for sharing what sir
Just
would
to
like to
add to
Yeah,
his
Deepti.
point, so once we were talking like working with the people, women's are coming back from their career work break. So what we have done and what is going well with us is we are making sure that whosoever is joining with us, or whosoever has taken a career break, we have recruited that particular female or in the organization. We're making sure that whatever has been their experiences like during this break, and what is the kind of you know um what is the kind of what should I how should I mention it, like what happens here is that whenever she joins back, there is lot many things which are running in her mind, like will I be able to perform better, how will I cope up with the work. We make sure that she's sharing after 1 month of completion of her in the organization, she's sharing her experience, how her manager has behaved, how has been the journey so far in the while coming back, and what was previously done. These small little initiatives wherein all female folks are coming in and she's sharing her experience, giving an opportunity to other females also to come up well. Another thing what we practice and we have started just now is whenever somebody is going for a maternity leave, we make sure that we schedule a call with them after 3 months of her delivery. We make sure that we talk to her, we let her know these are the development which is happening in the organization, we value you, this is what is happening in your function, so that she's totally aware and she's feeling a part of the organization. A lot of time this particular insecurity keeps on running in females mind, like whether I will be able to come back or perform, will the organization will be welcoming me the way it was previously. This particular thing has really worked pretty well with us, and this is what I personally feel, and we encourage more such things and more such strategies which we implement in the organization.
Thank you, Deepti, for sharing that. Dheeraj, as Deepti mentioned, sometimes women fear that would they be able to understand what is going on after such a long break. So how do you ensure proper training or upskilling them to keep them updated to the trends?
So each organization has different ways of working, and their industry or their actual work is very different. For software, you make sure everybody gets an online training. Simple. These are very pragmatic pointers, nothing specific. So let's say you're working for a software organization, you make sure they have an Udemy access, Coursera access, and you make sure that you are talking to them. There is an HR partner, there is a business manager. They're saying, okay, now you're working on this. If you upskill yourself, you can move directly to a new job role. You don't need to come back to the same job role. So you make sure that when opportunities are there, you are trying people who are coming back from sabbatical, not only females, but male as well. I have experienced that there are now my male friends, colleagues are also taking sabbatical for their own, somebody for education, somebody to take care of their parents. But we are encouraging sabbaticals if somebody wants to go for a sabbatical. And when they come back, they should be welcome. It should not like be that, okay, they are outdated, they don't know what is happening. For us, we make sure that they have all the accesses, they're part of insurance, they're covered with all the benefits. So they have that same social safety psychological safety that yes, they're part of the organization, they have to groom themselves. So it's all about education. You make sure everybody's connected, they're part of communication. Do not eliminate from your DLs and all that. They're not part of the organization. They should get constant communication, what is happening in the organization, so they are plug and play when they join back.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Our time is up, but Megha, any last piece of advice for the young HR professionals?
So, while we are on this topic, a lot of time I fundamentally believe that, you can't be making a decision for a set of group when you don't even understand the problems what they face, because sometimes when we make decisions, we think that this is what we should be doing for them, and therefore before you do anything as an HR person, and that's where the concept of ERG really helps, that talk about the challenges for the underrepresented group who's actually going through it, because they will tell you what they really face on a real ground level, what are the issues, and from there pick it up to say that how are you going to make your DIE strategy. Because when we think we are the subject matter experts, maybe sometimes we would be far away from the reality on the ground, because their challenges may not be solved by designing a policy. Their challenges may be solved by probably thinking about, can they share what they really are going through, and then really thinking about. So leverage the strength of your people actually on the ground and get in touch with the real issues, real challenges, rather than thinking DNI everybody is doing. Oh, there is a new thing that Microsoft has done or Google has done, why don't we replicate in the organization? I think it's a trap. Get to the reality on the ground and then make decisions around what interventions do you want to roll up for the organization. So that's my piece of advice to the younger folks.
Yeah.
Talk about a study. The interesting study. We are all talking about. I'm thinking thoda sa differently. What I'm trying to think is that we are saying, okay, increase the number of women population at the leadership level, but do the women want to go there? No, I don't know. I'm just thinking. While on one way, we are saying that yes, we want to, but somebody also has to understand that woman, because when she goes through time of when there's a life changing moment in her life and the kid is born, then that emotional thing comes in. I want to be with my child, I want to spend more time, all of that. And there was a very interesting study that I want to share, and this was done by some organization, and that study said that there was a survey that was rolled out, and the survey said it was to male and a female, and they said, okay, you want to apply for this senior leadership position. So they saw that almost 80-90% male applied, and about 30 or 40%, I'm not exactly right with the percentage, but less women applied for that role. You know what they realized when they spoke to the woman who did not apply? They said that I am not 100%, I don't have all the skills that is defined in the role. And when the men, when they asked, why did all of you apply? They said, I am 50-60% there. I will cover up the rest 40% because I want to plunge into that role and I want to take that lead. So the fact of the matter is that women want to be perfect. And then they said that, unless and until I don't know all the skills, I won't apply. And the man said, okay, let me plunge into it. Let me take a leap. And, so that was a study done. I'm not saying from a standpoint that, but I'm just trying to reflect upon that. Most of the times, organizations also forget to check what the woman wants and try to drive their agenda, as most of us are speaking, which is DI and inclusivity and women and PWD and LGBT. But also let's understand what and how people want their journey in the organization.
Thank you. Once again, thank you everybody for joining us today, and we loved having you here. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you so much, Savi, for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I always say this from food for thought. It's not time for food for your stomachs. It's time for lunch. We're moving the keynote to after lunch. So it's 1:50 to 20. We meet again for our next panel discussion. For our speakers, lunch is served right outside, and for all of you, the lunch is served at the back of this hall. Also, we will be having dinner after the awards ceremony as well, right in this very hall. Please stay back for that too. Thank you. 2:20. We meet again. Hello. We'll start in the next 2 minutes. If any of my colleagues are outside, we request you please unko andar bula lein. 2 minutes more, that's it. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. First questions first. Had lunch? Okay. Everybody had good lunch? Yes, so that's why I asked the same question. For this table, no one had lunch? Had? Had? I feel like a mummy asking this. Solved everybody. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Sajid says, खा पी लिया चलो अब काम पे चले. Next panel is on HR tech and talent, navigating the digital age. Let's please welcome our panelists for the same, Mr. Lokesh Gupta, Vice President, Product Management, Creative Software Private Limited, Miss Meenakshi Cornelius, Human Resources, India Cluster, JLL India, Mr. Vikas K. Khoka, CHRO, Shorter Motor Industries Limited, and this session will be chaired by Mr. Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Businessworld. Let's please welcome all of them to their chairs now that are ready here. See, I say this, you've had lunch. You can either go there or we can all go here. Let's please try going here. Let's welcome them again. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Check. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining in this post-lunch session. We'll be talking about HR tech. Now, in September, I was at a Fortune 500 company's headquarters in Chicago. And I'm not somebody as a journalist here at BW Businessworld who covers the HR community. I look at more of the industry and economy. But given my experience there at their headquarters, it certainly evoked my curiosity. And when the discussions in this event was being planned, I told them I'll moderate this session. So while preparing for this session, I was reading certain reports, and one of the reports by Gartner showed that investments in HR tech was the #1 priority for HRs in 2023, and 46% say that these are supposed to increase, right? But that was 2023. It's December 2023 now, and for all media houses across the country, this is the time when we ask leaders what their outlook is for the year ahead. So given this backdrop, Vikas, if you would like to start, what's the outlook when we are talking about investments in HR tech? How was 2023 been, and what's the year ahead looking like?
Thanks for putting me on the first. Makes me feel safer. I'm talking more from my last organization, and I was in the agro tech space. I felt 2023 was kind of extremely fast moving on that. The way it started in January and the way we are ending in December, I think it's tremendously changing its fortunes almost every day. I'm really not talking of the turnaround and the new workforce that I'm hiring, but the kind of mandates which change, starting of the year to the end has tremendously changed the fortunes. And I'm just taking a few examples. When we started, we created a tech landscape for us. What is the space that we need to operate in? Our challenge was to cater to maximum number of farmers across the country. And how would we have our people present in those places, and how can AI help us in reaching there? That was first. Second was our yield itself. How do we can maximize the yield of farmers so that eventually it can impact on agriculture as an output? How technology can help us be there. Third is the quality of talent that we hire. What kind of future competencies that are required that we need to build? I remember working on all three aspects at the beginning of the year. And while we reviewed, I'm not coming to December, somewhere around September and October, things had really changed their fortunes, because the kind of technology which was available to us at the beginning versus what was available at that time, we had to completely rehash our plans and get into a revised caricature. We had to identify people within our own company who could channel this change, because they would know the ecosystem, they would be able to drive that change well, and then train them and get to that. So then we started getting ready for 2024, how we could, create a more robust technology landscape for us in 2024. That's how I looked at 2023.
Right. Thank you, Vikas, for those opening comments. Lokesh, your quick take on this.
So in this case, I am representing the other side, which is HRMS and HR tech vendors. So in 2023, what we observed was a lot of companies that have traditionally focused on operational HR. They have started moving towards full suite HRMS, right? They have started asking for advanced technologies like AI. They want to build performance culture. They want to introduce learning management systems. They want to train their workforce for the modern technologies, and they want to improve their productivity, right? And this is not just specific to knowledge-based industries. We are getting a lot of requests from traditional industries like manufacturing or healthcare or chemicals, right? So it's a culture, it's a shift that is happening, and that shift is going to continue to grow in 2024. The investments, I believe the investments will keep on growing, and the products will also evolve. The products will also introduce newer technologies like AI for performance, for resume screening, for learning management as well.
Thank you, Lokesh. Meenakshi, how would you sum up the scenario in the year gone by, and what's your outlook?
Thank you so much, and pleasure to be here today. I think it's always great to be part of these sessions, and I think it's just coincidence that I was talking to my HR technology person 2 days back about the strategy for next year. I think for me, technology is not something, or AI, what we're talking about, or anything else linked to the new world is different, or it's actually part and parcel of what we do every day. Like I was mentioning to my panel, like what we used to talk about processes some time back, and they are now just part of anything what we do. I think technology is something which has become the most important DNA. I think like what you mentioned, most of the organizations are looking at growing the business in the next few years. India has the next, I would say, decade. The way we are moving into, and the infrastructure and the growth we are looking at, keeping in mind the benefits what we are getting from what is happening in the world, we have the biggest opportunity to scale up and grow our businesses. And we cannot do that till the time we invest in technology. I think COVID has proved us overall that a lot of things can be done remotely. A lot of things can be done in a very different fashion. And technology plays the biggest role. And I think every organization today definitely has a tech roadmap, how they want to achieve what they want to achieve in the next few years.
Right. Thank you, Meenakshi. Now, the same report that I cited in the beginning of this discussion also mentions, if we look at from the employee side, that 63% of the employees, they have some sort of resistance on using those technologies if they find its relevance or it's difficult for them to use. from the employee side, Lokesh or Vikas, if you would like to start again, that what can be done to bridge the skill gap? How can we, overcome that resistance that some of the employees have on that front?
So again, I'm looking at resistance to change as a general human behavior, not necessarily linked only to technology, right? Anything that you introduce new as an HR, it could be a new style of training program. It could be a virtual training program that I remember way back we started in the mid of COVID when nobody had an idea in our company to work on a Zoom platform, and we got our remote sales guys to come, from sales guys to distributors and retailers subsequently. So I think resistance is one philosophy which works. But what you could probably do is create more pull factor if you take more relevance from them. So I think take it from them in terms of what they need, what are their challenges, how you can help them eradicate those challenges and make their life easy. Now, as I'm hiring more of millennials, so I hired about 99% millennials last year, and now getting into Gen Zs. I'm seeing more and more of ease of working, flexibility, life change, work life, right? Being talked very, very openly. Now I'm using technology to marry that and create that space for them to be able to communicate to us. I think this is the space. If we can capture, can really, remove that barrier, and then the technology is the enabler for them for the objectives that they've set.
Very interesting. Any example that you can tell about that, how exactly you're marrying this?
So, we had an idea that, when we took a survey, we realized that people were holding farmer meetings late in the evenings, right? And in the mornings, we used to have a daily sales call. So hardly a person gets one night to, rest. And I think this was called out as one of the reasons of an unrest of that population in our company. And, just by technology, you could assimilate a lot of data and cut down on that review time in terms of reviewing the data, but to cut on to what decisions are you taking or what support that you need.
Right.
So the time of a 2 hours call was cut to a shorter time, while we relooked at the farmer meeting time. We could manage through AI and through automatic data support that people could access that information so easily and come to those 2 points. One, what support I need so that, I can ease this out, and, and then, what is my plan for the next day? So a lot of homework could be done by them with the ease of data. This is a simple example I could think of.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Vikas. Lokesh, how do you see this thing?
So resistance is natural, but resistance comes out of fear of unknown, right? And most of the times people are afraid that either this is going to replace me, but they are not thinking the other way around, that this is going to augment them to be more productive, right? So one of the things as a leader, what I started doing was to coach my teams that, okay, this is how you can use AI tools to augment yourself, right? And one example I can give you is, because I am a product leader, right? There's a concept in product management where you have to write user stories, use cases and user stories. And typically my product managers used to take half a day to a day to write 5 or 6 user stories, because there is a lot of thought process required. With AI tools, they can do it in maybe half an hour, right? But I had to showcase it to them, and now they are using it actively, and the resistance has reduced, right? Similarly, our HR teams are focusing more on how do we train people on benefits of AI tools, right? At the end of the day, these are tools, right? Even Microsoft CEO in the year-end review, he said that these are all tools designed to augment human capability, improve productivity, improve efficiency, right? So, but this is where the organization leaders, right? They have to step in and they have to showcase the benefits of it. That's how the resistance will come down, and people will adopt, and the productivity of the team and the organization will increase.
Right. Thank you, Lokesh. Meenakshi, your comments on this?
I would give a little different twist. I would say probably in one way you could say resistance, but I would say it's more adoption.
I think people do realize and workforce do realize how important it is to adopt technology, but it's just old ways of working that it stops them. And I think the most important thing to bring that change in any culture or in any organization is to showcase the outcome. Data. Data is something which can really tell the story on what is needed and why it is needed. If you see the effectiveness and efficiency of a process or a particular job or task getting 5 times better than what you were doing without adopting a technology, I think it makes a big difference. And this is what we have seen in our organization as well, especially in our hiring processes, where there was people take time to adopt, but as soon as adoption happens, the outcomes of numbers, of effectiveness, etc., goes up a lot. So I think it's a lot about the way you explain or derive the outcomes, and I think everybody realizes we are talking about a 5 trillion economy for India, and we are talking about 30 million tech professionals by 2026. If we all don't adopt it, we'll never reach there.
I'll shift my focus to AI. Of course, a lot of mentions from every one of you since the beginning about AI, and since we're discussing tech, it's imperative to discuss, given how the developments have unfolded since last November, since the coming of ChatGPT, the investments. We also saw a classic boardroom power struggle in recent weeks. How do you see, and actually we were talking before the panel as well, that these two things cannot be seen in isolation, right? If you would only like to start on how the developments on this front, especially with regards to generative AI, has been, and around how these technologies can be used to streamline talent management processes.
I think it's a question which can't have a simpler answer, but I'll try my best. I think AI is something which is the need of the hour. Before I proceed on, I think the only thing we have to watch and be careful is how do you take it further, because what goes in goes out. And there has to be controls, etc. But I think AI is something which can be leveraged in the complete employee life cycle of any organization, whether it's starting from screening profiles, hiring processes, how do you really match the skill sets, to getting people onboarded in the organization, really doing engagement activities, looking at feedback and surveys from the people, really looking at what are the skill gap. I think AI plays a big role, and technology options, what we have today, is really making it completely very different. How do you really see the outcomes? So I would say it has place in every activity or every process from a talent management standpoint in the complete life cycle of what's working well, what we can do more effective in a employee cycle.
Right. So, Lokesh, in the whole life cycle, what are you seeing?
So the way I see AI is a tool that is augmenting the HR organization for managing the entire employee life cycle, right? So Meenakshi mentioned about resume screening, right? So resume screening is one part. It has some additional benefits, right? It kind of reduces the biases that humans have in general, right? It helps you reduce the biases as well. But as she said, it's a double-edged sword. It can create biases as well.
Right.
But resume screening is one aspect. Mapping the skills with the learning requirements is another area. Performance management and data analysis is another area where AI can tell you AI can tell you unique insights from the data, and the leaders or people managers or HR managers can take data-driven decisions, right? So that's where I see AI augmenting the capabilities. But at the end of the day, I strongly believe that AI is a tool that is designed to augment. But yes, it's going to impact every stage of employee life cycle, whether it's onboarding, whether it's general day-to-day management, or at the time of exit.
Right. Thank you. Because how do you see its impact?
So I see typically a 360-degree change, and now as I'm talking about the organization I'm sitting in, there's it's already entered the boardroom and it's part of the core strategic discussion. It is part of, it's an enabler to the business success. And business leaders recognize that, right? That's very important change, which I've seen, this. Second, even to get the capability, and as I'm talking to you, I have immense amount of data which is coming my way. Am I, as an HR, really capable to handle that? And to take right decisions? I don't even know. Day before yesterday, somebody from one organization called Mono came in, and a day before, somebody from KK came in, and day before, somebody else. Now, I really, I was wondering, am I the right person? And I'm really looking at the capability loss at that point. So, decision making for the right tool has to be vested in, a group of individuals which you need to have right capability to bring in. That's second. Third, obviously, employee experience, because eventually we want our employees to enhance their productivity or their life with us, right? To have a better life with us, right? To talk generally. Now, how is that going to impact employees to have a better life, to live, and they need to talk good about your organization. So how is it going to impact their relationship with my organization? Is something I really look at, And I'm also looking at one more aspect, which is going beyond that employee. One is potential employees and other is ex-employees. So that is an area, I'm also looking at, a potential area which this can impact. So these are some of the spaces that definitely need to, be constructed for us to effectively build this across as an enabler for business.
Right. And because I would like to continue, while we are talking about AI, we're talking about its use in various sectors. Then, of course, there's also talk of preserving that human touch, right? For example, few weeks back, we were having our hospitality summit. Now, this was one industry where, hoteliers said that you essentially need a human touch. No AI can come or, replace that thing. And similarly, for employees, they need that sort of somebody to talk to, a human element. How do you see, striking that balance in all of this?
I see it slightly differently because I would not see it as a choice mutually exclusive. I see mutual exclusivity in that. You can still maintain a human touch while, you can have an enabler to help you to, derive. It's like driving your car. You can find the best route through a Google map, still reach there where you are, So I see it like that, and I'm in the Google world these days. I'm in my Spotify world. So my mood, Spotify can test my mood with certain questions and then, preserve some kind of songs for me. I've started using all that. So when I see that this customization in my own personal life, why would it not change other people's life while they still maintain personal touch, right? We do talk of hybrid working while we say work, not completely work from home, but hybrid working. When you still meet, but you still have a convenience of work anywhere, So I think this is the space that we need to explore more. But yes, yet to be explored, yet to be discovered. No right solutions for right questions.
Right. But, Lokesh, how do you see this yet to be explored space?
So it's when it comes to employee engagement, right? Employee engagement, or when you are interacting with a human, right? There is an emotional connect. There is an empathy that is required. None of these AI tools can do that. At least not today, and I don't see that happening. Being a technologist for last 1.5 decades, I don't see that happening at least for next 5 to 6 years, right? But simplest example, I was reading this LinkedIn article, and simplest example is when an employee applies for a leave, AI can easily approve that leave, or can reject the leave based on the rules, but it's based on hardcore logic, right? There might be n number of reasons that a person can get in touch with their manager or an HR manager, and they can take a decision based on that human connect or the need that is there, right? I think that decision-making power doesn't exist today. But definitely, when it comes to augmenting the capacity, AI can help. But going human touch is critical. AI is not there to replace the human touch or human connection that we build with our teams, with our organization.
Right. Thank you, Lokesh. Yeah.
This I recently joined a new organization, and our HRMS tool mandatorily asks you how are you feeling today, and there are 5 of those emojis. One is the smiley and other is feeling sad, and you have to answer that. Now when you get all that data, and I go back and ask my system, what are you doing with this data on a daily basis if you're not using it? So this is one way to capture the data, that how's the mood of your organization. You have to answer to get into the HRMS. So you it's mandatory, and it's like a quick one, so people will not use their brain and then quickly say either I'm happy or I'm not, right? And it doesn't give you any negative marks for not being happy. So how are you using that to be able to connect with people? Is that collaboration I'm looking at is the space that we need to explore.
Very rightly put. Meenakshi, how do you see striking this balance?
I personally feel we've not reached to a point where we have an answer that what is the right balance. I think we are still evolving through the tech world, trying to understand what can technology do or AI do, or what can be automated and what needs to be still with humans. But I think by the time we reach, and probably there'll not be an end, right? By the time we finish this journey, there'll be something else coming in, right? But I think there will always be a fine balance. Any organization, any technology solution, or any workplace which have to maintain, because there are few aspects which technology cannot do. End of the day, what is AI and technology? It is algorithm. It is input. What we have given for this question, the answer is yes. For this question, the answer is no. I don't know if some of you have heard about this, and this is one of my favorite. And it's a real incident in US which happened when AI started off. A soap dispenser which was discriminatory. And I'll take a second to talk about it. So people realized there was a soap dispenser in one of the washrooms, and it was not dispensing soap when there was a black who was coming and trying to put the hand down. And obviously it became a big issue, because whenever there was a person with white skin was able to get the soap and not a person with a black skin. And there was a lot of to and fro happened, and the research went back and they figured it out. The technology was based on the infrared rays coming and getting reflected back. And because of that, the soap was getting dispensed. And whoever had a darker hand or a darker color, it absorbed the infrared. And that's how it didn't go. Now you think about it, there was a logic and a rule which was put across, but it really created a big dispute, or I would say a big issue for the whichever place it was. So I think we need to be cautious. And that's why I'm saying that technology can probably replace a lot of things. And I would say it's more for repeatable jobs, which are more logic based, rule based. But wherever there is, and even now in AI, there is decision making also can happen based on multiple parameters, but there'll still be that one element which will always remain, which will be always personalized by humans.
Right. And, this brings me to the question of ethical considerations. Lokesh, if you would like to touch upon some of these ethical considerations using these technologies and how we can navigate through them responsibly.
Biggest thing that I have noticed being a technologist myself is the bias that gets created, right? These AI technologies are trained on certain data set, right? And Meenakshi just mentioned about the perfect use case about dark skin, right? The soap dispenser was trained on a white skin person, so it only recognized that person. So testing before launching a tool internally, right? Testing the tool becomes critical, whether it is what type of answers it is giving to most common questions, right? Is it showing inherent bias or not, right? And that is one of the global concerns right now as well. All these tools that are out there, whether it's ChatGPT, whether it's Bard, whether it's Claude, or now the Gemini thing, right? Bias is a biggest challenge when it comes to ethical, and because few people have started using to even drive decisions, you don't want to propagate that bias that came because of it was trained on a wrong data set itself, right? So I think that is the biggest consideration. If you are adopting a technology, then you should definitely look at ask general questions, ask, is there some inherent bias in the system where it is favoring one side compared to the other? If once that passes, right, then you can start using the tool and then you can start rolling it out. But I think that testing part is critical.
Because how do you see these
Very interesting. I think I'm looking at the piece of diversity and inclusion, especially inclusion. I've driven across industries which are extremely biased, to gender, sexual orientation, disability. I worked in, after telecommunications, I worked in healthcare, then chemical fertilizers. Now I'm in auto ancillary. I think technology can become an enabler to de-bias some of this, the human mind. I remember when I joined this chemical fertilizers industry, we used to say that our boys in the field, and that's what the lingo which was used. That means we can't hire girls. And I remember one of the villages, we hired local village girls to serve the farmers. And first time we broke that, it could be only men who can reach there, and this was lingo used by the leaders. I think technology is the one who challenges and breaks that. When you want to use gender neutral language, you really want to use more uniform communication across the organization, right? You don't want those factors like this person is from this college or this institute, that's why the person is intelligent.
Right.
So bias for a college, bias for a certain gender, bias for a certain sect of society, I think those, I feel technology can challenge, and you have to model it right, to proportion it right across to the your consumer base.
Right.
But I see on the other side, it being an enabler.
Right. We have 5 minutes left, and I'll shift the focus to the last question, and that is creating the talent pipeline for this digital age. How do you see collaboration between HR, the tech industry, with educational institutes to create this pipeline? Meenakshi, if you would like.
I think that's the need of the hour. And I think it's a big challenge for, I think, the world as well as for India. And I was just mentioning, we need 30 million digital, capable professionals. And what we are talking also about it is by the time we reach 2026, 50% of the current people in the technology world will have to get trained, upskilled further. I think we have to be very cautious about, how do we really create a framework or a roadmap for that. I think so the first important thing is really looking at the skill gap, what we have. I think there are a lot of things we need to work with educational institutes to really see, creating curriculums, really working with them to see how do we really bring that kind of a talent pool coming in. And then obviously the rest of the processes start on how, what, and etc. what we need. I think in one of the NASSCOM reports which have come recently is also talking about that by 2026 or 30, our skill gap, demand and supply is going to be actually 3.5x more. And we are still in a situation today, not even 50% of graduates I'm talking about, and I'm not talking about STEM graduates, are not even eligible or not ready. So I think we can play a big role as a society, as an organization, different institutes, as government as well, to really collaborate with a lot of these educational institutes, really look at curriculums, really look at creating something which is quick and faster online training modules, etc., and collaborating with the larger government organizations to really upskill and really look at what is the first the need and the gap what we have, and how do we really cater. Because today I personally feel in a lot of pockets we don't even realize how much is the gap right now we have, and how much it will be in the next 5 years for the organizations.
Right, very rightly put. Lokesh, you would like to add something to what Meenakshi just said?
Yeah. So to bridge that gap, right, organizations need to partner with educational institutes, especially for internships, right? That's one way of bringing in the talent, showcasing them what is the technology need, right? What is the need today? So during internships, you can you can coach them, train them, and get them ready for the full-time offer, right? Second part is organizations can play an advisory role to these educational institutes, and they can guide them, they can work on designing the curriculum. That really helps, right? So I'm on one of the on one of the advisory boards for one of the organizations, and we meet every 6 months to discuss the curriculum and keep on tweaking the curriculum to align with the technology pace, right? Third thing is talent that comes in or talent that exists in your organization, right? How you're augmenting them, right? So there has to be continuous assessment between skill gap and the need,
right?
Skills that are required and the need in the organization, and you have to design those maybe employee specific or team specific programs to augment them, right? Then you will have a consistent supply of talent, not just externally but internally as well. You may have people who may shift from one organization to other inside the organization because they have learned something new and they can own additional responsibilities, right? That is possible. So it's not just a educational institute, but you have to look at holistically.
Right.
Just one point I just missed, and while we're talking about internships, I think internships is a big thing.
And this time it's been in news because of IIMs, IITs not getting them. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think government has also started this program of apprenticeship. I think it started few years back, but I think we've not been able to leverage that fully. I think that's a very good model or a framework which we have, and if we leverage that, I think it can actually really give us a big, I would say, volume of people really getting into the workforce for us.
Very rightly put. Because how do you envision this?
So, I looked at one of the examples where we were launching our new recruitment system, and we wanted all our leaders to do some work on the system, and I think a relatively middle management above folks were giving it to their team members to do, and they were not doing it themselves. I think I picked from there that how you need to bring a change in person's way of working has to be really taught. You go back to your books, you go back to your roots, you go back to, say, nursery class and teach them. I think that is something which, if we miss, might be sounding very trivial, but it goes a long way in getting that person inbuilt in technology. Of course, we have new generation to be hired from the colleges, and we can define skills and competencies for those people. But what about the people internally? Are they ready to absorb it, or they are pushing it back to their personal assistants or their team members? So I think that change we need to consciously bring through an upgradation work in the organization. And you could talk of any tool, anything which is new is new. First time when I sit on a new HRMS system, I also take time. So I would have worked on 5 more, but 5th one looks so different, and it says, where is this? So I think that basic conjecture of building a technology into the base is very important.
Right. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining us this afternoon and providing those essential tips for what will be required in this digital age. We have 3 minutes left if anybody wants to ask some question to our panelists. Any questions?
tough session after lunch.
Well then, thank you so much. Thank you, panelists, for joining us. That was it. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for them? Thank you.
Arjun, that means that that you explained everything pretty well. That they didn't want to ask a question. But they feel the need to. But a picture, please. Aye. Thank you. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Thank you, Arjun, for moderating that. And with that, our next panel discussion on HR's role in global talent management, overcoming challenges and also embracing opportunities. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Ms. Nira Karam, CHRO, Omega Siki, Ms. Pooja Kapoor, Global Senior HR Director, OLX Group, Mr. Rahul Vij, Human Resource Manager, Radisson Hotel, Mr. Yuvraj Srivastav, Group CHRO, Make My Trip, and this session will be chaired by Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World. Let's please welcome everybody to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to welcome the esteemed panelists for this session, Nida, Yuvraj, Pooja, and Rahul. So we'll have a quick discussion around the role of HR on global talent management and the challenges that we regularly face. So with this, I'd like a quick intro about your organizations to start with and what kind of challenges that you face. And based on that, we'll take the discussion forward. So I'd like to start with Nida.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Talis. Thank you, BW, for inviting us. I'm sure this is a slightly better session because the other session has happened after the lunch and will not bore you. At least we'll try. So I represent an industry which is an OEM, and we also have steel manufacturing, but primarily an electric vehicle OEM. And the challenges, so let me give a background that I won't talk of just global, but we'll talk of the multi-locational because I think we in India has diversity and cultural differences. So we have people who are not just multi-locational, but people who are multi-generational. So we have people from 18, 19 years to 70-year working because it is manufacturing. So people, Indian organization, so you become consultant even after retirement because you actually have skill and knowledge which you bring on table. So it is about managing the whole dimension from having somebody who is a different generation and from one generation to another and to another. So decades of experience put together in one organization. So that's one challenge. The other is these skill sets. So we will have people on shop floor also, and we have people who are very BTech, MTech, and PhD in so drones, aeronautics, and different mechatronics. So different skills. And when it comes to electric vehicle, which is a very disruptive industry today, so the challenges are not just internal, but external also. So how do we manage is something which we have to adapt every day, and we are trying to learn ourselves and growing along. So that's something I have at least for now 2 years and learned in my organization. The biggest, I would say, what has helped me is 2 words. One is cultural intelligence and one is social intelligence, which I think trying to adapt and embrace. Because we are in India are so different that when we talk of global, not very different, I would say, because I think in our country itself, we see so much of diversity. So I think that's what I have as an experience.
I'll come to Rahul. Rahul, you come from hospitality. So what are the challenges in terms of talent pool that you have? And what are the regular things that you face at work?
Good evening, all of one. This is Rahul. Actually, I'm from hospitality background, from Radisson 29, Gurgaon. Actually, I'm from hospitality, so Atithi Devo Bhava. So this is the formula which we are following. So basically, if we talk about the challenges we are facing, everybody knows after COVID, so many changes has done, like uh, I mean with especially with the hospitality industry, shortage of manpower. So these kind of things which we faced. So if we talk about this changes, so how we will, how we come up with this new formulas, right? New strategies, recruitment strategies, right? Selection strategies, training and development strategies, right? So we have to change and we have to think about these strategies also, compensation benefits, right? So if we talk about like if we talk about my industry or my hotels, we promote basically unsung hero kind of policies we have, like who have disabled. We have one employee who can't speak. So recently he got the award from the hotel India. In Conclave. So these kind of things which we are doing, and if you talk about like other things, like in hospitality industry, people are like uh, 0 to VP level. They promote. We train them, and trainings are very important in today's scenario. So we have to change this in strategies.
Thank you, Rahul. Rahul, you spoke about diversity. I think you're working for PWDs right now, hiring people. So with this, we'll discuss a little further in the next question. So with this, we'll move to Pooja. Pooja, we had a discussion earlier, and we're talking about the global talent management. So we'd like to understand that and a bit about OLX strategies in that.
Super. Thanks, Thalise, and thanks for the invite as well. This is a fabulous topic and one that is very close to my heart for the last, I would say, 3-4 years, ever since we incubated OLX Autos and grew it across 11 markets. And also for folks who really don't know the context of OLX Autos, it's in the business of secondhand car selling. And so there is a customer journey to handle and so on and so forth across 11 countries, Latin America, US, Indonesia, India, Turkey, Poland, and so on. So in my head, talent management, if I were to really define it, it would largely be that you train your people so well that they're willing to leave you, but you sort of treat them so well that they're willing to stay with you. That's the summary of talent management in my brain. And for us, when we started OLX Autos, we also were in a journey of integrating two companies together, which came with cultural differences across Latin America, India, Indonesia, not very far away, but there were cultural differences. There were differences with Europe. And then we were sort of establishing a product and tech unit separately, and we were establishing a sales and a refurbishment unit and a sort of, last mile talent unit separately. And there is where you actually realize that when you have to sort of do talent management, you also realize that there are top 30 to 40% of your employee base that will constantly travel. And when they constantly travel, that 30 to 40% needed to be trained really well on keeping them engaged on cross-cultural evolution, understanding what that cultural nuances really meant. And therefore, diversity, equality, inclusion really became a very big part of it. It was almost like you had to bring layer by layer into the ring of understanding what does inclusion really mean, despite the fact that we were in a COVID environment. As soon as the COVID went and there was this burst of travel that happened, we had challenges of time zone matching. We had challenges of sort of understanding cultural languages. We had challenges, and lots of technology was helping us. But at the same time, the speed of decision making itself differs in different markets. And so, when you actually have to do all of that, you have to figure out as an organization, and these were some of our mistakes that we made, but we sort of had to correct them really fast, that you have to figure out what are your top 5 or 6 non-negotiables in a culture. Those ones you sort of establish as foundation, you build engagement over that, and then you sort of go through a journey of mapping your talent, figuring out segmentization of what really will work with that talent, what's the basket of sort of training programs or engagement programs or policy programs that you can offer that will sort of bring in the global talent management framework for you. So overall, I think that's been our global experience, but there's lots more to talk about in terms of, you can start from onboarding and schooling to getting to figuring out how do you increase productivity with onboarding in different markets. And each onboarding experience is extremely different. US onboards with one person in one store and does everything themselves. And India, you need 7 people to man a store. And that's itself an efficiency challenge, but it's also an onboarding challenge. And so you have to go through that journey to figure out what are some things that you will infuse in some locations, and therefore one size does not fit all. So you have to figure out what's the extent of standardization you build and what's the extent of flexibility you can build in so that hybrid and also scalability can be sustainable in the long run. So that's been some of our experiences of managing global talent.
Lovely. So this is a bit too much, for me to grasp right away. But with this, we'll go to Yuvraj. And Yuvraj, you have worked in various industries before MMT. So I'd like to understand what has the experience, the differences between the talent management that has been there, between those and the current roles that you handle.
Yeah, thank you, Tanis, and great to be here in the Business World event. It's always not only interesting to be a part of the panel discussion as a precursor to the awards, but also be a part of a jury and look at young talent, what you guys present every year. I think it's an interesting topic, and I was thinking that, where should one really start from when it comes to global talent management? I think looking at global talent management, one thing is very important to understand the geography which you are talking about. And if you talk about geography, Talis, you'll also realize that every country gets categorized into the developed country, developing country, and underdeveloped countries, right? And if you understand this overall framework, anybody understands this framework, it becomes very easy to figure out what works and what doesn't work, right? All these 3 segments of countries will operate very differently in terms of their statutory regulations, in terms of cultural nuances, quality of talent available or quality of talent they are looking for becomes very different from one to other. So any HR professional, when looks at skills around this and also global talent management, first thing is very important to figure out or understand that it's different. And I'm sure that Pooja has spent a lot of time with people, so have we. We know that Americans operate very differently. We keep talking about the way they operate. You go to the European countries, you'll find people operate very differently. They are very stickler in terms of their time, personal time, discipline, delivery. They'll not, waste time at the workplace, and they'll be very, very focused in terms of productivity. And in India, you work very differently, right? So if you get this fact clear and map cultural, social nuances, as Nida was saying, and also the geopolitical ecosystem of those countries, it becomes very easy for you to get used to and also really make peace with what you are going to encounter. If you don't do it, then I think that it will always become very difficult to manage global talent in that space. And organizations which have talent spread across different countries, In our case, we have people in Singapore, we have in Dubai, we have also in Latin America, many other countries, maybe small workforce, but we have relevant number of people, and it's very important as a job professional to keep flipping your hat when you're interacting with somebody who is based out of UAE, then when you're talking to somebody who's in Hong Kong and somebody is in a different country. So that's very important. In our case, I think I feel that statutory compulsions, statutory obligations, and the legal framework of any country when it comes to talent are very different, and that basically helps you take calls. If you look at cultural nuances as an HR professional, again, it's important for you to figure out what will work in which country. And your ability to look at the root cause of the issues rather than really trying to jump on the solution is very important. For an example, if you are sending somebody from India to take up a role maybe in Singapore or in Hong Kong or in a different country, if you are still operating from an INR mindset, then you are not going to do justice either to the organization or to the individual you are sending. You need to really get into that currency mode when you're looking at that. I think it's important to also do enough research, though there may be a lot of data available on the net, that how to do the compensation benchmarking. But most of the time, people will look at very small little stuff and superficial stuff to really figure out how the benchmarks will happen. Whereas it's important to get into detail of. Other important element of management is you have to be aware of the the way people are groomed and educated in those countries. If you find India basically teaches people to be very hardworking from the college days, the way you are educated, the type of rigor you will have, the type of your preparedness expected that before you hit the job, I think you should be prepared. But there will be a lot of countries, a lot of other places wherein the focus is that you get the talent first and then groom them into the role. And that's why you'll see people may not be psychologists, but they are working in the marketing. There are people who are engineers working in the people function. So it's more to do with the skill and the temperament mapping rather than looking at people coming through a very structured way of education. So I think many nuances, as Nida also mentioned, you need to be aware of the cultural nuances, you need to be aware of the social limitations, you need to be aware of the legal framework, you need to be aware of what drives people in those areas, you need to be aware of what sort of skill sets need to really be imbibed or rather transferred to people. If you create a framework around this, I think for any HR professional, it becomes very, very interesting to map those areas and work on. That's what I'll say interesting.
Okay. So, so after working with Japanese culture, European and American, and now Indian, so 4 cultures I have seen. I come across as very aggressive for them because I talk a little loud. I'm more high on energy. So which is in South Asian countries and Japanese, they feel, oh, she's very aggressive, right? So I think even the tonality, even your volume, even your pronunciation, the punctuation, everything matters, even, culturally and socially. So I think that also is something which we need to be very mindful that people are different there. As Yuvraj said, they've grown up in a different culture. So Indians come across high energy, and sometimes they are also, they may put off people in different cultures. So people are very different. They are rooted differently. So we need to be mindful of even that cultural difference in all these countries.
This, we'll also talk about diversity in the talent pool that we have. So I come from a place called Lucknow, and before a couple of years, it was very easy for us, to say anything to anyone. But recently, I would say maybe 10 years earlier, he realized that there is something that is called sensitivities of other people that you have to take care of, and you have to align well. And generally, when we induct younger talent into the organizations, so that sensitivity is not there. And with inclusion of other genders and women at workplace as well. So how do we cope up with those challenges? In hospitality, that's one thing that you're working on the shop floor through the nights and stuff. How do you manage that? And I'll put this question first to Pooja, then we'll come to Rahul to address that.
I think it's extremely important. And, before we even embarked on the journey of OLX Autos, we are and still continue to be a classifieds company. And so I think our journey for this is the context of diversity and sensitivity and gender balance and all of that was already on, and it was there for a long time, except that it was not very well organized. And so I think the one thing that we did, which was slightly more aggressive in its journey, was we established a diversity council in the company where we had like 5 or 6 people who probably could influence a lot of change in the organization. And then we created ambassadors in the organization. But essentially, we used different modes in different countries that worked for them. For example, in India, we used theater to drive the message. We did not use the tell and do approach of orientation. We did not do the training of one-sided delivery training and some simulation to do that approach. We did theater-based programs in which we called event-based companies, and we created live examples from audiences, and then we enacted them out, and then that was the feeling that got generated. So there was a lot of self-discovery in that young generation, that if I was in that position, what would I have felt? And if I was experiencing that, what would have I felt? So there were the goods and the bads and the grays that come in the journey. And then you take a call as to, where you want to draw a line, what you can do. At any point in time, a person is dealing with 150 biases. So it's practically impossible to get rid of them. But to be conscious of the bias is the most important element of being sensitive. And that's the journey any person can embark at any point in time. You don't have to really be in it to know everything, but you just need to be conscious that maybe you are in that zone and you can step back a little bit. And that was the journey we established in India. But in, let's say, Poland, what they did is they had actually storytelling. They had live people who had been through experiences who could come and do storytelling with them. And so there was a third gender person who came and who spoke why they left the previous company, because they couldn't be addressed as they or it. They were constantly being addressed as he, she. And they were being frustrated because they wanted to be called it. Now, it can be a big debate in the global market that, why is that the they and it? Now, keeping that aside or keeping the debate aside, it was a sensitive topic for that person. And the person quit the previous company. So they told the story. And there were then many stories that came out on such topics, which were more awareness building. So you build awareness, then you create programs, and then you start instilling those programs in your policy. Because the moment you go the hard way on your policy, it sort of disrupts the people's mindset and it makes it difficult to adapt. So unless you build the awareness, it's very hard to adapt. You could sort of, also leapfrog into adaptation fast, but it's really important to create awareness and then some sort of action around it, and then inbuilt it into your policies. A lot of things we try to do, like masking of, I think most companies now do, wherever they do gender balance, they mask company resumes, where you don't know whether it's a male or a female's resume, but you do want to interview the candidate based on a resume. And so we tried that for our product and tech talent because we were not getting enough. And so from a 14%, it grew to around 17.5%, that talent base. So some of those practices were the ones that we sort of induced.
Rahul, we'll come back to you. And when you're talking about diverse workforces, you have a lot of female employees that are at your workplace. So how do you ensure the security for them that the talent is maintained? It shouldn't be like, okay, if it's an insecure place. And in hospitality, it is very important that your customers are secure and the people who are working with you are secure. Just a bit on that, if you can.
Yeah. Okay. If we talk about the security of female in hospitality industry, so now, as I already mentioned, so we already working on the culture, and we're working on the revised policies, right, for females as well, right? So basically, the scenario has changed now. I mean, for female, so the working hours like 8 or 9, I mean, till 5 or till 6. So we have to think about this. So, I mean, if earlier it was like, as sir has mentioned, I mean, the working hours was very like 9 to 10, I mean 10 hours, 11 hours, 12-hour shift. So now we think and we rethink about the policies of our employees. So I mean, an other day, I mean, I share the live example. So I was working with the stable hospitality. So some of the senior people came from Dubai. So sorry, Philippines. So I mean, they worked only I mean 8 hours, like 9 to 5, and 5 o'clock they switch off their laptop and also and went to restaurant for wine and also. So everybody was looking at them. I mean, so we I mean they are working 9 hours, 10-hour shift. So that is the reason. I mean, uh, hospitality industry think about the policy, rethink about the policy. So yeah.
Thank you, Rahul. So we'll move to Mr. Yuvraj once again.
Whenever you call my name, I get
Yeah.
scared. Like,
So-
what are you going to
So
drop?
again, from the diversity perspective, we'd like to understand more what MMT is doing at their end. And one question that I always have in mind, that when we are looking at diverse pools and inclusion of the people from maybe PWDs or the third genders and all that we are including. So what is the kind of ratios that you are maintaining, and how do you source that people, and how the inclusion of those people in global workplace can happen?
Okay, so let me just, I'll make 2, 3 points on this. Diversity, equity, inclusion, it's a very common conversation which is happening everywhere, right? Started maybe around 15 years back when the industry woke up to this reality that, I think there needs to be a better representation of the customers at the workplace. First thing, I think that when you're looking at the diversity, there is a low-hanging fruit in terms of a gender diversity, which every organization looks at. And the moment you talk about diversity, everybody starts going and hiring women at the workplace, processes of hiring people, other women at for the shop floor. That's one piece of it, but it's far more larger than this just gender diversity. Other point, what is important is the moment there are certain initiatives in every organization which should not be left to be democratically driven in the organization. And it should not really be seen as being driven from creating a sort of a buy-in or allies across the organization, things bubbling up from down to up. There are certain initiatives which are important to be led by the leadership. And when I'm saying leadership, the CEOs, group MD, chairman, board, and all. And otherwise, it doesn't really go down. And why it doesn't penetrate? Because these are not the initiatives which directly impact the business. Or even if they impact the business, it basically will have a bit of runway before it starts showing the results, right? And normally businesses will be more interested in focusing on areas which are immediate result driven. So diversity or any such initiative will always take a bit of time to get into the scheme of things of the organization. And these things need to be driven by the top leadership, walk the talk from the top, and then perhaps it starts working in the organization. So that is the second point. Third, in our case, even for all the industries, it's important to keep in mind that diversity does not really mean compromise on meritocracy. Most of the time when you'll go to the businesses and people will talk about this and say, hey, if I have two profile, how do I really equate? If somebody is better as a man, should I not really prefer that person? Again, important to send the message that it's not a question of you are compromising meritocracy. I think that every profile is different. In case there are some positives in one profile, which is of a men profile, there can be certain other offsetting parameters which may be better in the women's profile. So how do you really get out of that initial stage of mindset of people when they get into this false debate of meritocracy versus position filling? Last is, you should not really go against the tide or the grain of the society the way it has evolved. What I mean to say is that in the engineering function, we have around 50-60% people who are engineers. I think as a society, as a country, we have not been able to bring in too many girls to engineering colleges. Today, engineering colleges have 17%, 18% supernumerary seats for the girls to really join. So I think historically, you know that there have been challenges, and now the numbers of women or the girls going to the engineering colleges have improved, increased. Now, after 5 years, 10 years, there'll be a good bunch of people who would be available to lead the positions or be a part of the tech workforce. So in that, taking a target which is 40% of the workforce would be of a women and a 60% of men is not something which is a right way to look at the targets. It's important to be aligned to the social reality, local realities. Till 5 years, 7 years back, still everybody had accepted that shop floor is a place where only men will work. Now many organizations, and I'm sure that some of those would be represented here, things have started working to a state when the girls are also working on the shop floors because environment has changed. So unless social system changes, you can't really take things to the leapfrogging manner, which are difficult to achieve. So I think it's important organizations to look at low-hanging fruits, quick wins in those areas, build on the mindsets of people, and ensure there is no disparity or there is no discrimination based on the gender or the physical ability or the regional affiliations or the religious affiliations and all that. So that's very important. So in our case, coming to make my trip, I have very clear thought that I will have the same approach in terms of engineering function. If I need to hire 10 people from the campuses, and if I have given a target that I need 40% girls in this, and if they are finding that they have only got 2 girls out of 10, I would still tell them that, okay, if you have a supernumerary seat, you go and hire 12 and get rest of the 2 girls as a part of the additional numbers to improve the ecosystem internally into the organization. So I think that there are a lot of things to be done, but it's important for organizations to be aware of what they can achieve, what they cannot achieve. And in our case, I think that we will have what? We'll have around 26-27% gender diversity. At the frontline level, we'll have around 25-30%. But at the same time, at a leadership level, it's a tech and product company. We struggle. I think as VP and above, I think that we don't have any women leader. My predecessor was a woman. And after that, in the leadership team of 10, 11 people, we have not had any women. So I think there are challenges at different layers. It's important to really be solved, keeping in mind what you are addressing rather than really taking a carpet approach and try to bomb it across the organization.
Sorry, I just wanted to add a point when you were talking about persons with disability. There was a point in time we wanted to introduce this topic very, very sensitively in the organization, and we realized that there was a bit of resistance. And like you said, that the fish thinks from the top. Unless you get the leadership buy-in and you want them to sponsor the program, it doesn't really work. It doesn't really penetrate into the organization. So we had the CEO sponsor a team, a disability team that would work on a content moderation for us in the classifieds team. We said, that's fine. You just give us excess capacity of 20 people and we'll work that as wonders for you. Use that as your CSR budget or from wherever it comes. We created that plan. And once we got that, we ran that as an experiment, and there was a precursor for it wherein we had to sensitize the whole organization that once those folks are in the office, what are your etiquettes of dealing with those folks? Because it was not to do it with them, to orient them, but it was to orient the general public of how to deal with them, right? And our infrastructure was not very well equipped for it. So we had to well equip first the infrastructure to get them to sort of walk around in the office or move around in the office. That's one. Second, I think what we sort of tried to do is we gave them a lot of flexibility on time. Our different sort of kinds of people were there in that group. And you won't believe it, it was over 200% of gain on productivity than a normal person in that team. And then they realized what things they could change to increase the productivity of the rest of the group. What are the tools that they could invent to increase the productivity of the rest of the group? So there were so many things that you could do, but because you're in a rut and you don't bring innovative thinking into it, because you're in that race of trying to do the same thing again and again with the same people, you don't break the monotony of cracking codes. And that was the change that we did. And to your point, of not having women in the leadership team. I think this is my 12th year in a row that I've been the single woman on the leadership team. And unfortunately, it's HR. So it's like, oh, you're in HR, so you had to be here. But the fact of the matter is that when you're thick and thin into the business, you're driving that business decision. And so it's extremely important. So as people in HR also, we are very, very invested with that objective to drive the balance, not only at the masses, but also in the senior leadership, because that's where decision making sits. If we are not able to influence that, I think we sort of struggle in that space. And so we also need to try a little bit more to infuse the change.
You're talking about larger organizations where you have representation in leadership by women. I'll give you one small example. This is my personal experience. I was running a training company back in 2013, and the Sexual Harassment Act came up, and in that we are trying to approach organizations that this is a mandate that you have to, comply with it and do the trainings and stuff. So some of the organizations which were in SMEs, their owners responded that we don't need this because now we have stopped hiring women. So this is how compliance goes against, some good thing that is supposed to happen. So with this, Nida, I would like you to address, as you are also leading the HR role. So how do you look at making more inclusive workplace for at least for women, and the third gender is obviously the next step in.
Thank you. So first of all, I think we stereotype. We stereotype that HR is women, and that's where the leadership stops there. That okay, you have a CHRO, head of HR, she's women. So what I did at least so my fundamental says keep it simple, keep it agile, don't don't unnecessarily complicate it. In my team, being in HR, there were more women, so I had to bring diversity, hiring men first in HR team. So I think that we stereotype that way. That okay, fine, it is shop floor. Don't hire women; it won't be safe. Don't hire a different language because you are operating a factory or a manufacturing facility in Pune, Chakan, or in Faridabad in interiors. So what we did in Pune, we actually sent our people from Faridabad. So we did not hire local Pune people, so that we have people. Internal mobility was very important. However, in terms of shop floor, what Yuvraj just said, unnecessary, don't beat meritocracy. Don't hire women or anybody else or third generation or disabled or special person because you have to tick in the box. Hire when you can take care of them, when you can find productivity, when you can actually from the first to the last person encourage them. That's very important. So that's where I think we are keeping it simple. We are not trying to just do it for the heck of it. We are hiring more people from different. So for example, we have in Faridabad, we have people who are multilingual, people who are from, so we have people in Haryana working from, who actually, when they came, they did not speak Hindi. And people had to work because they were heading R&D or they were heading service. So our service head today is actually a Karnataka person. People are learning him and he's learning, the Hindi language. So both ways, we have given him time. So that's one example. The other example was Pune, where, very typical local people might be successful. But that's what we have tried doing it. And multi-generational. So we have the young generation of 19-year, and then we have 65-year-old in the same. We are trying to be flexible, customize, but there are core foundation, which is non-negotiable. And rest is flexible. We can't fit everybody in the same box. We have different programs, different initiatives. However, there are non-negotiable core values, which everyone falls same. So I think keeping it simple.
I'd come back to you with the final remark that you have about global talent management and what are the opportunities. Just a quick answer because we are about to close the panel now.
Everybody wants it, but we also, so PwC did one survey. I think there's a report that 75 people says that they're conscious, they want to promote diversity. Out of those 75%, only 32% said it hinders the growth. So I think keep it simple, be flexible, find out what is most important, non-negotiable, rest, customize. Keep flowing. Keep it simple.
Thank you. Rahul, your closing remarks.
As ma'am has said about the female part, like government has also, said about the 30% of the total manpower of in hospitality industry of female. So we also working on this, but if we talk about the back end, like HM colleges, so parents are not interested to to encourage their children to get admission in hospitality or HM. So this is the challenge which we are facing. So concluding point, like we need to think about selection. Recruitment policy. We need to rethink about culture. We need to think about training part also. So yeah, we have to work on that.
Thank you, Rahul. So, Pooja, your closing remarks.
Look, I think from an opportunities standpoint, if you were to look at the global workforce, I think distances have shortened, connection has increased. There's more technology that you can leverage to sort of manage your talent brilliantly. And therefore, I think you should latch on if you have the ability and capability to upskill. Like I said in the beginning, that you have to train your people so well that they're willing to leave you, but you have to treat them really well so that they're willing to stay with you. And in the process, I think leverage AI to improve experiences, leverage generative AI to sort of increase the learnability, increase the skill quotient of your organization, and therefore free up talent to do much more innovative work, because the market is growing in terms of different opportunities. And so the same things are not working anymore. And the ability to break that barrier is extremely important. And therefore, I think that's one area that I think I would look up to in the next 10 years, of how technology of artificial intelligence or AGI is really going to make the difference in this sector of change of skill management.
So I'll sum up once Yuvraj has given his comments. You want to take questions?
No, I'm saying that if you have any questions, you can take from audience, or I'll save you some time by keeping my closing
it's up to you.
remarks.
So do we have any questions from the audience?
Yeah, hi. Thank you. Thank you for all your comments. Just a quick question on numbers that we look at, especially when you're talking about D&I. As you rightly said, the definition of inclusion has increased, but what do you do about just taking one aspect of it, which is women, the leadership positions and women on board? So if you look at women on board, we are still at 19-20%, and that also because of corporate laws. If you look at women on leadership positions, you yourself gave the example of your company, but it is dismal in terms of 14% average national, numbers. So what is it as not just HR, but the entire ecosystem that should be done? Because we always talk about what's not happening, but what are those three things that we should do?
It's a very, very good question. I think that you're right. See, at the top leadership level, how you really increase numbers, it's not important for you to, always look at those numbers coming from outside. Because when you look at the leadership teams, a lot of times organizations are also very, very keen to get people who are culturally aligned with the organization, because the whole current flows from there. So you need to have the right set of people. I think as organization, it's good to really work at the grassroots to ensure that the right talent is getting groomed into the organization. Till few years back, if I had to really look at my -3 or -4 levels, we had huge number of people. -2, -1, we did not have people at a leadership level. I think those numbers have flourished. And now we are saying that only it's a matter of time wherein you reach to the level wherein you also have leadership team representation of a women representation. So I think it's only a matter of time when you reach to that. And as far as HR is concerned, I think one should always advocate this process. Many times HR professionals themselves are very skeptical about the whole DEI as a concept. And the audience is very perceptive. The moment business or anyone senses that your own commitment and conviction is weak, then what happens? The negative energy flows into the system. It doesn't really take off the way you would like it to really be taking off. Like talent management, training, learning, development. I think clear conviction comes from the HR professionals, HR teams. When it comes to DEI, you'll see most of the time, and with all due respect to everybody in every function, most of the time, in case somebody has some time available or somebody is not in position to do any mainstream role, within HR also it will be considered as a DEI somebody is driving, which is not immediately resulting. So I think, how do you really make DEI also as a mainstream role within HR teams? Today you talk about compensation and benefit, you talk about talent management, you talk about talent acquisition. Do you also talk it in the same breath when it comes to DEI as an initiative? I also feel that it's important that DEI should not really be driven by the organizational HR function as such. It's important for it to really have a council, as Pooja was talking about. There needs to be a larger, when it comes to cost management in the organization or cost efficiency. Is it that only finance function works? It doesn't. Everybody starts working on it, right? Every function. So in the similar way, when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, in our case, we have a CTO who's driving it. And CTO has a team of 10 people who are from different functions. I'm not a part of it. From a couple of people from my team are the supporters, facilitators, but I completely keep myself out of it. And I don't want it to be seen as a HR metric. I want it to be seen as an organizational metric. And you need to get the right people to do that. And we included people in DI after taking their applications, that who all are interested in coming and becoming a part of the council. So if you are interested, you think that you can create an impact, please come and join. And then we met people and then made a team of 10. So that becomes far more inclusive and also highly statured in terms of an organization. So I think HR can really create that sort of a culture, processes, and be patient where it can really take you over a period of time. It is not a quick fix. You can't do it in a year's time. You need to have a journey defined for it. That's how I'll answer. Long answer to a short question. In fact, when I was, my founder was saying, "Yaar, koi L team mein, leadership team mein hai nahi for last so many years. Yuvraj, let's hire somebody, will see that what sort of roles are available. If you don't do it, then I'll have to ask you to go through a gender change, then it can happen." So I think it can go to that extent, but reality is that you need to ensure that meritocracy is given due credence.
And I think you made a very valid point on the board inclusion as well. But I think beyond the government, regulations, it's also important for women to make themselves present and visible. Nothing is going to come like a hot pot to you and, you're going to sit and drink your tea. You also will have to work towards it. And so I think it has to be a marriage of the two events to come together. Number one. But number two, I think, I don't know how right the data is, but I think there are 2,000 or 3,000 independent director churns that are going to happen in the next few months or something like that. I've been hearing that. I don't know. I truly myself also would like to participate in that journey. But the fact of the matter is, how many people really know about it? How many people really know how do you actually become an independent director or how do you get onto the board? Itself is not very clear to people. And unless you get to that level of awareness, you don't know. And it all boils down to the fact is, once there's awareness, there will be action. If there isn't awareness, there won't be any action. So I guess, as responsible corporate citizens, we also have to infuse a little bit more awareness and create that versus. And if there are boards where there are family members, then probably they will have to propagate that for an outside audience to come and join the board.
I'll only conclude. So I think it is about fair opportunities and chances. People have to grasp. People have to grab those opportunities. There should be fair opportunities for everybody, every gender, irrespective of gender or whatever, nationality. People should come up and take that. That awareness and innovation has to go away and awareness has to come.
Thanks, Priyanka, for extending our session. So with this, I would like to thank my panelists, Yuvraj, Priya, Pooja, Rahul, and Nida. Thanks for joining us. And Yuvraj, I'll be asking Savi to have a piece curated on the discussion that we had. She'll call you up and take the votes for this.
Thank you. In the front, please. Can you please have a huge applause for all our panelists? Also, Talis for asking that. Also for ma'am for sort of putting your views forward and also turning that into a question. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Talis, for doing that. Now, before we move ahead with our last panel discussion for the day, we have a keynote address on strategic talent planning, a roadmap for future growth. So we've discussed on inclusivity. We've talked about bringing in tech, how to manage a workforce, what more to do for them, the training modules, etc., etc., etc. But what exactly is the way forward? How do you build and work towards and on that roadmap? To talk on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage, once the stage is cleared, Dr. C. Jayakumar, Executive Vice President and Head, Corporate HR CHRO, Larsen and Toubro Limited. And after this, we shall have the panel discussion. And after that, yet another keynote by another senior gentleman, and then the awards await us. How many we have for the award ceremony? This is 40 under 40, right, Reeti? They all look like 20 under 20. I just got all are here for the so I framed it wrong. You all here for the award ceremony? Okay. How many of you think you won the award? हाँ तो सोचने में क्या जाता है? No, हम mom says कि तुमको the biggest mistake that at least we make is मुझको लगा कि ऐसा हो सकता था. All those things, but okay. इस बात में कोई शंका, कोई लगना लगाना नहीं है. There are next keynote speakers here. Let's please welcome on stage once again, Dr. C. Jayakumar, everybody. Can we get a, you want to hand mic or call a mic, please? And then you just I'll just bring it. Yeah. Good evening. Sorry, you just switch it up. No, so say something.
On? Yeah. Good evening. Extremely happy to be here. Thank you, Dr. Batra, BW Businessworld for giving me this opportunity. The topic is on strategic talent management. Before we start, India is booming. 5 trillion economy by 2025-26. Each of the states are talking about 1 trillion economy. Surprisingly, or very, very pleasant surprise, last quarter the GDP was, though it was planned 6.8 or 6.7, it was 7.6 for the second quarter. And people are talking about 30 trillion economy by next 25 years, that by 2047. So people who are now in the 20s and 30s, next 20 years going to be amazing. And you'll see a totally different India, different setup altogether. So, plus government has also taken so many steps. Make in India program, Atmanirbhar Bharat, investment in infrastructure, investment in defense, whole lot of infrastructure projects. L&T is into EPC projects, and today our order backlog is 4 lakh crores. And our strike rate is hardly 20%. So that means around 3 times, 4 times jobs are there with our competitors also. So much of infrastructure projects are happening. So much of manufacturing is happening. So much of things are happening in defense. Investment of around 100 million invested in semiconductor business by government. Today or tomorrow, I think they are going to bring in PLI for manufacturing of electrolyzers, green hydrogen, etc. Only one thing will stop all of us, all the companies, is the talent. Getting the right talent, qualified talent, skilled talent, that will be the only one constraint which will stop us from growing. So the role of HR managers becomes very, very important. Whether you take trainees and train them or skill them, multi-skill them, reskill them, use digital, use leadership, use whatever method it is, get them to become productive. We also entered into very different types of business. We are into supply chain and finance, we are into edutech, we are into semiconductors in L&T, we are into green hydrogen, manufacturing of electrolyzers, all the areas, so that we are rearranging the portfolio for keeping almost the strategic plan is to double the revenue within the next 4 to 5 years. Being said that, the competition is enormous. This is the type of competition, and most of this government investments projects are L1 technology. You know what is L1 technology? The lowest bidder will get. So maybe there is a technology pre-qualification, but finally the person who quotes low will get the job. So it's a huge competition there. Once you secure the job, then we have to do all those things to ensure you somehow you reduce the cost, reduce the time, because time is the essence of the contract in a EPC business or in a manufacturing, wherever it is, because your overheads will go. So quicker you manufacture and send the product out, that saves your cost, overhead cost. And how do you add value to your customer? And you have different levers. You have manpower, you have material, you have design, you have value engineering, whatever you call, you have different things to do and ensure that you take the top line and bottom line up. But there is also a lot of disruption happening. I don't know, everybody was seeing the shares going up, but suddenly today I saw some 300, 400 points down today. Many would have lost today, and tomorrow you can see in news. So the things are very fluctuating. Whether it is supply chain disruption, whether, okay, luckily we came out of COVID and last 2 days again a little bit of fear. Today I saw a couple of people with mask when I came in the morning from Mumbai. So a lot of inflation, other things are there. So this becomes further more challenging. So you have to get, as I said, the differentiator is talent. So HR becomes again crucial. So the thing is, how do you reduce cost? How do you increase revenue? How do you improve cash flow? How do you impact the working capital? And out of all these things, how do you keep people retain, motivate, attract, retain, train and motivate and keep people happy? With one side, each one trying to pull because of the attrition. So finally, it is people, process, technology and the strategy, and the differentiator is people. What differentiate our organization? Needless to say, long back, one of our founders, this is a quote, said some 50, 60 years back, machinery may be there, buildings may be there, but without people, it's all nothing. People are our only real assets. Larsen, one of the founder of Larsen and Toubro, that holds good even today. So how do we do that? Surprisingly, though so much of evaluation happened, so much of training, the technology has happened, so much of AI, generative AI, whatever has come, but still, I feel the way back Herzberg's two-factor theory still holds good. If you deeply see, it is still holds good and it will hold good forever. Salary, pay, company policy, all can be a hygiene factor, but it doesn't motivate people. So the opposite of satisfaction is not that. So if you have to motivate people, then it is achievement, recognition, responsibility, the personal growth, It holds good for whether it is millennial, whether it is war, it is all those things holds good even today. So first and foremost is how do I give them the challenging job? So we to talk about the largest, tallest, biggest, such type of projects we give. We rotate them from one project to another project. He'll be doing a metro. From metro, he will go for a tunnel job. Then from there, he'll go for a bridge. So we try to give them. Same thing applies whether it is in manufacturing, whether it is in technology business. How do we really give them challenging jobs so that they feel fully charged working at it? Next comes the purpose. What type of industry I'm working, what type of client I'm working, what type of job I am doing. So we are again at an advantage. We say we make things that make India proud. We do because our airports, we do bridges, we do metro. We are builders to the nation. So we have a big advantage in attracting people as well as providing challenging jobs because of the nature of work, including the manufacturing. Many of the parts of Chandrayaan was manufactured by us in Coimbatore and Powai Works. So that is the amount of very precision manufacturing which is being done. And even in France, we are doing a calendar which is replicating the sun. The heat of the sun is getting generated inside, but outside it will be. That is being manufactured at Hazira plant and which is sent to France. So that type of a high-tech manufacturing also happens here. Next, what people look at is trust and transparency, which becomes irrespective of the generation, irrespective of technology comes. If I am working in an organization, they look at trust and transparency. For me, it comes from first and foremost, what is the type of job I have given, how I have been evaluated, how I have been given feedback, how my career is taken care of. All those things becomes the core. We may put some other words on employee engagement and all those things, fine, but engagement means first, the core of engagement is what am I doing here? How am I spending my time? What am I learning in this organization? All those things come. So we spend a lot of time on one-on-one feedback, giving and receiving feedback at continuous touch point. We use various technology. We use a continuous feedback methodology. We have a critical incident diary. So many things we have to aid technology along with that to provide this. Next is what am I learning? Am I giving a continuous learning opportunity? So keep thinking of all generation in mind. Again, it applies equally to everybody. We spend a lot of time in terms of learning. You take any digital platform you talk about, whether Coursera, whether it is Persipio, whether it is Skillsoft, Coachbody, whatever we have the entire thing there provided to all the employees in addition to 18, 19 training centers. This is one of our training center in Lonavala, which is our Leadership Development Academy. This is our Project Management Institute in Vadodara and Chennai we have. So we continuously, we have a skill training academy, we have a safety innovation school, we have a rail academy, we have a tunnel academy. Whichever business we are, we have a replicated the same machinery, same acting, and we have a dean, deputy dean. So grow your timber. Maximum recruitment happens at campus. Take them, train them, groom them, and take them up. That is the philosophy. And reward, recognition. Am I being appreciated? Whether we have used technology in different place where we have the points, we have the badges given, we have based on competency, based on work achievement, which is converted into points, and then they can reimburse, and all touch points. We have an L&T radio where internal podcast happens. We have different things. What many of the organizations do, we do all those things to ensure that reward, recognition, and motivation is kept. And finally, I feel people management, your emotional intelligence, how you deal with people, how you are sensitive with people, that is the biggest thing today to attract and retain talent with all those areas. Yes, people may say compensation when I do a survey, including compensation comes fourth or fifth, but initially comes all those things. What is the purpose? What is the challenging achievement? Work I get, what is the learning opportunity there, what is the opportunity for growth and all those things. That how do we focus on this is the most important in case if you look at strategic talent management. So I would likely, this is for everybody, okay? The entire bunch of employees you have to take care of. When it comes to leadership, when you are coming to building a leadership pipeline, certain things you have to do little differently. One is first and foremost, what we do is identify the critical roles in the organization, which will have impact on people as well as the revenue, top line, bottom line, etc., which is the critical roles, which each organization will have different critical roles, which are very, very important. Look at that. Then put very clearly the performance criteria, role description, what is the financial, non-financial goals, including maybe sustainability goals, in diversity and equity goals. What are the goals to be achieved in that position? Then identify the people who perform as well as potential. Performance we do through a pair process, we call it the appraisal process. We have a bell curve where the top 10%, 20%, mid 50, bottom 20. Same way, potential, we have a competency-based assessment based on which who are above benchmark. So we have that. Based on which we have a 3x3 matrix. Who have performance and potential. These are the people identified for the critical roles. And these people are put into it, regularly monitored at least half-yearly, off-site and out of the office. In some place, the leadership team spends 2 days looking at each one of those people and with the entire data presented to the team, that is the leadership team. If you look at in your CEO, CFO, the SBG head or BU head, 5-6 core people, talk about this, each individual, how this individual is performing, where do you see this person in the near future, what is this person great about as an individual, what is the one big unlock which can do to make him perform better, what is this and what are the things to be done, whether he has to be mentored, coached, whether he has to be sent for a training program, whether he has to be given a job rotation, whether he has to be put under somebody for shadowing. So look at that person in focus. How do I take him in the next 5 years? Plan and make an action plan for that particular person, and that HR takes care of that, follows through all those things. Next, finally, comes at a targeted development. In terms, we have different type of leadership program with different institutes. We have a whole lot of other things. We have a tie-up with different engineering colleges, other colleges, etc. We do that so that it is taken care. We follow the 70-20-10 principle. 10% may be education, 20 may be through the interaction and other things. 70 may be actually on the job doing those things. And individual development plan is done. It may be reflection based, it may be exposure based, or it may be what I said about 70-20-10, and some mentor is assigned to them. So this bunch of people who are in the leadership plan are separately monitored and taken care of. We very focusedly do so that they are engaged, motivated. So this is, and there's a governance. Twice the CEO, MD, Mr. S. N. Subramaniam himself reviews this. One is at the time of manpower budget, one is at the time of appraisal time, which is in July. Another is in the time of January, February at the budget. And we do group people into 3: current leaders, emerging leaders, leaders in the cradle. So 3 set of people, all the parameters reviewed, at least they are in the focus. And when our senior management goes to different projects, they meet them, talk to them, interact with them and all those. So they also know that they are in the radar. With all these things, fine, but what I feel what is more important is each one of us, every individual, every staff, every person has a invisible board hanging on his neck. Even you may be having, I am having, everybody will be having an invisible board which is hanging on the neck. Do you know what is written in that? Any guess? I am invisible. No. I am important. So each one has a board. So don't respect that. Don't shake that. Yeah, empower people, respect people, give them that particular importance, etc. That will reduce your attrition, improve engagement, take people up. Finally, I would like to end with this. How do you play? Yeah.
Hey, रुक जा, इतना नहीं गीला है, एक जाएगी तो दूसरी आएगी। 25 टाइम झाड़ू मारो तो भी कम है। हम इंसान है कि मशीन? कितना टाइम साफ करेगा? मैं मरता रहूंगा दिन भर, झाड़ू मारता रहूंगा। सब यहीं से जाएंगे, दूसरी जगह से नहीं जा सकते। अरे उधर मत चलो, अभी साफ किया है। सॉरी। क्या सॉरी? तू तो सॉरी बोल के निकल जाएगा। सबका क्रिकेट अपन को सुनना पड़ेगा। सुनेगा?
30 साल से तो सुनता है।
काका, नाम क्या है तुम्हारा?
क्यों? कंप्लेन करने का है? मकसूद नाम है मेरा, जाओ करो।
नहीं, कंप्लेन नहीं करने का, थैंक यू बोलने का। सच्ची। बहुत मस्त कंसेप्ट है मकसूद भाई। पेशेंट लोग जब ठीक होते हैं तो सब डॉक्टर को थैंक यू बोलते हैं। तुम साला सबका कचरा पट्टी हो जाता है, तुमको कोई थैंक यू नहीं बोलता। मेरे को तुमको थैंक यू बोलने का मकसूद है। थैंक यू मकसूद है।
बस बुलाएगा क्या? काम करने दे।
सॉरी,
कोई बात नहीं, जय हो जाएगा सब।
So, as we said, purpose, challenging assignment, learning opportunities, career growth, these are very, very important. Take care of them, and how do you treat people, that is more important. And the HR has not changed, it remains same. High touch and high tech and high touch is required. Tech enables people to make it much faster in terms of engagement, in terms of performance management, in terms of talent requirement. It is an enabler we can effectively use, but the fundamental principles remain same. Thank you very much. Any questions? It is another 5 seconds more for the time given to me. Thank you. Yeah.
Your kind of experience, could you answer why do you not have many CEOs coming from HR? I think this is for anybody else, I'm not for them to know the question. That's why the question is, why do we not see many HR people coming over to the business side and then probably becoming a CEO or something like that? The only example which I can think of is Manoj Kohli from Airtel.
No, there's some Sandrup Mishra is there. There are so many other people are there. There are a couple of examples there which has come from HR to business and from business to HR. In L&T, many from business has come to HR. In fact, my predecessors, before predecessors, 2-3 people were business people who have moved from there to HR. Today, the lines are blurring. When I started, I didn't start like an HR person. I started with the business scenario, business case, what has to be done, how it is to be done, and how HR can lead to that. So it's not a very high compartment like earlier, personal management and finance, and this lines are getting blurred today. Yeah. I hope I could answer. Yeah. Any other question? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. While the setting up the stage for the last panel discussion, just to ask, how many of you have tried that Gandhigiri talent that's worked for you? Just asking, out of context, and it doesn't work well with the subject. You have, sir? It's worked well with you? Very well. Badhiya. My mic doesn't allow me to say that. Depends on who you try it with. Before your imaginations run wild, just ask, has it worked? Yes or no? Like for you, it has worked, sir, very well. I know. Yeah, of course, but I get that point of yours, that if probably you want to hug someone and then of course that barrier of saying thank you works. But ma'am, usme fir, I don't know how to put it right, because again, that point of posh aa jayega. Fair enough. I should probably get a job somewhere. 6 months, understand life. Okay, time for a last panel discussion. Leadership development from an HR perspective, inspiring the next generation of leaders. And to inspire you, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Mr. Gaurav Saini, Global CHRO, Vadhwani Global Foundation, Ms. Priyanka Gulati, Partner, Human Capital Consulting, Grant Thornton Bharat, Ms. Santwana Periwal, CHRO, Hicks Capital, Mr. Sandeep Gautam, Head, HR, Arani Energy Solutions Limited, and this session will be chaired by Ms. Ruma Bhaduri, Editorial Lead, BW Businessworld. Once for them, please, everybody. See, that to inspire you and the next generation leaders, we can be a little more welcoming towards them and for them, yeah? Badhiya, thank you so much. One more mic, please. You can start, Reman, and then have one.
Hello, hello. Yes. So, good evening, everyone. I see a lot of new faces. Firstly, welcome to the 4th edition of the Future. Where is it? The BW People Nurturing Talent for Future Conclave, firstly. So, I think I have a very interesting panel, one of the most enthusiastic panelists that I am witnessing from the time I've met them. So, firstly, can you all give a warm welcome to the panelists, please? So, okay. So starting with my questions. So let me start with bombarding with you with the questions and the discussion. Firstly, I would like to know, like, HR is something that is every organization has it. Everyone is very enthusiastic about knowing what our HR is doing. And now, since the topic is, it's about leadership development in according to HR perspective. And we are talking about inspiring the next generation leaders. So what, according to you, is that one leadership quality that is very crucial in inspiring and empowering employees to reach their full potential? Sandeep, if I start with you.
Good evening, all. Thank you so much for having us here. A very important question. One quality, it will be authenticity. I think an authentic leader can only inspire not only his team, his or her team, but the entire generation. People can see through leaders, people can see through each other. If the alignment of one's self, reflection of what a leader is supposed to do and what the person is actually doing, if that alignment is missing, there is a problem.
Santwana?
So, to my mind, I think if I had to talk about one quality, it would be mental agility. I think the environment is such that both the internal and external ecosystem continue to be very, very dynamic. And what we need today are leaders who can, seamlessly move through these situations and navigate these situations in a way that they can inspire the teams. If they're not able to do that, that's where the growth and the the momentum of the organization would stop. Because I think if there's resistance to change, this inability to zoom in and zoom out, that is going to be a severe hindrance to any team as they move forward.
Priyanka, what, according to you, is that one leadership quality?
Yeah, I know you stressed on the one, and I'll stick to one. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us here. I'll go back to movies because some of the very good examples come from simple things, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen Spider-Man. So if you see the evolution of Spider-Man as a movie, earlier they used to show this powerful, Avengers and Spider-Man who had a lot of superpowers, and therefore they would be able to conquer the world. Over the last few years, that's changing. Just in the movies itself, there's collaboration. So you see Iron Man collaborating with Spider-Man. And therefore, I think that's happening in the leadership as well. Despite the tech, the entire suit that Spider-Man gets, there is technology, there is change, yet there is collaboration. And he sees Iron Man as the mentor. I think that's going to happen in a lot of organizations where it's going to be about collaboration. And I think that's the theme I'm going to go with. Thank you.
Collaboration according to
Yes, absolutely.
we'll come to that. Gaurav, according to you, what your thoughts?
Is there some training organization here? You are just listing all the competencies they can work on in the future. One important thing which I feel is can be learned, but this cannot be learned, is being empathetic towards someone. And since we're talking about movies, so there was a movie named as Toilet. You know, उसमें एक dialogue था कि जब तक problem तुम्हारी अपनी नहीं है, you will not understand this. So we can be empathetic, we can talk about it, that I care for the people, I feel for you, all that stuff. But unless and until if you're talking about work-life balance, hybrid, performance management, anything, if you don't feel that yourself, और तुम्हारी problem नहीं बनेगी वो, तब तक आप समझोगे ही नहीं कि आपके लोगों को क्या चाहिए. That is a very important thing which I see today's leaders, they talk, but they don't feel. There's a big difference between talking and feeling. So I just connected with a young lady here. May she not like it, but Ramya is here. Can you raise your hand, Ramya? Yes, stand up. She's one of the youngest participant here. Very impressed with her patience levels. She has been listening to all of us. And she studies in class 12. Oh, sorry, class 2 and Shriram school, right? I asked her that, how is this event? You know what she said? Boring. Obviously, the audience is not relevant, but the thing is, we have to make interesting and feel empathetic and connect with people. Try and connect. So I tried my best to connect with her, but another thing which is there, and I can add one more value or maybe a kind of a competence to, is that, and me and Priyanka was talking about it, that you can be all empathetic or all eager to connect with people, but people should also be able to connect with you in turn. So you should feel that. So team management, which is there, and connecting with your team is also one of the skills which a leader require. And that comes with the empathy, obviously, and some kind of connect which you can build up. I don't know how, it's up to the person to decide on this. Okay. So I tried to connect with her a little bit, but she was quite close, but she was quite responsive. But thank you, Ramya. Can we give a big hand for the young lady who has been quite patient?
So I think in a couple of years, Ramya, we'll come to you with the next inspiring next generation of leaders. You'll be one of them. So, okay, since we're talking about the next generation, so there's Narayan Murthy's statement, which has created a good ruckus in the market. And since we're talking about the next generation, the 70-hour long working week, a lot of Gen Z or the next generation have come up with a lot. They're advocating very strongly that we want flexibility when it comes to working. We do not want to work 70 hours. We want to have, quality over quantity. So what do you think? How do you perceive it? Because of course, there are different generations that have been boomers, millennials, Gen Z now, and from 19-year-olds are working in today's date. How do you see that parallel? What is your take on this? Gaurav, if we start with you itself on this.
I'm quite disruptive in my ideas. Please don't start with me. But yes, it is Mr. Narayana Murthy. So obviously anything he says will become a news, respect him a lot. But if you want to become Narayana Murthy, definitely you can work 70 hours to 150 hours. Nobody's stopping you. But there is a thin demarcation where you feel exhausted between your balance to your motivation. So when there is a choice which comes between motivation and discipline, I always choose discipline. So motivation is like this, that I want to lose weight. One day I will not eat anything, or I do maybe a fasting or something like that. You guys say that. Or maybe in a week, 10 hours I exercise. Do you lose weight? No. But you have to lose weight consistently and do a disciplined approach, So this thing also works that whatever you do, work 70 hours. So one week you work 70 hours, other week you work 10 hours. That's not going to make a big difference. I think the consistency plays a kind of a vital role in this, that are you consistent in your performance? Are you consistent in your KPIs, delivering what you are kind of being supposed to deliver? That matters a lot, rather than maybe defining any a number of hours. I'm ready to work if somebody like Mr. Narayan Murthy can allocate a 1% share. I will like work for maybe more than 70 hours to 90 hours or 120 hours, depends. So if you are talking to a salaried people, I think his statement has been misunderstood as well. In a way, what he's saying is that today's India, as
Bharat, you should say.
yeah. So Bharat. So today's Bharat, I know the BJP office is nearby. So today's Bharat requires a lot of work to be done. So everybody looking at the gap in the skills. We have the gap in the demand for the skills we require to grow to the next level, as we were talking about GDP. Another thing is too wide to cover up that. If you want to be in that league, we need to work hard. We need to work more. Okay. So that's why he was mentioning that, yes, 70 hours we need to work and all that stuff to cover up that gap. But yes, I'll be very happy if someone allocates me good amount of shares, ESOPs or something like that, and I have a profit sharing concept in that organization. Why 70 hours? I'll work 150 hours. I will not sleep also.
So I don't think so. Narayan Murthy himself works. So Priyanka, on this note only, when a lot of contradictions came were very strongly from Gen Z, Narayan Murthy made another statement that he worked. His wife, sorry, made another statement that he worked for 90 hours. So because Gen Z has this balance, they prefer a work-life balance. They want that, okay, my personal life should be personal and my professional life should be professional. How do you see on this statement? Because there's a burnout, of course, when you're working continuously, you need some time off. And after a point of time, when you enter the professional life, you actually like time by yourself. If no one else, you like time by yourself. How do you take on this?
Sure. So let me first just go back to what he said in terms of the background. I think his number, that metric that he gave, 70 hours, was just taken as a disproportionate number and just misquoted. I think because it's also the intent of the person that you need to kind of look at. Look at some of the statistics and numbers. Sorry, I keep going back to numbers because that's very important from a background perspective. Our productivity, if compared to countries like China, etc., lower by 35-40%. So even if you're working 8 hours, you're not as productive as some of the other countries are. Our innovation index is at 45. Countries like Switzerland, etc., are number 1. So those are the metrics that we need to work on, right? It's not about just the number of hours. It's about the objective that you want to achieve. It's about the goals and how they kind of align to the organization, whether it's an entrepreneur or a manager or somebody at whatever hierarchy, that doesn't matter. It is about the goal and the objective. Has that been set and how are you achieving it? It's not the hours. So that's point 1. And I think he was coming more from a productivity perspective. If you want to kind of become a 25 trillion economy, you need to improve your productivity and therefore more work needs to get in. Now that work can also be without distractions, right? All of us are guilty, including me, about this, the mobile phone, doing various things at the same time. So that's point number 1. The point 2 that you made about Gen Z being burnout and they want to kind of balance work and life. We all do. It's not a generational thing. And I think it's more to do with Gen Z also wanting to work with a purpose. So suddenly, a lot of generations, Gaurav, you will kind of agree with it. The younger generation wants to have an impact on anything that they're doing, right? They're not, you just tell them what to do and don't show them that big picture and how that little puzzle that they're trying to solve will solve that entire big picture. If you're not showing that impact to them, they're not very happy with the work. So suddenly from profits, it's moved to purpose. And hence, if you're not showing that impact and purpose to them, forget 70 hours, you won't even get those 2 hours. So that's point number 1. They're ready to work very hard as long as that purpose is shown. And that's extremely important to do. Second thing is giving not like micromanaging, not making, going and ticking everything, but ensuring that there is collaboration. That was the point that I made in the first one as well. And ensuring that they're actually leaders on that piece that they're working on, right? So giving them that freedom, ensuring that, you're not micromanaging, yet at the same time, you're enabling them to achieve those goals. So those are the two things that I think you need to kind of do, which is move from profit to purpose, ensure there's no micromanagement and more of collaboration, and making them feel like the king or the queen of that piece.
Truly said, rightly said. Miss Periwal, I would actually now start referring to you like that because I'm mispronouncing your name a lot. So, according to you, because as Priyanka also mentioned, that there's a collaboration that is required. They are also looking for quality. They are just make them the king and the queen. They're ready to. They're hardworking. They probably can't vision what is there. So you have to come up with it. So when again, I'll come back to my original question. That's 70-hour long because burnout, as Priyanka mentioned that about burnout, every generation goes through it. But with the new Gen Z lingo that has come up, a lot of Gen Z have started saying things. Boomers did not used to say. Millennials tried, but did not work very much. Gen Z, as a force altogether, they have come on together. So, what is your point of view when you come? That are they willing? Should they just refrain back, and go for 70-hour working weeks, or what is your idea on this?
So while I think that the topic has been debated quite a bit already, in my view, I don't think it was a mandate that was put out for us to say whether we accept it or we don't accept it. It was a point of view. And I think as we continue to keep talking about diversity and inclusivity, to me, this is just an exercise in how much do we accept diversity and, how do we react to it. Everybody is bound to have their own points of view. And I don't think I think to think that an entire generation of people have the same motivation, the same desire, and the same needs is also oversimplifying it. So I don't think it is so much about what Narayan Murthy said versus a particular generation. It is his perspective, and there is his thought and his experiences that is backing it, which I'm sure all of us in the room respect. Having said that, I think the idea is always to say that, what is the outcome that we want to achieve? And if we are all truly tied into the outcome that we want to achieve, then maybe hours of work is one way of getting there. But there are multiple other ways. And I think eventually we need to, and I think that's what organizations have started doing, to move from inputs to outcomes. And if we all just focus that this is the outcome we want to achieve, I'm sure there are multiple things that we can look at doing, whether it is innovation, whether it is how do we leverage technology, what else do we do? How do we skill ourselves much better? What is it that we do to achieve the outcomes? The outcomes, yes, are necessary because that's what's going to get us to move forward as a country. And that is something that we should all be, contributing towards.
Understood. So, Sandeep, on to you for this. That, recently I was, I think, maybe 15 days ago, I was having a conversation with a founder regarding, how do they take employees, how do they hire, and how do they fire? So, as Ms. Periwal said, that, it comes with that hard work if they are working on it, is if there's quality. Similarly, Gen Z, again, they don't have a route. They have to be taught. And a lot of what I've heard from my personal experience that they are actually not taught the right way. They're not shown the right way. How do you inculcate those values in them and not work for 70 hours, of course? And of course, to everyone here, I'm a huge fan of Narayan Murthy. It's just a statement. So I work as well. So on those grounds, how do you inspire these Gen Z, or what is your take on this?
So first of all, when we talk about inclusion, I think this generational inclusion is a very important thing now. I think it's been beaten a lot, hammered a lot. Millennials, it was, a thing. Then Gen Z became a thing, baby boomer. If you look at our families, how are we different? We have our grandparents, we have our parents. There's one generation here, and we may have our kids. How is it different? We all know, right? As a child grows, the style of parenting changes. You start from first maybe telling, you tell, don't touch the fire, it's hot, the kid will not listen, try to touch, get burned. Then you say, I bola tha na. So, and slowly then you come up with advising, and then at a certain age, you start becoming friends. किसने ये नहीं सुना है? सबने सुना है. तो जो हम लोग freshers hire कर रहे हैं, you know, the people we are hiring, we call Gen Z, are they not that of that age कि उनके parents उनको दोस्त की तरह treat करें? तो हमें भी उनको दोस्त की तरह treat करना है. When we talk about 70 hours, one very important thing is it does not reflect care in an organization. Why? We may have extremely motivated people ready to put in 90 hours, 100 hours, if they really find the kick out of it. We talk about purpose. If they find the purpose alignment, they will work. We all have work. I don't know if anyone is here who has not passionately put in those hours. But imagine ailing parents, a spouse having health issue, a child needing sudden attention for a year, for 2 years, because of some reason, maybe education. What do? At that point of time, if a very talented, hypo, all those things we discussed, is unable to put that 70 hours and is putting 48 hours, what will the organization do with that talent? Deboard? ये plane से निकल जाओ, इस plane के तुम लायक नहीं हो? Or the organization decides that we are a high growth company, we need work. These are certain roles, these are certain departments where this kind of acceleration is required. It demands 70 hours. Let those people who are aligned with the purpose join the bus. Let them get boarded. As they face real life challenges and they're unable to put, as a caring organization, the organization can say, okay, you are unable to put 70 hours, but you have proven your worth. You are one of us. Today you are having a bad time. You can work 48 hours. These are the 4 opportunities which will allow you to address your priorities at home. Go for those roles for 2 years. When you are ready, again board the plane. We are with you. If that kind of message can be given to talent with that care, I don't think this 70 hour, 90 hour, we don't have to debate. The organization that requires the total number of work to get a productivity delivered will automatically get delivered, and a talent will not feel insecure. ये जो बोलते हैं ना कि क्योंकि दूसरा आदमी 8 बजे तक बैठा है, मैं 8 बजे तक बैठा हूं, it is insecurity. If he is self-assured, he will say, today my family wants me at 6 p.m. I go at 6 p.m. Nothing will happen in office. They will understand. If we can, do that cultural shift, I think a lot of these issues will get addressed.
I think, Rima, just maybe one thing I want to add. I think, first of all, really agree with I think each to their own would be a good way to approach it. But to what you were also wanting to know, that how is it that you would motivate the new generation? At Clicks, we have a program which we call the Mavericks program, wherein we hire graduates, graduates and postgraduates from Ashoka. And we've done 3 successful batches. And again, very, very interesting backgrounds that they come from. They're not management graduates. So a lot of our time is actually spent in terms of helping them navigate through the corporate world. But the one thing that we found in them is that and by nature, of course, by through the program, we actually expose them to different functions and we give them some very, very key projects. And what we realize is that as long as you give them a meaningful project, right, and you give them enough guidance, they have absolutely floored us with the kind of deliverables that they have given to the organization in a very, very short span of time. So I don't think this thing about, the Gen Z only wants to work these many hours, etc., would hold good. I think these people would, and I do believe that with the investment that we're making in them, they will take on critical roles and critical levels sooner than, most of their counterparts. So I think, and we've seen them working hard, like, as much as is required to get the work done.
So I'm little basically want to add this because I'm itching to add that thing. First of all, Gen Z or Zen, I don't know why it started with XYZ, why not ABC or something. Z plus 1 will come or Z plus 10 will come.
Alpha.
Alpha, beta, gamma will come. So the thing is, first of all, it is all been created by one is our fraternity, HR, because we are famous for this to create our problems and solve it. So first was Gen Z, then Y, alpha, beta, gamma. Then we had COVID, then we had offline, off sites, and then hybrid, say, how do we bring the people back? How do you develop leadership? So it's all there. Gen Z's never said that we don't want to work or this thing. It's an evolution of society. You look at our parents, they used to work. They used to work for certain needs. So let's go back to the Maslow need hierarchy and all. There were 3 layers they used to work for. Basic needs, which is psychological needs. Second is affiliation, creating family, friends, meeting there, and some part of esteem. Right? The 4th and 5th was never there. Then the society got evolution. We started moving from basic needs to experiential things. When to go for holidays. पहले holidays पे कहाँ जाते थे सब लोग? नाना नानी के घर, दादा दादी के घर, and all that stuff. Our parents used to do that. You remember those days, right?
I also used to do that.
Exactly. But now do you go? That is not possible because the society is moving from this basic need to experiential need. Why? 2 reasons. One is evolution. Second is the money you get in hand. What do you do with that? Earlier, the money was limited, given to you, which was only for 3 layers. After that, we will save the money or do the things for maybe education and marriage and all. I worked with and sold the life insurance policies for the 3 purposes in my career. बेटे की शादी के लिए, बेटी की शादी के लिए, या फिर education के लिए, like that stuff. So abhi that has come and the exposure has increased. So we are blaming Gen Z's and Y plus 1 alpha, beta, gamma. That maybe you don't know what will come next because the evolution is becoming very fast now. The cash in hand is increased now. We have lots of money. We want to do something कुछ करना है यार. मतलब अगर कोई 21 तारीख को 21 दिसंबर को कोई फैमिली बाहर नहीं जाता है तो they say कि you live in different world now. अच्छा हॉलिडे पे नहीं जा रहे हो? Like that stuff. So when you used to ask each and everybody, maybe 30 years back, कि 21st को या 25th को holiday पे जाना. It's all evolution basically. And you ask these kids also now, CBSE has changed, UP board has changed. You see the courses, how they are changing because we're talking about the learning and development. It is changing because that experience is changing. So वहां से अगर start हो रहा है, the root level it is changing. Obviously the product which you are getting after graduation and post graduation, the expectation will be mismatch. So that's how it is.
Very beautifully explained, actually. Very nicely. You have anything to add, Sudeep?
See, Gen Z is coming motivated. We have to ensure they don't get demotivated. So whenever I meet them on the day 1, they are all charged up. They want to do good work and they really want to experience the organization. And they have the expectation from their line managers, from their peers. ये लोग मेरे दोस्त हैं. कोई डर के नहीं आता. वो जो 2 बार उसको कोई गुस्सा कर देगा या कुछ उसके एक्सपेक्टेशन को मीट नहीं करेगा, then that feeling of disappointment comes and वो disappointment फिर वापस engagement में convert करना थोड़ा difficult है.
I think it was a very interesting question. I got my very interesting insights from that. So, okay, since we are talking about the next generation, also how, according to you, how can HR professionals basically, contribute in, creating an environment of innovation and a culture of innovation in the organization that is in regard to both the current leaders as well as the next generation leaders? What strategies can an HR professional apply in being aligned and with a continuous innovation inculcated in the workplace? So, Ms. Periwal, I would like to start with you on this.
Sure, thank you. So I think one of the ways in which you can encourage innovation is to have a culture of continued learning. Because only when we continue to learn from the environment, from people around us, is when we will continue to find ways to innovate. But then there are a bunch of other things that will play in to make sure that that learning is translating into innovation. One is, like we said, get fresh people to come into the system. When fresh people come in, they come in and challenge the status quo. They ask all the questions which have not been asked. So this bunch of people that we have, 10 very, very bright people, and we put one in every business and function. They have gone and questioned every single process and every single protocol that we have. And it's been amazing. So I think that's one of the ways to challenge. The other is, as part of our talent strategy, we continue to hire people who are not from the sector. Because when you hire people who've been in the same sector, you've moved around different organizations, one of the standard answers you get is, "Ye aise hi hota hai. This is the way it is. Ye is sector ka problem hai. You cannot solve for it." So I think when you try getting people from different sectors, there is definitely a disruption in the thinking, and that absolutely helps and plays a role in pushing for innovation. One of the things that we also do as an organization, and I think it works beautifully, is rather than looking at career paths to be very vertical and very ladder based, is to see how is it that we encourage people to take on completely diverse roles so that they grow very holistically because of the varied experiences. And what happens then is that their ability to think differently, plays into the new roles that they take on. So those are maybe just some of the ways that you can encourage innovation. But I think the overarching feature across everything that you do is, what is the culture of the organization? Do you have a culture that encourages open conversations, where people are accessible, where your leaders are accessible, where you want to experiment and explore, where there is no fear of failure? When you have a solid and a robust culture like that, then people will always try to do new things and do things differently.
And so I think previously also you were giving a example of how your company does a additional workshop on this. So I think these are all new innovations that you have to come up with to inspire the next generation.
Yes, absolutely. I think there are a lot of focused initiatives, both in terms of continuously building this culture as we build the organization, and then specifically there are people who are given very, very unique cross-functional projects which help them become more innovative and add to the organization.
Understood. Gaurav, your take on this, how do you create that culture?
One word on this: the innovation cannot happen under the structured environment. That's very clear. If I ask someone also innovate, he cannot or she cannot. That's one part. So innovation requires freedom. Learning makes you only graduate. So graduate to a level of a manager, graduate to a level of leader, graduate to a level of maybe a different role. Learning will never make you innovative. Innovation will come only with the freedom. When my mind is free, I can think on anything which I want to. And I agree with Santavana.
I'm trying to remember.
So that one part is very important, which is the culture. And I call it as psychological safety. And she was trying to talk like, okay, so if there is a psychological safe environment, and why do you think that the new people, they bring in the new thoughts? Because they're not well versed with the implications there in the organization till that time. हम बोलते हैं ना, अभी तुम्हें पता नहीं है, बच्चे नए हो, तुम पता नहीं है यहाँ पे क्या होता है. Normally that comes very, very promptly in any organization. बोल लो अभी 3 महीने, because that's the kind of conversations are there, and very practical things are there. I always talk practical things. This is not like I'm talking about something. So freedom is the only means to get innovation in the organization. So you get creativity and innovation together not without the freedom. You have to give the freedom. You have to give the time. Then 70 hours theory doesn't work, because you are working on a shop floor. Everybody is monitoring you. You cannot innovate. Innovation requires freedom. Give your freedom. Give what they want to do. Even in learning also, if you're giving them the path, they're graduating. They cannot innovate in that. So if I want to learn something on my own today, like in HR, I want to learn something about finance, I should have the freedom to learn, and then only I can think of something innovative ways to improvise on this. That's about it.
Sorry, yeah, I had a little contrary view to you, which is always good, I think. Let's fight. It's about innovation can happen in a structured way as well, though I agree with you that there should be freedom and psychological safety. Number one is data and metrics. I still go back to strategy and data and metrics. Reason being that depends on what you're measuring. Because if you are in a structured way measuring innovation and what your definition of innovation is, and rewarding and giving recognition, giving that time and freedom for sure, it can happen in a very structured way. I mean, as I was talking about earlier as well, look at Switzerland as a country. Why is it called the number one country which comes with the number one innovations, though the number of companies in Switzerland are not at number one. And that is because of the structured thinking that
You're
is
talking
there
about
in the
Sweden, right?
innovation.
Sweden is basically,
You
look
need
at their
Arnav
education
here, but
system.
let me just finish my point, Gaurav. Let me just finish my point. Data, metrics, rewards, recognition, training, and as you rightly said, psychological safety. And with all that, you need one thing, which is called one thing, that asks the person to innovate or the teams to innovate only on one thing. A lot of times teams are working on a lot of initiatives, from digital to technology to innovating at the shop floor, innovating some cost improvement, etc. And therefore the focus kind of goes away. So hence move from one project to the other, have that one thing innovated, get the results, adopt it, measure it, get the results, and then move to the other things. So those are the 5 things, elements that I wanted to kind of bring out in innovation. And I still feel it can happen in a very structured way, both in organizations and at homes.
So Gaurav and Priyanka, after the session, you both can have a one-on-one conversation on this. So, it will be fun. I will have fun. Sandeep, your comments on this, because anyway we are short on time.
Yeah.
So
So we spoke about freedom, we spoke about rewards. So, the challenges that are worth solving for an individual and an organization, if that can somehow get aligned, that will really be exciting to people. Second, when we say reward, what are we rewarding? Because that's what going to encourage a person to repeat that behavior. What are we rewarding? Are we rewarding successful innovation? Most of the innovation will fail. Can we celebrate failure? Can we say ये बहुत अच्छा कोशिश किया इसने, ये किसी ने सोचा नहीं था, he tried his best, he failed. But let's encourage this kind of trials in the organization. He's a poster child of trials. He did a very good UAT. He did a very good POC. He did something which, he did in his spare time. Office में बैठ के थोड़े time में उसने बनाया और बहुत ही काम नहीं आया. लेकिन उससे 2 आइडिया नए जनरेट हुए. And in our organization, one trend we are trying to set from the leadership point of view is that if a person is giving or contributing an innovative idea, thought, or an initiative, the initiative will be named after that person. IKEA does it. If you see IKEA, a lot of their products have labels of names of the people who have innovated. We are also trying to replicate that we want to have our initiatives named after the person who has contributed in that. So that's kind of a recognition, that as an organization we can give.
thank you so much, Sandeep. And we are almost done with the time, but I hope everyone had a great time. My panelists did, that I know. I have never seen this enthusiastic panel ever, and that too a last panel. So thank you so much, all of you, for gracing the panel and the event with your presence.
Thank you, Rima. Thanks a lot.
We have 10 seconds. Any questions? I think everyone understood whatever we said, or they did not understand anything. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Picture, please. Thank you so much, Rima, for moderating that. I hear. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, now we have the last keynote address, following which we will have the BW People HR 40 Under 40 Awards, followed by dinner as well. please also stay back for that. I've especially been told to announce for dinner. Either some elaborate menu that they have probably. Okay. For the last keynote address on empowering tomorrow's leaders, strategies for talent development. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. S.Y. Siddiqui, former executive advisor, Maruti Suzuki. You know, I really feel when we call on some keynote speakers, their experience deserves much more love of ours than we just gave. Just saying. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll be a little under pressure for time, so I'll be very short. While we are talking on the subject before that, roughly 1 hour delay, and in our case, 3 minutes we roll out a car. So we are 20 cars short today because of BW. Maybe I think somewhere this time management becomes a bit of a challenge. When we look at our experience in Maruti, when we are looking at empowering young leaders, I think last 20 years, our need was about 50 leaders. We hired 2 from outside, 1 CFO and 1 legal head. Balance 48 came from the internal talent pipeline. I think somewhere the taste of the pudding is when you actually eat the pudding. What we do need, not a lot of learning from Japan for sure, but a lot of learning from our own Indian culture as well. And I'll talk very briefly about that. One small incident, Mr. Bhargav, who's the chairman of our board of directors, shared with me a few years back. He says that he was having a meeting of the department head level people, all DGM, very senior people. And DGM level people in Maruti will have very big reporting, maybe 200 people reporting to them, something like that. So he asked them in that meeting that last 6 months, if anyone you have made a mistake, would you raise your hand and share that? So I told Mr. Bhargav, I'm sure nobody would have raised his hand. Culture point one somewhere 15, 20 years back. And perhaps when we look at the reversal that you asked this question in our business review meetings, there'll be 4 or 5 people who will be very dead honest upfront and will have the guts and character to talk about what mistake they did, so that the other 25, 30 people should not replicate or get into that kind of mistake. That's the kind of culture, perhaps in my thinking, is most critical for us to look at. Perhaps when we are looking at a lot of discussions, including a fantastic presentation by Dr. Jaykumar, I'll be avoiding talking a lot of HR language in terms of empowering young leaders for tomorrow. But I think to a great extent, what we have looked at, creating a bench strength always is going to be the spinal cord for any such talent pipeline for future. Perhaps when you look at bringing in people, in our case, maybe 400 people every year, youngsters coming in, you'll have to provide them that eco environment where they can grow. And I'll give you one example. First focus came in from our chairman of Suzuki Motors Corporation, Mr. Osama Suzuki. And you will be surprised that when Indian government in 1981-82 was sourcing for partners for this car set up, this factory, they went to US and European car makers first. Then they went to Japan and they met Toyota and they met Honda, everybody. They last went to meet, after everybody refused, to meet the Suzuki group. And Mr. Suzuki was traveling from Tokyo to US. So that morning, he said, okay, we'll meet at the airport for 1 hour. And he met the very senior delegation from Government of India at Tokyo Airport in 1982, asked his people to get a whiteboard in which he explained how a car factory is made. And then he said, these are the kind of requirements. You just think about it. I'll be back in 4 days if you are interested. We will meet again at our factory head office at Hamamatsu. And then that meeting took place because our delegation, including Mr. Bhargav, Dr. Krishnamurthy, they waited there for 4 days in Tokyo for him to return from US, and then rest is history. But one thing comes out very clear message in our culture is that business focus is where the upbringing starts in Maruti. For leaders for tomorrow, perhaps that will be the first cardinal principle. And one simple example which I talk about is that a direction came for our young R&D and engineering and supply chain team that if you can reduce 1 gram weight of every component, every part that goes into the car, you can save 1 yen or 1 rupee. And many youngsters felt, what will happen if we save 1 rupee or 1 yen? But in a car, roughly 5,000 parts go in. So if we reduce 1 gram weight of every such part and we save that kind of 5,000 rupees for one car, we make 1.8 million, roughly 18 lakh cars at that point of time, now 2 million. So we save 900 crores recurring every year. That's the kind of business focus, detailing, tear down kind of thinking when we start the bench strength concept in Maruti. Young engineers, young B school guys, and even chartered accountants, everybody goes through this 1 year structured kind of upbringing. Somewhere perhaps a kind of learning where Japan has taught us that a guy developing into a leadership profile must go through 3 functions, must go through 3 geographies, and must face adversity and adaptability before he or she becomes or assumes a significant role of a leadership level position in Maruti. Because unless we look at creating that discomfort, unless we look at this adaptability quotient, I think nothing will happen. We call it a job rotation policy. So a person joining in HR, retiring in HR is a very old, outdated story for Japan. Same thing finance, same thing engineering, same thing supply chain, marketing, sales, service, everything. Male, female, doesn't matter. That taboo we broke in 2003, that females cannot be working in a manufacturing sector. It's a belief. It's completely rubbish. So perhaps somewhere we look at creating this kind of perspective when we are looking at empowering the growth of young leaders in Maruti. Perhaps we are also looking at maybe a role where they can be part of critical projects in addition to their current responsibility. How much overload, whether Narayan Murthy 70 hours or 80 hours or 90 hours, with a purpose, with passion, with ownership, how much overload they can take. They are doing a production job or a supply chain job, but they are working on a new electric vehicle car product, which will be involving visits between Japan and India and that kind of stuff. Also, perhaps when we are looking at a kind of a principle which Dr. Ramcharan talked about a few years back in our supply chain conference in Dubai, I remember the principle, very famous principle he talked about, 98/2. By any chance, any of you have gone through that principle, that detail, Dr. Ramcharan, 98/2? Okay. The simple concept he talked about, 100 companies research, where he studied and he said that it is only 2% of people in every company which influence the behavior and performance of the balance 98% people of that company. It is only 2% of the people in every company which influence the behavior and performance of the balance 98% of the people of that company. And I was very fast calculating for Maruti sitting there in Dubai, and I could arrive at that he's 100% right. 2% people in our case, irrespective of designation levels and hierarchy, will be influencing most of the others into projects, into leadership roles everywhere. And if we can broad base, and we have taken that project 7-8 years back, to 95/5, if 5% of our people can influence the behavior and performance of the balance 95% of the people of Maruti, I think we'll be a very powerful company with internal talent pipeline for future. What we have achieved in 40 years, 2 million, we are going to double it in 7 years, 2030, to 4 million. 1 million for exports, 3 million for domestic market in India. India automobile market at that point of time is roughly going to be 6.1, 6.2 million. With 50% market share, we would like to be there at that point of time. I just retired this July at 65 because top management level 60 plus another 5 years. And perhaps there were some discussions that maybe continue more. I said no. My purpose is very clear, is that the next gen leaders, they should take care of Maruti next 10, 12, 15 years. If there is any specific strategic input required, perhaps at board level, I will be still open, but not getting into the path of people who are going to replace us. When we talk of most critical 3 factors in my thinking, is talking about creating that kind of an eco environment in which talent can take risk. Talent can be trusted and talent can fail. That's what Maruti is. There's nothing like downsizing. There's nothing like asking people to get off board and all that. That culture doesn't exist in our case. Second is maybe look at young people to make mistakes, but experiment, take risk, give them budgets for failures, including new cars. And third, perhaps when we are looking at this top leadership role, we are looking at pushing the young people into limelight, not all the time CEO and MD and all of us standing on the dais, but bringing in young talent to take maybe a little bit of limelight and recognition. One such gentleman was the first Japanese managing director of Maruti, Mr. Shinzo Nakanishi, was a great leadership model for us to look at. 2008, he took over after Mr. Khattar retired. And he was asking me for our new plant at Manesar that let us put some tree plantation kind of this thing so that dust goes down and all that stuff. I was very busy. We didn't get time for 2-3 months. Finally, we did plan a tree plantation exercise at Manesar. About 20,000 trees. So we reached there early, both of us. We're having a cup of tea. At that point of time, our civil factory people were telling us what kind of trees we are going to put. So ficus and this and that. And they also said mango trees. So I asked them how many years this tree will take, this small plant, for getting to the fruit level, mango level. So they said about 6 years. Nakanishi was 63. 65 is our retirement age. So I told him, Nakanishi-san, you will get nothing of what you are going to do, this labor today, but I will enjoy those mangoes in Manesar. I was just joking lightly. But what he replied made me feel so embarrassed that day, so small. He said, Siddiqui-san, one responsibility of the top leadership like you and me is to create a healthy company, healthy Maruti, so that the next leadership team takes over a very good, healthy, well-performing company. That's Jim Collins level 5 kind of leadership thinking, building the institution, building the people for tomorrow. Not everything about me, myself. Big learning for me on that day, 2008, maybe March, April, somewhere. And then rest, I changed my attitude of building Maruti, building our next gen leaders there. Not about me all the time. I have done well, fine. All that happens. One perspective, perhaps when we are instilling that kind of culture, and a lot of time we talk about a kind of a culture we advertise, but actual culture is different. That gap should be minimum in my thinking. That culture where in the board meetings, when we expose the youngsters, they can have an eco environment to disagree with seniors. Very difficult. Disagree with the directors, disagree with the CEOs. I led that culture by spirit and by thinking for 20 years. So I had big arguments, big discussions in the board and big disagreements. But outside the board, whatever the decision is fine. Perhaps that we try to inculcate back into our company. One small story before I finish this and then we get into this awards. Somewhere in the north, up on the hills, there was a saint who used to live with 1 or 2 disciples. And some people used to come to him for some help, some advice, some prayers. But slowly, he started becoming more famous and more people, more villagers, even cities, people started coming to him. And they share with him a personal problem, a business problem. What this saint will do will take out a book, flip some pages, and give a solution. And that solution will work like magic. So he became very famous, very short, quick time. And people started coming and waiting for the next 3 days, 4 days, 25 disciples managing this small ashram and everything. And those 25 disciples were thinking that if we get that book, there's no need for this apprenticeship, this long period of wait. We can become as famous and as wise as this saint. So they tried twice or thrice, but they couldn't lay their hands on that book whenever the saint was not in his cottage. But as life would have it, the saint finally became sick, old, and then he passed away one day. His funeral was a 2020 affair, just like 2020 cricket, and then they ran back into the cottage. That day, they found that book. And they were absolutely delighted that now we have got this treasured book which has got magical solutions. But to their horror, when they opened the book, it was all plain white sheets. Nothing written in there. Because all of us will have to write our own pages. Empowering leaders is fine, but It is a very tough ask when you get into a leadership role, big business, big company, 40,000 people, 100,000 people. And there you'll have to take your own call. In my thinking, the character is very critical, what we have picked up from Japan. Modesty, simplicity, very strong character. First the country, then the community, then the corporate, then the family. And if still something is left, then me, myself. In our case, thinking is all the time reverse. Perhaps emerging leaders for tomorrow, I think great job we can do if we start building this good character, which will help our country, which is at the moment poised for great economic growth in the next 10, 15 years. My very best wishes and thank you to the BW team for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that. And now it's time for the awards ceremony. Moving forward from these discussions that you witnessed today to the evening's celebration. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the 4th edition of BW People HR 40 Under 40 Awards, celebrating the future masters of Indian HR sector. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag HR40 Under 40, where 40 is numeric. I once again take this moment to thank our partners for today, our associate partner, Larson and Toubro, our HR MS partner, Great HR, our gifting partner, My Anatomy, organized by BW Businessworld, our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Twitch. With that, may I please request my team to play the partners AV?
Sorry. It's diversity. When we bind together in harmony to create a rich symphony.
This is a story of you and me. From every state and city, our cultures and camaraderie prevailed in our country.
It's a story of equality where she feel as he. A place where we love to be because gender has full parity. This is a story for generations to be, where wise can be young and be smart, older than me. But together, you and me set benchmarks as we.
Diversity. Our strength is what you will see as we build a company globally and take it as high as can be.
This is the story of you and me and a culture of equality. From now to eternity, this is the symphony of L&T.
We can, of course, give L&T also a bit of applause. They've been a partner. Thank you so much. And now may I please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and founder, Exchange for Media Group, to formally open the awards ceremony, which also means, can someone please request Sir, sitting right outside, to come inside and tell him it's his turn. Thank you, ma'am, for... I think I wasn't supposed to say that on the mic, but it's okay. सबको सब मालूम है. Hello, sir. They've all been waiting for you. Everybody wants for Dr. Batra, please. No.
They all just meeting makes working, you know.
No, they all knew that you're working.
Like you, I was also working. Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here, and I just want to say that I said some of those, I was here in the morning and then I went to work. This is also work, but I went to the office and some things may be repetitive. I normally say that I don't make PowerPoint presentations. You know why, Yuvraj? Because PowerPoint presentations are made by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I'm Mr. Siddiqui's friend. I clearly have both. Right? But I did whatever I said in the morning, I did prepare a small presentation. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to the 4th edition of the BW People 40 Under 40. I still believe it's a young IP. Our vision for it is very big, but the fact is we're in the play and we do it the right way. First of all, it's my duty to acknowledge all the jury members who helped us reach the conclusions and finalize the list. So I'd like to thank all the jury members of the 4th edition of the BW People World 40 Under 40. The jury process is at the heart of our awards. So can you applaud for the jury members? I can see 3 of them here. So thank you for giving us your time and your name, and it matters. I just want to also use this opportunity to say what I said in the morning. You are HR leaders, and you know, as I said, couple of years back, you debate, Mr. Siddiqui, how many HR leaders would become CEOs. I think today that debate doesn't exist because more and more CHROs are becoming CEOs. In fact, from various earlier sales, marketing functions would become, or CFO, but these days CHROs, even a very small sliver of even chief legal officers are also becoming CEOs. But clearly CHROs are getting the opportunities, and rightly so, they are taking it. In the morning, I talked about, can I get the flicker, Karthik? I did show this photo and I asked people, how many of you know this guy? Does anybody know this guy? You know, you were there in the morning? Were you there in the morning? That's why you know. Good. At least you're very honest. Good. He, he's not an IPL player, that I can tell you. Doesn't play for any IPL team, but he's an Israeli. And this is a photo, which is an old photo. I think it's 10 or 11 years old photo. So this is a guy. I'm going to only talk to you about 3 things: kindness, sleep, and sustainability. This is what is on my mind. And for some of you who are in the morning, I didn't use the presentation, but I'll repeat that you know your job as HR leaders or CEOs or CXOs really well. I'm just reiterating because I believe that all these 3 are important. So this is a guy who in 2012 was very close to climbing the Mount Everest. He had crossed the base camp. He was very close to being the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. I've shared this story before. Just when he was about to reach the peak, one of his fellow climbers died. Another was on the verge of dying. So he had a choice either to climb and become the youngest Israeli ever to climb the Mount Everest or to save his friend's life. Guess what did he do? Yeah, that's why I'm showing his photo. He just become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. I won't. So he made a decision. Life is about choices. He started a descent. He carried his friend. It's very difficult. And he brought his friend to the base camp, and then he was taken away, and he survived. He saved a life, or God saved a life. He assisted, whichever way you want to look at it. In the process, he had frostbites. 2 of his fingers were amputated. Subsequently, he became a mountain rescuer. He climbed the Mount Annapurna, which is also a very tough mountain. But he chose to be kind and save a life. Why I say that? I said in the morning that I think whether it's our leaders that run the country, it is becoming all about me, what I can achieve, And I won't blame any of you. The environment is such that we soak in what we see in the environment. In an environment where we're becoming too much about ourselves. This is a guy who showed us 11 years back. This was in 2012. So it's considerably long time back that, Our duty is to be able to help others. As CHROs, your duty is to nurture other people. So I thought it'd be a good example. So his name is Nader Ben Yehuda. He's an Israeli mountain climber, search and rescue professional, photographer, and a speaker. And he became the first Israeli to climb the mount. The second is about sleep. I did ask in the morning, the winners of the BW People 40 under 40 are here. I'm told 36 of you are here. And I'll come to the list and the quality of the list and the spread of the list very quickly. But how many of you sleep more than 8 hours? I was about to say in the day that we like at work, you know. But and Talis would have raised his hand. I sleep 8 hours in the day. But how many sleep more than 8 hours? Is there anybody? In the morning there was one person. Is there any one person who sleeps more than 8 hours? More than 7 hours? Like, okay, maybe 12, 13 of you. How many sleep more than 6 hours? So mostly all of you are sleep deprived. So the reason I do this because I see a lot of my friends, colleagues, a lot of people ask me, where does my high energy come from? I tell them it comes from three things. One, it comes from the fact that I have responsibilities. Second, I have dreams. And third, I sleep very well. Okay. And I sleep more than 8 hours every night, come what may. I'm not a late night person. I can be, very active throughout till about 10, 11, and then I start to peter down. I have to sleep by 11 mostly. So I do sleep 8+ hours. On Sundays, I sleep sometimes 10 hours. Okay. I remember 2 Sundays back, I slept 16 hours. My kids were trying to wake me up at 2:30, but that's okay. One thing I don't feel guilty is about oversleeping. I must say sometimes I have conferences, speaking early in the morning, I'll call Talis at 7 a.m., wake up and say, I won't be able because I'm feeling sleepy. I want to keep commitment, but I do prioritize my sleep. I see a lot of senior people not sleeping enough. How many of you know of this friend of mine? He was a friend of mine. I met him a couple of times. I went to his home for dinner. Around 10 years, you can Google. He was CEO of SAP, Ranjan Das. Young guy, very fit guy, short, used to go to do 1 hour of gymming every day. Super fit, doesn't look like me, I'm overweight. But he died. He had a heart attack. He was about 40. I mean, you can Google him. Because he used to sleep 4 hours in the night. How many? 4. So I just want to reiterate that once you read this book or watch the TED Talk, Matthew's made a TED Talk, which is among the most popular, you will never compromise on your sleep. I know women, my wife sleeps much lesser than me because, my son is in 10th. He still has to get up early in the morning and go. And my wife does that. And I encourage her to sleep more. I tell her, Niti, don't compromise on sleep. Because if you don't sleep well, it will impact you. I also sleep earlier than her. Sometimes I wake up later than her. So I'm just saying that women have much more responsibilities sometimes. And they need more sleep. So do not compromise on your sleep. 60% of your health is sleep. The rest 40% is nutrition and exercise, movement. So I can do much more in those areas. But definitely on sleep, I get 60 out of 60, maybe 70. Okay. So I do want to reiterate, sleep well. If you sleep well, you'll eat well. You'll be nicer to your colleagues. You'll be mindful of the conversation. You'll be calmer. Trust me, when you sleep well, when I sleep well, I'm very calm. And I handle everything well. So really, I would encourage you to read this book. I don't get any money on the royalty or sales of this book. I wish I did, but I don't. And I read it 10, maybe 12 years back. And then I read it 2.5 months back, or now maybe 3.5 months back on a flight to Bangalore healthcare event. And this is a new edition, and it said scientists have discovered a revolutionary new treatment that makes you live longer. It enhances your memory and makes you more creative. It makes you look more attractive. It keeps you slim and lowers food craving, blah, blah, blah. It protects you from cancer and dementia. It is proven people who sleep more than 8 hours have much lesser chances of having Parkinson's and those kind of diseases. So this is sleep. So do sleep more, encourage people to sleep more. That's one thing I want to emphasize everywhere I go. Second is kindness. I talked about the gentleman, another venue. I read this book in March this year on a way back from Chandigarh. I gone for a wedding. I was coming back. A friend of mine with whom I was in the car was reading. I took it from him and then subsequently bought it again. And it's a book written by a young Dutch philosopher. His name is Bregman. And this is his first book that I read, his second book. And a lot of books have come in the last 20, 30 years, including Harari has written that human beings are very competitive, which they are. There's no question about that. That if you leave them in a room, they'll become their baser self and they will claw into each other. In some situations, that's true. By the way, he's gone, some of those situations, he's gone and met those people, and he's done research over the last 150 years to prove that human beings are actually very kind, which is what I have come so far because a lot of people have been super kind to me. So I really, in a world where, when you watch what's happening in Israel, Gaza, I'm a compulsive news watcher. In the night, I have to watch Indian channels for some time, then watch CNN for the American point of view, then watch BBC for a balanced point of view, then I watch the Al Jazeera for the Muslim world point of view, because that's how it is. If you watch it, you'll know exactly what I'm saying. And after 10 minutes these days, I shut off CNN. Because it's disturbing to see what's happening there. So really, I know it is difficult to believe human being can be kind, but mostly human beings are. So I'd recommend this book for those who like reading. Lovely book. Again, I don't get any money on the sales of these books. The third thing is sustainability. I think we are doing this 10 days after COP28. COP28 has been in news for some right reasons and some wrong reasons. 1,200, professionals who were there to give a spin to the discussion. The head of COP28 was a leading oil producer. And really, it is not possible to switch off from, fossils to alternate forms of, energy overnight. But that roadmap has to be there. And there's been some progress that has been made. The latest cover of Businessworld is on climate finance and what happened there and so on and so forth. Donald Trump is wrong, as I said, sir. I look at Donald Trump because your birthday is one day after Donald Trump. Thank God you're saved. He believes climate change is a hoax, which it isn't. Like, he's wrong on a lot of things. He's wrong on this one too. Winters have come into Delhi, but only in the last 4 or 5 days. Normally, winters would come in November, right? Those who are from Delhi, right? If you look at summers, again, there is a disruption. The winters will be very short. That's what experts are saying. So clearly, there is climate change. What's happening in a lot of cities in the world is summers are coming 3-4 months in advance. In Sahara, 4.5. Sub-Saharan Africa, 4.5 months in advance. Wildfires in Australia, wildfires in Europe, wildfires in America. So there is climate that is seeing a disruption. And, I read this Time magazine, which talked about which is the most important place on earth. And these are the oceans. So as the oceans shrink, the absorption of carbon dioxide becomes lesser. The excreta of the mammals really absorbs a lot of carbon dioxide. So in your position as influencers, you all are influencers, you lead large teams, you have a point of view and a voice within your companies, you have a voice in the communities that you lead, you have a voice in the public society, in the civil society. So clearly, we have to be real about what's happening with the earth and with the climate. And when whatever we do, build in climate consciousness. In some cases, it could be a strategic, advantage to be able to weave that into the strategy of the organization. So I just want to say that when you go back, do think about sleeping more than 8 hours. Keep your phone in another room. That's what I do. I don't keep my phone. Those of you who want to reach me, they have my landline number. In the night, difficult to reach me. And the day I pick up my phone, I sleep 1.5, 2 hours late because I'm replying to texts and people are replying to texts. So I don't look at and I don't even see the phone. I don't see emails in the night. 6, 7 years back, I would do emails in the night. I don't do it because if I send it to someone, they will see it. So after 8, it is difficult for me. So I don't do emails mostly. So I do want to encourage all of you to sleep more than you do. It will make an impact on you. It may sound like a very basic thing that I'm saying, but trust me, if you did an India sleep study, Indians are sleep deprived. If you did a CXO study, they're super sleep deprived. And I don't want to get into the stats of that, but trust me on that. Second is kindness. I'm sure all of you are very kind. Our jury members are very kind in selecting the 40 that have been selected. I'm happy about this list and not happy about this list. I would have expected, sir, Mr. Siddiqui, Yuvraj, that there would have been more women in this list. There are 19 women and 21 men. That's not a good thing. In this list, there should have been more women. This is clearly one of those domains where I think in leadership roles, there are much more women, but it's still 1921. So good job. Always be optimistic. I want to end by saying that in a world that constantly there is so much pressure from family, we put ourselves into the situations that we are in. We put pressure on ourselves in terms of expectations from each one of us. We believe our awards done through the right process, done through the jury. We have a locus standi of who we are the right platform. And I can tell you, Sunday we had the BW Legal World Awards, and there were people who had applied for 4 years and one in the 4th year. There were people who knew me well, and in the first year they really were very upset with me, saying, "Oh, you can't ensure," and they're good, very good, but they didn't present well on the day of the jury because that matters. I was sharing with the people in the morning over here that on Saturdays, some people reached out to me on my personal mail ID, because that's all LinkedIn, long time, and wrote to me about 40 under 40. I called Ashish, I called Talis, got to know, called the person back, basic courtesy, explained to her. Of course, she was very, very pushy. She kept telling me things, and I'm very sensitive because I know how it feels when you don't make, and especially I asked her her age, and I don't ask women their age or anybody their age. I just want to know their birthday. As is written in Vedas, though Vedas need to be contextual. Don't ask a man his salary and women his age. These days, women also make a lot of salary. So we are in a gender neutral world, I hope. But I did ask her age. I asked them and she was 40. She's turning 40. So if we didn't give it to her, she'd be above 40. But the jury hadn't decided. I have not given any brief to anyone. Neither did I interfere or never do in any of our juries. So I just want to tell you it's through an honest process. And my founded Exchange for Media, I can safely say I know every media company and how they work. There are media companies that sell awards, and it's okay. That's their karma. I'm not going to get into that. But these awards are done through a process, absolutely honest, absolutely credible. And as I keep saying, award processes can be honest like this. They can be close to perfect. But at the end of this, human beings judging in 3 minutes, basis the application, basis the presentation. So they're close to perfect, right? As I said in the morning, I'm a Hindu. There are only 2 things that are perfect: Lord Shiva and my wife. Everybody else is close to perfect, but not perfect. So I want to emphasize, I've seen at our CFO Awards, Talis last year, a gentleman who won, and he was crying and he said, I won another award of Businessworld. It got me a promotion. He was giving us too much credit. I'm sure he would have got promotion without the award, right? But he won. And I was here on 12th December in this hall. Aman Gupta was jury chair of our entrepreneurship 40 under 40. He won 4 years back when he was not well known, when he had just started. And this year we got him to be jury chair, and he knows he's a celebrity. And he looked at the quality when he left the jury room. He thought 15 companies were outstanding. He wanted to meet the founders. And he came here and said, in fact, some of the winners said, we were surprised there is a process to win an award. We have to come and present. In fact, a very large founder reached out to me on Sunday. The awards were on 10th December and said, I've got a regret mail. But I said, Param, you did not present. If you don't present to our jury, I cannot decide. The jury chair and jury members have to decide. So really, I'm emphasizing that because I remember I've been doing Exchange for Media Awards and I have some journalist friends who take their names, editors, who tell me 10 years back, Anurag, judiciary भी fixed होती है. तो तुम क्या बात करते हो कि तुम मेरे को award नहीं दे सकते? I would listen. But I want to reiterate and express my gratitude to the jury for giving their time, their name. You put your name on it, it matters. So celebrate the success you have with you and the ones that were shortlisted and didn't make. I shared this story that, participating in the awards is like playing cricket. Rohit Sharma is a great cricketer. So is Sachin Tendulkar. So is Virat Kohli or whoever you like. But some days they get out at 10 runs, 5 runs, 15 runs. They don't score well. That doesn't take away from the merit they have. And I really believe in that. And I have children who apply for awards, my grown-up children. And I know how seriously they take. I remember my daughter calling me, oh, she has won, you didn't ask me to apply. I told her, you should keep track. Don't, if I see, I'll tell you. So I know how important it is in a competitive world where personal branding matters. And it does matter. Let's not say it doesn't matter. I'm grateful to all of you who are here. And I see the kind of sectors represented, kind of companies represented. It is pretty much representative of the way India is growing. It has some very established companies that have existed for many years, representatives from the established companies. These are not company awards, they're individual awards. But the companies represented here, some of them are new, who come up in the last 10 years, 8 years. And, there are some companies that have been around for a long time. I won't give you the names. So wish you luck. I hope you'll be able to mentor at least each of the winner will be able to mentor at least 3 other people to be able to help them come up in our awards and generally do well. God bless you. Look forward to celebrating your success. Please applaud louder when your colleagues come up on stage because clapping is good for artists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for your address. And as Sir mentioned, taking up from that about the jury process, when each of you stalwarts nominate yourselves or your brands for the award, it becomes really difficult for the jury who should make it to the list and who not. Of course, we believe that when you send in the nominations, you automatically believe, and we also believe that you are a winner. But of course, a list is a list, a number is a number. So what really happened in the jury process? From where did we start to reaching to this very list and to celebrating all of you? Let's have a look at the process. Can we please have the jury, AV?
I have the privilege of to be able the jury of the Businessworld People Picture 40 Under 40 Awards of 2023. It was indeed a pleasure to be associated with fellow jury members who are came from different walks of life. We had a very interesting, insightful interaction during our assessment process.
It was quite an enriching experience to be part of the eminent jury for BW 40 under 40 HR Leader Awards. The jury process was quite detailed, very professionally defined, and with great transparency. I think each candidate giving their brief pitch on their career achievement in a very systematic way.
This year, I had the great privilege of being a jury member for the Business World HR 40 under 40 selection process. For me, it was a great learning experience. I had the opportunity to meet many young HR professionals who have made a mark in their career. Hear about their challenges, their new initiatives, their achievements, and their contribution to their company as well as to the HR fraternity.
I had the privilege of being a part of jury for BW 40 under 40 HR Leaders Award. I think that BW has been creating a great platform for the HR leaders, and I was thrilled to really meet so many young HR professionals who are vibrant with their thoughts, great thought leadership, great practices they have really adopted and learned over a period of time in their career, and great to interact with all of them.
I thank the business world for giving me an opportunity to be part of the jury. It was a remarkable process, and the quality of nominations were very high. We had very intense and very fruitful discussions in the jury, and it was a great learning experience for all of us.
It was a privilege to serve as a jury member of the Business World People HR 40 under 40 Award. The shortlisting process was so robust that I believe it provided an enriching experience for both the selected and all those who participated. The transparency and thoroughness of the process made BW People HR Awards a benchmark for others and a dream opportunity for aspiring professionals. Although I will miss attending the award function, I extend my congratulations to all the shortlisted young HR professionals. Best wishes to everyone who participated and to the BW people.
Let me begin with congratulating all the winners of BW 40 under 40 and also complimenting all those who participated in this entire process, because I'm sure you would have also learned a lot during the entire process of application as well as jury interaction. The process which BW followed was very thorough, very professional, very unbiased, and very, very objective.
I'm heading HR for Innovate Digital, recording my 2 bits to recognize the effort of Business World for organizing such a wonderful event 40 under 40. This year I'm part of jury panel as well to work along with industry leaders. I want to recognize the effort which was put in by Business World to establish such a robust process so we can assess and find out top 40 HR leaders from the industry.
The competition was very intense and the quality of nominations of being of very high order. I thoroughly enjoyed the process and the entire proceedings. I wish to congratulate the winners and also wish to thank those who joined in the competition and wish them best of luck in future endeavors. Thank you, Big Business World, for giving this opportunity.
I would like to congratulate and compliment all our winners. Very well done. But also my very best wishes to the ones who could not make it this time to prepare well, compete well next time.
Believe you me, to come to the final selection was not easy. I congratulate all the winners, and I'm sure in the years to come, we will see many more people as part of 40 under 40. After this process, I am much more confident that the next gen HR is ready to take us to the next level.
Thank you. I think our jury members also deserve a big round of applause for the efforts that they put in. Thank you. A few of them are here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. As mentioned before, Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag 40 under 40, where 40 is numeric. Three very important announcements before we begin, or rather four. First, winners, once you receive your award, please step down and go to stage left for a picture for the Business World website and also for BW People website. Second, also stay back till the very end for a group picture once again for our digital world on all the various and other websites. Third, please celebrate the achievement of all the winners by clapping and giving them the love that all of you deserve. Eventually, all of you on the same platform working together. Of course, in other fields and other companies, but that doesn't really matter for us. It's one consolidated list of you winners. Fourth, please stay back for dinner as well. Yeah, bring smiles on your faces. Good. On that note, let's start with the awards ceremony and to present awards to our first set of winners. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and founder, Exchange for Media. Joining sir is Dr. C. Jayakumar, Executive Vice President and Head, Corporate Human Resources, CHRO, L&T Limited. And joining them is Dr. S. Y. Siddiqui, former Executive Advisor, Maruti Suzuki. Please, gentlemen. And with that, the first winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 for this year. General for lead remuneration and benefits, the power energy. Everybody, please let's give her a big round of applause. So what's from you?
Thank you very much, Business World and the jury for this recognition. It means a lot. And I'm sure moments like this are reflective for all of us, and I'm no different. So very grateful to my family, my friends, and a little one who make work fulfilling and always stand by me. And I'm sure it's the case for all of us. And of course, my current mentors, my bosses here at Aprava Energy, my ex-bosses at TCS, my mentors, my colleagues, I think I'm just thankful to them for nurturing me and grooming me. And at this moment, remembering them. So in gratitude, thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Please. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 for this year. Anuj Vadera, Rewards Manager, Intercontinental Hotels Group.
I think in this moment, I would just like to thank my family first for enabling me to do what I do at work. They're the most important people I would like to thank. Second, I think my mentors, previous company and this company, and the panelists for nominating me for this honor. I think all of us collectively have a great responsibility to enable our organization to focus towards growth and inclusion. I think this is a platform for all of us to genuinely learn from what we have learned through these discussions. Thank you for everyone for the acknowledgement.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW people HR 40 under 40 this year. Bhavna Verma, Senior Manager, HR, Larson and Tabro. So Bhavna, everybody.
Wow. I feel honored and humbled together at the same time. So some credits, BW team, Anurag sir, Rizvi sir, Ashish and team. Thank you so much for putting this together. I mean, kudos to the entire team. I would also like to thank jury for recognizing me. My pride, my organization, Larson and Tubro. Thank you so much for making me part of your phenomenal legacy. Thank you so much, my CHRO, Mr. CJK. You inspire me. Thank you so much, my leadership, my HR head, Shiv sir, for encouraging me to pursue this application. And thank you so much to the entire team, my family, who is my rock. Thanks, my mentors, my HR heads, for nurturing me, for mentoring me, and for providing me some excellent work opportunities. Thanks a lot. I owe it to you. Thank you. Some of my team members are here to cheer for me. So thank you for joining. Some of them are watching it online. Thank you. Thank you very much. And there is a common energy in this room. So cheers to all of you. It feels great to share the journey with all of you. Few lines for those who participated in the process and who are here today. कुछ किए बिना यूं ही जय जयकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. Cheers everyone.
Congratulations, Bhavna.
It will naturally come to your mind. So I'm saying this, that you see Mr. Jaikumar on the jury when her candidature would have come, she would have excused. So if you're seeing, you'll see there are 3 organizations whose jury members are also represented on the jury board, and also there are winners from. So these members recuse themselves on those entries. So I just want to mention that we follow that as a process, and in most cases we didn't have to, all the cases we didn't have to tell the jury member to step. They were themselves volunteered to step away while that happened. And I must tell you that you cannot, unless until the jury chair and all the jury members agree, no one can will. If there's a veto, so really the process is very democratic, even when there is a jury chair. So I'm sure it came to your mind that Mr. Jaikumar is there and she's one. I'm sure many more from L&T applied now. Yes. So I know that. So I just want to make sure I put that out so that it is important.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhatta. Congratulations, Bhavna, to you and also to your team. Mera Bhavna team members, congratulations. You can clap yourselves, of course. It's your hard work also. That's got a year. Okay, moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of PW people, HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Shweta Mathur, Vice President, HR Business Partner, NatWest Group. Shweta, everybody.
Thank you so much. It feels great when your entire family is cheering for you from the audience. Thank you so much, BW and the jury, for selecting me as one of the winners. It's a very big career milestone for me. And I would like to thank my organizations, NatWest and ICSI, for shaping up my HR career. It's very important to talk about family. Without that, you cannot do anything. And I am blessed to have best of both worlds, career and family. So I would give it to the three strong women in my life, starting from my body. Both my moms, one is seeing me up from there, and one is here cheering me in the audience. Thank you so much.
Where is Mummy ji? Once for all, so I think, I always feel this. Parents, if they are here with, parents of kids that deserve the love here. Congratulations to you, of course, to your family as well. Nita, thank you so much. Dr. Jayakumar, thank you so much, sir. Everybody, once for him, please. You also deliver the keynote. With that, may I please request Ms. Santana Pariwal, CHRO, Clicks Capital to join us on stage and help us present awards to Mr. winners. Once man, please, everybody. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 for this year, please. Aisha Kapoor, Director, HR, KPMG. Aisha, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to Business World and the jury members. It was a great process and a really humbling experience. I'll also like to thank my colleagues at KPMG, who've always provided me with immense learning opportunities and growth. I attended a few panel discussions today, and really great to see the conversations on diversity, inclusion, equity, and why women leaders do not make it on the top. So I think one needs to have a right ecosystem in place to do that. I was lucky enough to have a good support system, at home and at work. So 10 years back, when I was joining back work after my maternity leave, my parents, both my parents, in-laws, just told me कि I come from a Punjabi family, so I'll just share it in that tone. Bacha da ki hai, pal jange, right? So it was basically that, it's fine. We will take care of them. You go. So thank you so much to both my moms, to both my papas, my husband and my kids to push me back to go back to work and excel. Truly grateful. Thank you so much.
ईशा, मेरे माँ बाप ने मुझे ऐसे ही पाला है कि पल जाएंगे. Very young. हाँ तो ये पल ही रहेंगे. Congratulations once for her, please, everybody. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year. Paramar Sangwan, Senior Director, HR, Corps Systems. Paramar, everybody, please.
Thank you so much. Good evening, and thank you so much for this honor. I'm really humbled. So as an HR, I realized that, there were three qualities that shaped me. So one was being authentic to people. Second was true to self. And the third was being courageous. I think getting this honor here today kind of strengthens my belief in these qualities. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you to the jury and BW team. I know you've worked really hard and we've been eating Ashish's head, time and again to get details. So thank you so much for that. Family, of course, I think my family has been my pillar of support. They've put up with anything and everything all throughout. So that leaders and mentors who have worked with me, who have taught me, who have trained me, who have corrected me. They're the ones, who've molded me into the kind of HR that I am today. And last but not the least, the team that I worked with, my HR team, that these girls have been so I have a team of 7 girls. So they've inspired me, they've enabled me, and empowered me to be good and be better at my work every single day. So I would like to really thank them. Thank you so much for this.
Congratulations. Also, a reminder to all the winners, please stay back for the group picture for dinner and don't forget this picture as well. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Ritesh Babani, Vice President, Total Rewards, DBS Bank.
Give it a bigger round of applause. It's come all the way from Hyderabad.
Good evening, everybody. To say that I'm delighted and honored to be receiving this award would be an understatement. I am thankful to my parents, without whom I wouldn't be here today. I'm also grateful to each organization that I've been part of, for they have brought me what I am here today. And to my leadership at DBS, Kishore, Alex, Mengfung, Naveen, and Mamta for their unwavering support. But more than that, to my mentors and my friends who have stood by me through thick and thin. I'm grateful to all of them. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Ms. Parimal. Everybody once for her, please. Ma'am. And I please request Mr. Vikas Khoka, CHRO, Sharda Motor Industries, to join us on stage and help us present awards to the winners. So once for sir, please. He's also on one of our panels today. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it in the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Jyoti Prakash Malik rewards talent and earning Woodbridge properties. Can you check if he is here? We don't want anybody to miss out on this moment. Okay, congratulations to him. Once for him also, let's give him also a big round of applause for his efforts. I'm sure must have just gone outside for something. Let's move to the next one. The next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Kavita Chachi, Associate Director of People and Culture, Yellow.ai. Everybody wants to Kavita, please let's give her a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I believe that success or recognition is never in isolation. It's built with the people who support you and, with really small incidents and moments that really shape you. So I would really like to thank my family, and I would really like to thank Yellow for presenting me with this opportunity. And I would really like to thank my boss, Neetu, who's really helped me and supported me in this entire process. And thank you, Businessworld, for presenting me with this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it in the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Lead Singh, General Manager Head HR and Admin Hester Biosciences. For him, please, everybody, let's give him a big round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Businessworld and the entire jury members for this prestigious honor. This recognition is just not a testament of my efforts, but an incredible support I have received from my mentors and colleagues. I am also grateful for all the opportunities that have came my way and the fantastic teams I had privilege to work with. Let's continue to inspire, innovate, and elevate the HR profession together. Finally, I dedicate this award to my lovely family, my passionate team, and my management, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, CEO and MD of Hester Biosciences, Ms. Priya Gandhi, and Mr. Sanjay Dalal, CEO. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you and everybody back home. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Koka. Everybody wants to serve, please, for helping with the awards. Thank you. And with that, I please request Mr. Yuvraj Shrivastava, Group CHRO, make my trip to please join us on stage and help us present awards to our next set of winners. Answer, sir, also, please. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it in the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Ignore Senior Regional Delivery Manager Atkins Violets. For making everybody, let's please give her a big round of applause.
Clapping is genuinely good for heart muscles. In yoga, they make you do that now. Second, it's karmic. If you don't do it, when you're here, nobody will do it. Third, there are cameras there. You only get drinks if you clap enough. That bit is wrong.
I was wondering where did the third point come from?
It still feels like yesterday when I walked my first few steps of my career at Atkins Realis, one amongst the fortunate few who joined as a management trainee. I know we spoke quite a bit about this today in some of the panels, and with multiple roles in HR across a glorious 12 years journey in the same company. It is indeed my privilege to be standing here representing some of my colleagues and my teammates and my mentors who always pushed me beyond my boundaries and led me to my dreams. One of my first few mentors is here, Prachi, and I'm so privileged to have her here. Also, of course, nothing is possible without the support of a great family. Well, what can I say?
I think they've been my greatest support system and my biggest cheerleaders. Thank you, Business World, for recognizing some of us. I think it will really go a long way to recognize young talent like us who are really trying to make a difference. And Atkins really as well, what can I say? Thank you for silently watching me grow and crafting my wings to fly. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all my fellow participants and winners. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW people HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Mohammed Shakib, Associate Vice President, People Experience Innovation Analytics. Shakib, everybody, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, jury members. Thank you, BW World, for this opportunity. Truly, truly humbled to be receiving this today. Thank you.
While of course, Business World and BW people are synonymous, this is a BW People Award. And some people say BW, and I want to tell you a small story. How many of you from Delhi? A lot of you from Delhi. How many of you from South Delhi? Some of you, okay, but so about 5 years back, yeah, could be 4.5. नहीं यार वो जो स्टोरी है वो उधर की है इसलिए वेस्ट दिल्ली साउथ दिल्ली से कोई नहीं कोई वैसी so it's not about South Delhi. The fact is, one day I was at a social gathering and I met someone and she asked me, what do I do? I said, I work at BW. She said to me, oh, you work at BW? I come there very often. I don't see you. Right? And I said, but I also go there pretty often. Whenever I'm in Delhi, I go there. I don't see you. So after talking to her, maybe 120 seconds into the conversation, we realized they were talking of two separate BW. I was talking of BW Businessworld. She was talking of a nightclub in New Friends Colony called Black and White. Clearly, of course, I won't go there and she won't see me there. Right? So we're BW Businessworld and BW people. Yeah? Please give Sakib a big round of applause. All the best.
Congratulations, Shakib. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW people HR 40 under 40 this year. Please. Naveen, we lead people and culture business partner APAC, Western Swing Technology, India. For Naveen, everybody, please. He's come all the way from Chennai. He deserves a big round of applause. Please. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Good evening, all. Thanks to the BW jury team for selecting me. I have a long list of people to thank. I'll keep it short. Thanks to the Global Investors Organization for being there. Thanks to my manager, Suchitra, who nominated me. I would like to thank my family. I think I'm here because of them. They do sacrifice a lot on daily basis. I would like to thank all my managers I've worked with earlier, Jose, Indranil, Amal, Angappan, in across companies like Titan and Alstom. I have two people to thank, Chidu and Murugan sir. They've always been there for me, though not my managers, but very professional support. Thanks to my friends and my professors in college who taught me HR and kind of made me where I am today. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year. Please. Navneet Singh, the founder and the CEO of APSA HR Services. Wanna move everybody?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, BW people and jury member, for considering me for this award. And I won this award just because of my family, friends, and my team members, obviously, my mentors, my teachers from the very first day. And one thing I would like to say, not only for the people inside the room, because they don't need it, for who is not in the room, that doesn't matter whether we are from tier C, D, E, or F class of cities, or we have a strong MTI. We can make it if we want to make it and if we believe in ourselves. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year. Please. Navneet Anand, the Vice President, People and Transformation, NatWest Group.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you so much, BW people and the jury. I know it's been an extensive process even for them and arduous task to get it all together, and for all of us. Congratulations to all the winners. I just want to say that this recognition not only encourages us, but also places some more responsibility to live up to what we have achieved here and to continue to do and create value for not just our organizations, but also the overall HR ecosystem. I have a lot of people to thank, but I want to thank my family here. They've been inducing a lot of anxiety in me ever since we have N as a starting alphabet come up, and they've been very excited to see my name come up. I have both my mums here. They are my margdarshaks and my biggest cheerleaders. I have my son Arshan, he's 7. I have my husband Sushant. They're all here. They're the wind beneath my wings. I want to thank my organization, NatWest, for giving me incredible opportunities to do what I do and for constantly placing their faith in me, especially my leaders that I've worked with. I also want to thank my team. I stand on their shoulders and I stand tall because of them. Thank you so much and have a great evening, everybody.
Congratulations, and Navneet, the happiest is your kid. Congratulations to you and to the family as well. For that, thank you so much, Mr. Shrivastava, for helping us with the awards. Once again, everybody, please. May I request Dr. Ekta Saxena, Senior Lead, Executive Education, Delhi Campus, SPGen Institute of Management and Research, to join us on stage and help us present awards to our next set of winners. Once a man, please, let's welcome everybody. Okay, moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year. Please. Vignesh Sitaraman, Head Corporate HR, Mondelez. One for him, everybody, please.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, deep sense of gratitude and respect for the entire BW team led by Dr. Batra and the S team members of the jury, because the award is just in its fourth edition, but the kind of equity that it's managed to garner is incredible, both in the industry as well as, say, the HR community. And I definitely thank the team for finding my work deserving enough to get a entry to this list. And the other thing is, I think it's HR's moment of reckoning in the years to come because of the context we operate in. I think our country is being blessed. It's at an inflection point, and it's only the human power that's going to make us the superpower. So, which means HR is going to be at the center of all the action, and I think we have to live up to that billing. So, this kind of award and platform definitely encourages people like us to deliver more and make us responsible. And thank you and a lot of gratitude to my organizations that I worked in, my mentors, both HR and the business leaders, my team and peers. And last but most importantly, respect and love for my family members for pushing me to dream and also helping me realize the dream. And God bless everyone. Thank you.
Congratulations, Vignesh. May I once again request Dr. C. Jai Kumar, Executive Vice President and Head Corporate Human Resources, L&T Limited, to join us on stage, sir, and help us present awards also to our next set of winners, please. Let's welcome sir back, everybody. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Nehal Srivastav, Chief Manager, HR, GAIL, India. Neha, everybody, please.
A very good evening to all. Thank you so much, the Business World team and the jury members, for according this incredible honor to me. I'm truly humbled with this recognition. I share this recognition with my family members, my parents, my in-laws, my husband Gaurav, and my daughter Anaya, who believed in me, have supported me throughout my journey, and have been true pillars of support for me. I also want to thank the entire leadership team of GAIL and our Director HR, our ED HR, all the senior members of HR and my colleagues who have always entrusted a lot of challenging roles and leadership assignments to me very early in my career. So they have been one of the reasons for me that I could receive this recognition. And also I would like to the Business World team for providing this incredible platform for the young HR team and leaders who could showcase their achievements and talent through this platform. So thank you so much for them. And gratitude to all the people who have played a great role for me to reach this stage. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Congratulations, Neha. Because don't forget the picture first here, and then a group picture also, and then the dinner. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year. Please. Nirali Trivedi, Group HR Head, Helicon Engineering. Everybody, please.
Good evening, everyone. I can't believe that I have done it. Now I could remember the day, 9th December, along with me, my family. We were finger crossed whether we can do it or not. But thank you, BW team, jury members, the team who has facilitated the entire process. Thank you, everyone, for your support and for your guidance, because I was keep troubling Ashish for this. I have started my career in 2007 as a management trainee in Elicon Group of Companies. So since 2007, I have associated with this organization. And I am the first female employee in the system who has been reached to this level. So that's the reason I want to portray this. Yes, female can do this. And I would like to thank from bottom of my heart, my group chairman, Mr. Prashwin Patel, who has full faith and trust on me that yes, Nirali, you can do it. My family, my 2 daughters, they all are my support system, and my own HR team, because without their support, without their cooperation, it wouldn't be possible that I can reach at this stage. And thank you so much, BW team, giving this kind of a platform so that we can make a footprint for the others. Yes, that is there. We can do it. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you, everyone. And I believe in Lord Swaminarayan. So he is always there at all the decision level. So thank you, Lord, for giving me this opportunity and always keep with me. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Well, I think the point that she made, being the first one to make it to this level, the first female in the family of Elicon, I think that deserves a big round of applause. But being the light. And with that, may I please request Mr. Gaurav Seni, Global CHRO, One Global Foundation, to join us on stage, sir, and help us present awards also to any fellow winners. Next one, please. We'll request your presence once for him. Let's welcome him. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Girl, Senior HR Business Partner, Amazon Development Center, India. Kapal, everybody, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It feels really privileged to be here in front of the eminent jury members and also all of you. So congratulations to all of you. I remember my parents used to tell me that be genuine in whatever you do. And I think in our world of HR, being genuine, having empathy at work, and having that strategic business focus, I think that is something which really, really helps. So I have gone by that, and I would definitely want to thank my managers, my previous employers, my current employers, and my team who has actually helped me be here today. A huge thanks to my family, my biggest support system, my husband sitting here for me, and yes, the BW people. So thank you so much, team, for having this faith in me.
Congratulations.
Well, I got worried for a moment. She's going to thank her future employers also. But you stopped short.
Where is Mr. Garg? Congratulations to you as well. Do you trouble or she troubles you more? Just asking. It's the same way. So very diplomatic, I must say. Very. But okay, you've been trained well. My mom would say that to my dad, for sure. Okay, moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW people, HR, 40 and under 40 this year, please. Olami Saha, Senior Unit HR Manager, Infosys. So hi everybody. Please.
Good evening, all. More than winning, I think the entire process was very enriching and humbling. Right from the nomination to the elevator pitch, everything was so very well defined. So the entire process was very, very enriching and humbling. So thanks to the business world people and the entire jury to make the experience so enriching. I would like to thank, of course, my parents, my in-laws, and my family, my son especially, who gives a lot of positive energy and the entire thing of to experiment and to be curious always. I think as HR professionals, it's our duty to be the conscious keepers for the organization. And I think my organization has given me the opportunity to be that conscious keeper. And of course, I would like to thank my professors as well, who have given me the entire concepts of HR, which I'm practicing at my organization. I would also like to thank my managers, my mentors, and my team. Without them, I couldn't have been here. So thanks a lot and have a great evening.
Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of PW people which are 40 under 40 this year. Yes. The Deputy Manager, Learning, Research and Technology, Tally Solutions. Pranay, everybody. Oh, what happened to your Josh? You're only halfway there.
Good evening, everybody. Hi. Quick note of thanks to Business World and the jury members for giving me this honor. A lot of thanks is due to my family, specifically my daughter, who is almost a year and 2 months old now, for always recharging me whenever I'm back from work and pushing me for more the next day. A lot of thanks to Lord Shiva for blessing me with the right opportunities and also blessing me with the right set of mentors and coaches in the form of my managers who have, always passed on their successes, their knowledge, not just from their successes, but also their Chandrayaan moments, so that I know that I can do better the next time, face new kind of challenges. Thank you, everybody, and I hope you all have a great evening ahead. Thank you.
Congratulations to you. Roy. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Saini, for helping with the awards. Thank you. Anybody wants to serve, please? Is also Prime Minister today. Because Mr. Dheeraj Shodi, Vice President and Global HR Head in our Digital Johnson Station, help us present awards. Wants to serve, please, everybody. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40. This year, please. It's almost principal. Employee relations, again from Infosys. Parishma, everybody, please.
Good evening, everybody. I'm at a loss for words. I would like to thank Lord Almighty, my parents who've always given me wings to dream, my girl brigade, my three sisters, my husband who made it his life mission that I come personally today single-handedly taking care of our 7-month-old. And last but not the least, my organization for putting forth my nomination and mentoring me ahead. I would also like to thank Business World people for this opportunity. The process was extremely humbling as well as an opportunity to be among this elite group. Thank you so very much. Good evening.
Congratulations to you. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year. Srijit Sarkar, Director, Human Resources, Red Bus, Go MMT Group. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Business World and eminent jury members for this honor. I would like to take this moment to thank my family, predominantly my wife and my mother for being my biggest cheerleaders. A special mention to a newborn child who has been the source of inspiration, rigor, and satisfaction both personally and professionally. An award of this magnitude can never be possible without the support system of the leaders and the organization. So a special thank you to Mr. Yuvraj Srivastava, our leader, Mr. Pravanjan Kulkarni, and also Prakash Sangam, who is our CEO at Red Bus. On a parting note, I also want to thank all the co-winners for inspiring us in this journey and also setting the benchmark high. Let us continue to break barriers, break stereotypes, and change the face of HR one achievement at a time. Cheers. Thank you.
Shahid, aren't you 30 under 30? Or 20 under 20?
10 under 10.
So 10 under 10 तो ज़्यादा हो गया, sir. Of course, congratulations here also for the kid as well. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Charge Associate Director, Human Resources, Make My Trip. Everybody, please. Can you be louder? This side especially.
Good evening, everyone. Truly honored to be a part of the group that has so many shining stars. Big thank you to BW, the jury, my organization, Make My Trip, and our leader, Mr. Yuvraj Srivastava, my family, and congratulations to all the winners onwards and upwards. Thank you.
Congratulations, Risha. Onwards and upwards with the trophy, of course, don't forget that. Moving ahead, the next winner admitted in the list of BW people HR 40 under 40. This year, please. Sandeep Gautam, Head HR, Adani Energy Solutions. Well, Sandeep, everybody, please.
Well, first of all, congratulations to all the winners. I'm reminded of a quote, champions are not made in the ring, they are merely recognized there. All of you are champions, but behind every champion, there are a lot of invisible hands. We don't see them. They don't come in the front. So the power that makes champions champions, of course, everyone mentioned, cannot be possible without family, for sure. Without the managers who guided, supported, my company, Adani Group, I think the HR leadership there, the management, Mr. Anil Sardana, Mr. Bimal Dayal, Mr. Kandav Patel, Mr. Chaitanya Sahu, I think it has been a fabulous journey. My team, without them, I think I don't think I'll be able to function. And my HR colleagues in Adani, I think they have been superb and fabulous in supporting each other. And also the industry peers, I think I learned a lot from all of you. And great mentors, I think big names, we keep listening to them over podcasts or YouTube. And today also it has been great learning. All the panel discussions, fellow panelists, and also the speakers, keynote speakers. Thank you so much, all of you. It's really a pleasure. Thank you, BW people. Fabulous process. Thank you, the jury, for the patience of going through the entire process. I'm just filled with gratitude. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you, Sandeep. Thank you so much, Mr. Modi. Anybody wants for him, please help us with the awards. Thank you. We request Ms. Priyanka Gandhi, partner, Human Capital Consulting, talking Bharat to join us on stage and help us also in presenting the awards, please. Let's welcome everybody, please. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it in the list of BW people HR, 40 under 40, please. Santosh Raghunath, HR Director, Leadership and Culture, COE, Entity Data Services. That's another way. Santosh, everybody, please. I have to appreciate how the row or the column right in front of me is not really. Please. Thank you for that.
Ellarigu namaskara. I started my career with radio and I was a voice artist, and then going on to becoming someone who wrote subjects for MBA, then to banking, and then to IT. Millions of people have inspired me, some through books, some through podcasts, some through movies, and some through real life experiences that they have shared in many of my sessions. To each of them, I'll continue to be your voice. And to my managers, and especially Dean, Niranjan, Sumuki, Deb, I love you for everything that you make me smile through every day. And my family, most importantly, my sister who dropped out of college just to educate me. Forever grateful, Akka. Thank you, Soumya. And my mom, who fought a lot of odds just to believe in me making unconventional career choices. I couldn't have been here, Amma, without you. Appa, for always smilingly just agreeing to everything mom said. Thank you. And my niece and my niece Sanavi and my son Ridan. Your love shines through my words and eyes. And most importantly, I'll continue to write good content and deliver impactful programs. I'll see you all again. Thank you so much. Namaskara.
Congratulations, sir. You're upon the father of the same. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next to make it in the list of the people in HR 40 under 40 for this year. Please. Pavan Singh Vishnu HR Business Partner, Rani Group. One for him, please, and his lovely smile and skill. His efforts a big round of applause.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm deeply honored to receive this award. I want to express my sincere gratitude to, first of all, my family, my leaders, mentors, and colleagues who have been to my support in this all through my journey. I would say, I believe this is not only a personal achievement, but it is to the amazing work that we all have been doing at Adani. Last but not least, I want to thank the entire Businessworld team, jury members, and to everyone who has been part of this incremental journey. Thank you, everyone. And as Sir has been mentioning about my name, I'll just mention about it. So my name has been kept about from a very well-known person, Major Paramjit Chakra Shaitan Singh. For those of you who don't know, there's a documentary available on YouTube. Please go and read about the story of bravery. And I believe in his mantra, keep trying and never give up. All the best, everyone.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you for clarifying.
Congratulations. Yes, I think also very important. Thank you for clarifying.
He clarified that he's not that's Mr. Yuval Srivastava, but thank you, Yuvraj, you retain that title still.
Thank you. Congratulations. And with that, thank you so much, Dr. Siddiqui, for helping us. Everybody wants to sir, please. We also delivered a keynote today. Now, once again, request Mr. Yuvraj Srivastava, Group CHRO, to join us on stage and help us present awards to our next set of winners. Please. Let's welcome him back, everybody. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it in the list of BW people, which are 40 under 40 for this year. Please. That's right. Which was Global Head of Human Resources, KPI Technologies. A shot for everybody, please. Let's call them here. Let's give shots for the bigger applause from table 2 and onwards.
Thank you so much. To begin with, thank you, BW Businessworld and BW people. Thank you, jury members. I would like to begin by thanking my family, my friends, and everyone who had loved and supported me all through this while. Immense gratitude for the organizations I had the privilege to serve and the team members I had the liberty to work with. I am honored and at the same time filled with a lot of gratitude to be here. I want to also go back and thank my alma mater, XLRI Jamshedpur, because who I am is formed by a lot of what I learned through there. And I'm one of those examples who is an engineer, a mechanical engineer, worked few years for designing, and then moved into the field of human resources. So being able to appreciate both the sides, and I think here where we stand, it's a piece, and it's a piece of puzzle coming together. A lot to serve, a lot to offer back to the fraternity. With that, thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Priyanka ji, for helping us. Everybody once a round, please. And I please request Mr. Salim Srasvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World to join us on stage and help us present the awards. Please. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW People HR 40 under 40 this year, please. Shiba, the HR transformation leader. We also have the young Shiba, I believe, joining her. Yes. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them louder, please. I can hear. Last year awards. They all deserve it. Kali sir, we've got your friend in the audience.
Thank you. It's very wonderful to see a common thread of all the notes and good words that the colleagues here have said. And one thing which struck me was very interesting. I didn't have to memorize my speech at all. I think we all have and share the same value. We all want to thank BW People 40 HR under 40 for providing us the platform. We all are very, very grateful and inspired by our families who support us and who bring us where we are today. And a special thanks to my spouse, Vijay Sharon, who has been a source of strength all the time. He's one of the most resilient people I've met, and he keeps my resilience alive. And of course, my daughter Ramya, she is a source of constant agility who keeps me on my toes, both personally and professionally. And I think these are two competencies which are very critical to drive and lead HR in the future. So thank you all. Thank you, jury. Thank you so much for the evening.
Congratulations.
Looking for this moment, wives thanking husbands. So thank you so much. And praising husbands, I think my day is made. If there was extra marks for that, we'll give it to you. But all the winners are equal. Please give Sheena a big round of applause.
Congratulations also to Ramya and everybody back home. Congratulations. Okay, moving ahead, the next winner to make it in the list of BW People HR 40 under 40. For this year, please. So the single DGM soft lines and hard lines India and Mauritius Intertech India. Certainly, everybody, thanks.
Again, it feels great. Good evening, everyone. Congratulations to all of you. And in the session today, Siddiqui sir mentioned about 2% people defining the behaviors of 98% of the organization. And I strongly feel and believe that this fraternity sitting here is one of those 2%. So congratulations to you on that. For business world people, definitely creating this platform, an absolute transparent process. Loved it. It gives us that is belief in our own confidence that we are on the right track. Thank you to the jury members. Deepest gratitude for taking out time on building the young HR leaders to give back to that fraternity. As we grow wiser, maybe we would try to follow your footsteps. And again, a big thanks to my family who has always been a pillar of strength. My parents, my in-laws, my husband, my daughter, my mentors, gurus who always believed in me more than I could believe in myself. And then my superb team at Intertech, without whom I am nothing. So thank you once again and congratulations to all winners.
Congratulations to you. All the winners, please stand back for the group picture. Don't forget that. Also, your picture here and then followed by winner. Okay, moving ahead, the next winner to make the list of BW which are 40 under 40 for this year. Please. Sushil Patel, Manager, Human Resources, Make My Trip. For Sushil, everybody, let's give a big round of applause. That's precisely 4 of you or 5 of you clapping for him out of the 50 plus that we have. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks, BW people, for putting this competition together. I think being a sports person from childhood days, such competitions brings out, that feeling of learning or that feeling of winning. So thank you for that. Thanks to Make My Trip and Yuvraj sir for giving us multiple opportunities over the last few years. I think the work done over there helped us reach over here. And thanks to my mentors in my past organizations who have helped me be where I am. And last but not the least, thanks to my family, my daughter, 2 years old, equal to my journey at Make My Trip. I think every day look forward to how I can make them proud. So I think the opportunities at Make My Trip help me be the best and showcase it to the family as well. So thanks everyone and thanks jury members for the same.
Sushil can keep them happy by taking all the trips for sure. This I promise you. So congratulations to you, sir, and your family as well. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW people HR 40 under 40 for this year, please. Tushar Prabhakar, ABP, HR, HDFC, Kerala Financial Services. Tushar, everybody, please.
Well, this is really, really humbling. Thank you, BW people, for putting this together. Really appreciate it. It's taken a lot of effort. Big round of applause to you. Would like to thank all the employees I've had the privilege of serving over the years for believing that our transformations are actually going to lead to a better tomorrow. It's their trust in us that has been the actual inspiration for us to deliver extraordinary every day. Where does this strength come from? It comes from my friends, family, and colleagues, some of whom have taken out time today to be here with me for this amazing occasion. And last but not least, dad, mom, Captain Prabhakar, Dr. Prabhakar, and my wife, Dr. Navya. You are my rocks. Without you, I am nothing. Thank you.
Congratulations, Tushar. And now down to our last two. The next winner to make it to the list of BW people which are 40 under 40 for this year, please. Vikram Singh, Director HR Insurance Stakeholder. Vikram, everybody, please. Let's give him a big round of applause. For all of them at the back.
Thank you so much. The way it almost killed me when he said last two, I was thinking about the email again and again, whether I did get that email or not. But thank you so much to the jury members for recognizing our efforts, all our consolidated efforts for the HR ecosystem. Thank you so much, BW Businessworld, for creating such an ecosystem where we can flourish and people of next generations can look forward to. Would like to especially thank Ankit Agarwal, who's the CEO and co-founder of Insurance Dekho, and my CHRO, Divya Mohan, for kind of believing in me and nominating me for such a prestigious event. And last would be my family, my mentors, and my people managers for shaping up my journey as an HR professional. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you and congratulations, Vikram. The next and the last winner to make it to the list of BW HR 40 under 40 for this year, please. Yadu Kishore Nandikola, Head of Human Resources, Mass Mutual India. Hello, everybody.
Well, from school, from college, my name was always coming in the last. My roll number was, was the last. So I'm used to this, coming in the last. But nevertheless, I'm truly elated and deeply humbled to be receiving this recognition. Thank you so much, BW people, for curating this wonderful recognition program, and to the esteemed jury members, for recognizing, my contributions to the HR ecosystem. I have a huge list that I want to convey my gratitude, but coming up first is my wonderful HR team, various HR teams that I worked with in various organizations, starting off with Mass Mutual, my current organization, my past organizations, Western Union, CGI, and Satyam. Thank you so much. You guys are the pillar of support, and you've shaped me to what I am today. All the mentors and coaches that have influenced me, that have helped shape my career to what it is today. Thank you so much. And my wonderful family all the time for supporting me in whatever work assignments or career assignments I've picked up. Thank you so much. I was just reflecting, when everybody was speaking, that I'm actually an engineer by education, but my passion has always been HR. So 18 years ago, when I wanted to start an HR career, there were a lot of critics, that came up and said, HR won't work out for you. You have an engineering, brain. You are an introvert. तू बंदा बहुत सीधा है. To be in HR, you need to be, diplomatic. You need to be very politically right. But I think by being authentic, by being my true self, by being empathetic, I think I've been able to make successful HR career. So thank you to all those critics for that feedback and for challenging me. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
I'm a product guy. We're launching the SIDA HR Awards. Kidding. HR वाले भी यार, ऐसे people say media वाले, ऐसे होते हैं, वैसे होते हैं. So I tell them our blood is the same, it's red. And then some friends tell me, हमारा ही तो चूसते हो, तुम्हारा लाल इसलिए है. So media people are also normal people. HR people are also normal people. No people are different. It's what your experiences are, what your aspirations are, and what your environment is. So if you're authentic and honest, it's a good thing. All the best. They were cringy. You were saying I'm honest. HR में नहीं चलेगा. See, कैसे बोल रहे थे यार?
And with that, we come to the end of the awards ceremony. Let's collectively give all of you a big round of applause. And with that, may I please request all the winners to join us on the stage with their trophies only for a group picture first with the jury members, and then, of course, only of the winners, and then, of course, dinner awaits you. All the winners with their trophies only, would request you to join us on the stage. Aye. With that, my name is Aditya Malik. It's been a pleasure to host for all of you. We shall meet at a better time as well. Aye, all the winners with their trophies only. Any other winner, please, if you're left, join us on the stage with your trophies only. Anybody else? Yes, with your trophy, ma'am. Your trophy. Now, just a second. There's one more. Ma'am's coming. There's one more. Yeah, no problem, sir. I get. Anybody else left? Please join us with your trophies only. You can do individual mobile phones first. Yeah. You can take 10 seconds for that for mobile phones, whatever they are. The pack movement. Done? Yeah. So, सबको तो selling है. अब now is your chance. No, so just a second. So there's. And now only of the winners. Can you have the chairs removed, please?
The guy was calling, I'm calling.
Winners only IN. You can, do you want the seats or not? Naval? You can sit. And the most important announcement before the BW team kills me, please have dinner after this. Yeah. Yeah, I could also write for 2 people. Or 4 or more. Just for fun. Congratulations.